zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twisting they words till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to boss me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that Lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first of our semi-final play days for the Elite Community Series. Very sorry about the delayed start. We had some problems in the back, but we're finally into our first matchup. Now, very quickly, I'm just going to break things down. Last week, we saw two teams go home. That was Fellas and 1Z. We're already having tech problems. This is really cool, but they said they're going to play it out. So I'm going to keep talking. Fellas and 1Z are gone. I'm here with Infy and Ewok, by the way. He hasn't said anything yet, but he is here. I'm just going over very, very quickly because we're behind. Our two games tonight, both best of threes. The first one will be Elevate taking on Gelita. Map 1 obviously is Chalet. You can see it here. And map number 2 will be game number 2 will be Fury versus Devil's Package. Infy and Ewok, hello, how you doing? What do you think about game number 1?
We're here. We're right into it. We even started with our tech problems, which is classic. Just
average
kind of
C's.
Yeah, it's kind of things how things go. And now you can see our faces, so we get to introduce ourselves proper. Proto with me, Infinity Walk, and it's great to be back after such a long time. And Gelita versus Elevate, I think this is obviously a match with a lot of history to begin with, and because all of these people on Gelita were formerly from Elevate. IDFC, Mr. Punch, DCH, Mark, and we are continuing the round, evidently.
Yeah, look, interesting text so far. Elevate have lost a player. I didn't get to see who disconnected, but it was one of them.
Barcode.
But yeah, Gelita, Barcode. So Gelita are literally just ex-Elevate. It's the roster that a lot of the OGCs, people, watchers, enjoyers will be familiar with. Great run out there from Arpe. 2 for him, Gelita. Now keep in mind as well, Gelita last week actually beat Elevate, if I'm not wrong. But it looks like Gelita are inside of the site. They've lost 2, but they've taken over that top floor trophy control, starting to push towards the B bomb site. Barcode has returned, and is now to 3v3 with half the round remaining. This is a lot of time that we've seen spent, but also a very quick round so far in Fit.
Indeed. It obviously started off with a disconnect, then they brought it really far back into the defender's favor, and 3v3 right now, they're in a very good spot. Now, Chalet usually is considered to be a little bit attacker-sided at times, depending on how playstyle each team goes. And as you very rightly said, last week on Cafe, Gelita took a max OT victory, but you can see Sapper, he's getting the plant off, and Ape doesn't really know where. He can't get the shots off, and it's going to be a plant successfully taken off. Sapper even gets Toji on the return, and he gets Nykel, and it's a 1v3, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Even though it was a great start for Elevate in the round, it's going to be an attacking win.
Yeah, for Gelita, great comeback after losing those 2 picks. I mean, they were already in a 5 versus 4. They lost 2 to bring it back to a 3v3 after 1 pick for themselves. So they did good clawing that one back from the pits of despair, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. As a great man once said, Bry, you got to keep going until the going never stops. So for Elevate, they just kept on going. Now, they have had another disconnect from Barcode, which is a bit unfortunate, but given that this is C's R6, they do have a lot of unplanned power outages, so it's nothing that we aren't used to seeing, and this wouldn't be a best-of-3 semi-final without somebody constantly disconnecting. So, I'm already locking in for the long haul here, Impy, and this is going to be a long one if we keep having these disconnects from Barcode. But so far, I mean, as we said, as you mentioned just before, Gelita in last week's games did manage to take that victory over Elevate. So do you think that this is going to be a battle between sort of new versus old? I mean, you have that one team, which is Gelita, who are those sort of 6 major, 6 invitational hardened veterans going up against that new Elevate roster. What do we think is going to be the outcome of this match? I mean, we've already seen them win the 1, but that was in the best of 1 format. We're going into a best of 3 where that sort of major SI format is more comfortable to the Gelita side of things. Do you think the new Elevate are going to have the tools to take down Gelita in a BO3, or do you think that the old Elevate lock it out?
So obviously, I think the main factor that we're going to be looking at for the new Elevate, which is Elevate currently on the team, is going to be integration of Nykel. Because you look at the rest of the guys, you got Ape, Speakeasy, Toji. These guys have been to multiple majors. Speakeasy has been to SI as well. This guy, he knows how it's played at that very top level, as does pretty much all of Gelita streamers. So it's kind of balanced in that regard. So Nykel is going to be the big question mark here. Now, obviously, last week there is a little bit unclear in some ways whether he would have in the long run, the legs, because as we all know, in a best of one, as you said, it can be very different, but Jelita here, they have played best of ones and best of threes all throughout. As a team, Elevate are still kind of finding the feet here, and they won't be too bothered, I think, if they drop the first map. It's going to be, I think, recovery for them. That's going to be the main factor. I can see them winning this first map as well. I believe in terms of the map bans, this was... let me just check. It was a map selected by Jelita, so it's not too unsurprising to see if Elevate would take this first one.
I mean, even just the map pool for this best of three, we've got Chalet game number 1, we've got Clubhouse game number 2, and then we have Bank, which we actually saw Jelita and Elevate play last week on game day number 3, and I believe Jelita won. I'm pretty sure Jelita won that one out. I casted the Blue Panda, I should know. But my memory is a bit foggy, but I'm pretty sure Jelita won that. So, and that is, from what I can tell, an Elevate pick, question mark? No, that's Decider, isn't it? So it doesn't really matter. But Bank is still an interesting one to go back to, because that means that Jelita are obviously very comfortable on it. It was a pretty close game, keep in mind. Elevate were keeping up, I guess we'll say, but they did sort of falter in the end, which was a little bit unfortunate. But Jelita definitely did look a lot more comfortable on Bank. I haven't seen Clubhouse from them yet. Chalet is a new one as well. But from that first round, Jelita definitely making good of that first round attacking side, because Chalet is the map that is attacker favored.
Yeah, so it's a good start situation for Jelita over here. They're going to start on the attack, and Elevate are going to get another chance to get a sense of how Jelita play on this different map. Now, Cafe, of course, is a little bit defender-sided, as is Bang at times, so we're going to have to see how things shape up with the new operators especially. I actually didn't get to see the map bans. I am curious to see how the synergy of, the operators with like Solis, you got Azami, you got Tubarao, and of course you got the classic Azami Warden to kind of bring up that ultra aggressive rank stack. And now when we talk about rank stacks, you have to look at these Thai teams. Jelita, back when they were Elevate, they have told me when I've talked to them that they used to just scrim using ranked, because that was just a way to get synergy. So we're heading back into it, and you can see Tubarao is not banned, but we have Azami banned, and completely not a surprise over here. And Solis as well.
Yeah, Solis, I mean, it's a given on Chalet. It's a map that you can hide a lot of drones on really easily. I mean, it is so easy to make things disappear on this map. You talk a lot about rank stack, but that's what Chalet is. I mean, shout out to the boys in Jevic's Rank Discord. They know the rank strats, but it is literally just ranked gameplay on this. It is straight in, hard, fast, aggressive, and that is what we saw from Jelita in that first round. Elevate now have to retaliate. They have their full 5. Let's see what they can do with it.
Nikel's already taken some team damage, it seems, in the setup phase, even though it shouldn't really be a case for someone as experienced as the rest of Elevate. It's going to be slower start, because you can see the attackers are very careful not to fall prey to the run out the RP, where he got a double kill just now. We're going to have the library hold on top by Nikel, and it's going to be a push by Mark.
Yeah, a bit of a slower start here for Jelita. The first round, definitely a whole lot more aggressive, but they learnt that Elevate did have a pretty good defense. The only reason they sort of got that one off was because they took that chauffeur player out really early. And then 2 were off site for those runouts, so Jelita just put that blitz into play and sent him into the site. Now, Ape has taken a lot of damage early on, but it's nothing that's going to bother him. He's going to retreat back to the top of those blue stairs, and Jelita are going to start to try and get these forest drones in to clear out this shield.
Ape really wants to push up on these windows. Now, anyone who's played on these windows in the game, they always know it's very easy to get pinched up, because you have a couple of angles that you can come in from, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Ape gets downed. You can't watch all those angles yourself, and if you're going to commit the full team upstairs, that's not going to be a good sign. Nikel can't even pick him up now.
Yeah, he is unfortunately most likely going to be lost. They're going to spot him on the drone. That drone should kill him.
Yeah. Oh.
Doesn't really matter. The dive in from top main window, though. Mr. Punch, good for 1.
Ooh.
IDFC for 2, but Speakeasy fires back with one of his own onto Mr. Punch. So it's a 3 versus 3 as Elevate start to scramble back to the site. Gone 6, giving the position of the player in boots away, but no push to come from it just yet. Jalita wanting to set up to try and get this bomb down, but Elevate have retreated back to the site, and now this is going to force a whole lot of drone.
It's honestly, again, similar to the first round where you have one team taking a little bit of an early man-count advantage, but very quickly the trades come in. So both these teams showing how well they are practiced together and showing exactly what we were talking about during the break, that these teams have been to majors, a lot of the players have been to majors and SIs, and they know exactly how to play against each other. This is very much a titanic battle, make no mistake.
100%. I mean, the new Elevate is just the old Gaming Gladiators roster. So
Yeah.
it is literally 2
With
teams who
Speakeasy.
have been to majors with Speakeasy. Speaking of him, he's going to find one onto IDFC. Jalita now down to 2 players in the final 20 seconds here, just before the execute. Jalita looking for an avenue into the bomb site, but Elevate have moved out. They've expanded their reach to hold on to more site than they really need. DCH goes for the drop. He's taken out by Speakeasy, who's on for 3, looking for 4 here if he can find Sapper, but it's all up to him in 5 seconds. Here's the drop. Spots 1, takes the head, but cannot find any more. Speakeasy does find his 4th in the round, and Elevate are going to take round number 2 on defense.
That was harder than expected to see angle from Speakeasy. He was practically out in the open behind those couches, but it just seemed like Sapper, like myself, couldn't quite figure out where that player was. Barcode has dropped out again, unfortunately, and might have a little bit of a pause depending on how things go. But good response from Elevate. They decided, okay, we tried in Master Bedroom, didn't quite work out. Let's go to Barn Gaming. Barn Gaming, unlike in Ranked, surprisingly works a lot more at the competitive level. It just seems to be a case where a lot of teams get very much focused on clearing out the second floor and realizing if the defenders are playing expanded, then they can't really go for a plant. But ironically, in Ranked, the reason why it's a little bit more attacker-sided than in competitive, it feels like, it's just because people rush a lot more in Ranked.
Yeah, definitely more of an aggressive sort of style of gameplay in Ranked, I suppose. To some degree, the norm a while ago, this is just before I sort of took my break from the whole comp side of things, Kitchen was one of the preferred sites as a secondary because you could extend into office as well as piano side of things, and that was where teams were the most comfortable because your primary site obviously is your office bedroom, with your piano as your extension. So teams do often opt to go towards those kinds of sites, but I mean, Elevate have shown a pretty diverse sort of maneuverability so far. They lost that first round. They instantly went back to down to bar instead of trying it again. And now we're going to see that second attempt from them finally. So Jalita, they have it down to a pattern, but Elevate, hopefully they've changed something up.
Problem for Elevate, though, is going to be the fact that Barcode is kind of flitting in and out due to connection problems, presumably. And as we said, this is an attack-sided map, so you kind of want every single defensive body up, at least as a gun, if not as someone washing the camps, even if they die early. And Barcode right now can do neither when he's out of the server entirely. So Ape is going to have to do a little bit more, play a little bit more aggressive to make up for that.
Yeah, the other thing we see Elevate doing as well is they bought a lot of traps. We've got Legion Frost and Capcan on the board to try and get one of those early sort of stingy picks if they can, which you sort of have to respect given the situation they find themselves in. Tolji almost taken out from the piano roof. He has a player pushing up his blue as well. The question is, does he know? He is going to hear the sound cues, does hit the deck to maybe try and find something, but Jalita are slowly just closing in, and they're not going too fast at all. They are waiting to try and find a one.
Don't think going prone is the right answer, and you can see he's gotten up already to try and face Mark. He takes one down right there. It's 2 down for Elevate now. It might be 3, but Frost couldn't really make that angle work. There was someone poking in, and there we go. That's Ape taken out as well. It's too easy for Mark right now.
Yeah, he's on a heater right now, but this is exactly what we were talking about. They just get that one and they're straight on in. Gelita have already pushed all the way through Piano Hall, finding themselves into Piano. Great refrag there from IDFC. Mr. Punch actually in a DBNO state, so technically not a refrag, not even a trade really, just good cover. DCH now getting the bomb down. Impact comes out to try and deny that. Can't quite spot the head of the planter, but he knows exactly where he's located. Nade comes through. This is going to be an amazing 1v5 here for Niqual. He's going to get one. He's instantly traded out by IDFC. Gelita, this top floor is theirs, not Elevate's.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be working out for Elevate. Certainly not with 4 members. And you could see, top floor is that kind of a site where you really do need 3 people playing around the mezzanine library area. Or if they're pushing in from the trophy side, you kind of want people coming in from that area as well. So you need 3 people on one side of the map, either side, right? And when Barcode drops out, it just becomes a 2-man push. Library to control gets taken really easily. Mezzanine comes in from the balcony outside. People pushing up the stairs, as we saw Mark. And then if you win your gunfights on top of that, then it's just impossible to hold on to that area. Roto? Seems.
Sorry. Mike was muted. It is definitely a matter of being spread too thin. We saw this last week as well with Elevate, except it was Arpe who was constantly disconnecting, and then we had the coach sort of sub in for the game. There was definitely a difference. While I forget the coach's name, I feel so bad. Sonan. While Sonan was playing, he was definitely doing his job. He had more kills than some of the core roster players, but you can tell that it wasn't the 5 stack. It was a spread too thin problem because the main 4 were trying to do so much while Sonan was filling in. In this case, they don't even have the fill. It is literally just the main 4 trying to do as much as they can, and they just can't. I mean, as you said, you pretty much said it exactly how it is. You've got only 1 player by Mez, that blue stairs sort of corridor, just they lose that instantly. Then you've just got them trying to play overly aggressive because they're down that player. They want to get that trade to put them back in that 4v4, but you see exactly what happened there. Mark walks up, he gets 1, and then you saw 2 people instantly rotate over to try and trade him out, and they ended up losing 2 more in the process, down to a 1v5. I mean, it's just... It is really throwing rocks at a boulder here. There's not really much Elevate seem to have done. Downstairs work perfectly for them. I don't know, maybe they should have gone to kitchen. It seems like the extension play is working for them because they can get the 1 and then disappear. Whereas what we've seen now, that round, it was very much we're going to stay inside of the site, and that was pretty much it. We had 1 player at top Mez who literally got pushed off in 20 seconds. So for Elevate, unless Sonan comes back and makes another appearance, they literally probably going to be 4v5 this entire game. With the Gelita, that is pretty much a free W.
Indeed, and just before we throw to a break, because we are going to have a little bit of an extended rehost, as Proto said, we might see Sunan step in this time for Barcode. Just wanted to cap it off with the fact that, the rotations, as you said, when they came in, 2 people to come in and try and trade Mark out, it was once again a daily $1 shot, because once you are scrambling in that manner against a team as good and experienced as Gelita, you are going to be on the back foot, because Gelita, as you said, they take control so fast, and when you come in for the trade, you are very much coming in a little bit blind and a little bit too late when you don't have control.
Yeah, exactly. Said perfectly. We're going to cut to an extended break. We don't know how long we're going to be, but as soon as we're back, we'll get right into the action, back with game number 1. Don't go anywhere. Hopefully, we'll be back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We apologise for the extensive break period, but we are finally back. Unfortunately, from what I can see here on the screen in front of me, I do not think Barcode is going to be returning anytime soon. He may continue to attempt to reconnect, but I don't know how that, unfortunately, will go for him. So Elevate, by the looks of things, for the rest of map number 1, are going to have to 4v5 it, unless he can continue to try to reconnect. But given the situation so far, Imphian, I don't think it's looking good for Elevate.
So, good news. Elevate got 1 round on the defense here. We have seen 5-1 comebacks on maps such as Chalet. We have seen 5-1 comebacks when you go to the preferred side. And Oompa Loompa apparently was what Barcode was setting his nickname as. Or the other way around, actually. And he has, unfortunately, as Proto said, disconnected. So, they've got 1 round on the defense. They can still make this comeback happen, but I think Proto, what we've seen from the first 3, is they can't go to the second floor. No way.
Yeah, no, look, I don't think the second floor is viable, not with 4 people. With 5, it may have been achievable, but with 4, no way. I don't think it's going to happen. So for Jolita, as I said at the start, this is going to be what I can only imagine about as easy as it comes, if they just play the way that they have been the entire game so far. If they don't, that's their fault, because it's basically an easy win for them if they play their cards right.
Indeed. Ape, once again, as we said, trying to make up, as is Speakeasy, trying to make up for that reduced man count by going for the spawn peak, so at least a late peek in, and you can see the attackers are very wary of this. They ulti were punished in the first round. They still managed to take the win. Where that pushes Ape and Speakeasy back, and Speakeasy might actually be caught a little bit alone if he gets pinched right now.
Interesting that we see the... I've honestly forgotten what that... It's Brava? I think it's Brava.
Yeah.
It's good that we're seeing Brava, but at the same time, kind of not really, because she doesn't bring much other than extra drones. It's basically a glorified Twitch at this point, because we don't have Maestro, which Brava is obviously very good for getting rid of, but there is no need really for it, other than maybe taking over specific cameras. I'm not really too sure. Dokkaebi in play as well. I mean, line Dokkaebi in a 4v5, that's cheese.
Yeah, I mean, they could bring Ram if they really want to make things really difficult. Rams. Yeah, but particularly right now, if they brought a Ram, that would be a nightmare for these 4 defenders, because they won't even have sight to may be a safe haven for them, and I think that's the strategy that Jolita maybe should look to employ. Yeah, you're playing in a 5 versus 4, you have an advantage, so might as well press it.
Do as much damage as you can, I think, is going to be the motto of Jolita here, as quick and as hard as possible. In and out, literally just into the site and straight out. No, so close for 2. IDFC trade Speakeasy out after the frag on the mark, but that's the line down with 1E, 1D left, so that's good. We see where Mr. Punch is set up, and this could get interesting.
That's the thing. Mr. Punch is looking very, very interested in making a beeline into sight. Nykel seems to be the only one ready to receive this, because Ape has to watch a completely different angle. He might actually get this one because they don't seem to be aware. Nykel got his, and Ape is trying to get his, and Nykel gets another, and this is actually turned really well into Elevate's favor. Jolita not able to capitalize.
Wow.
Nykel gets 3. Great round from the Frost.
Given that Elevate in a 4v5, they could have just done this upstairs. I mean, would have been cool. But it just seems that downstairs is where they are a little bit more comfortable. Jolita, even with the advantage they find themselves having, could not lock that one out. Unfortunately, they lost too many bodies too quickly, and they could not make anything of that round. Bit of a shame, but it's good for Elevate. Keeps them in for a little bit longer. But yeah, Jolita got to wise up. Bar Gaming, Elevate have already won in a 4v5 as well, keep in mind. So see if Jolita will want to switch anything up coming into this round.
Yeah, they've gone for the first floor Bar Gaming again. As you said, they are very much not interested in going back to second floor. And the theory, I think, going back to what we talked just before the break in the middle, was the overextension that we thought. And I think that is still the case. And when you go to one of these first floor bomb sites, it's a lot easier to rotate back into site and hold the channels for approaching the site while you're yourself off-site. So, for example, that kill that Ape got from blue stairs all the way into the guy who was at fireplace and trying to open the wall, that is a channel that is able to be held by Ape even though he's so far off-site, but because that path is so near site and looks directly into the first floor bomb sites, that's why he could manage to take the win, and Nyquil as well on West Mead.
Yeah, some good kills there from Elevate, some good positioning. For Gelita, though, they are now going to have to, unfortunately, play a little bit of catch-up. They lost that round. It's equal, but they want to get back ahead, especially in the position they find themselves in. You want to have rounds, especially on the attacking side of this map. I mean, this is where you got to put the brunt work in.
Ape still, I think in every single round, he's tried to go for this late spawn peak, so to speak. Speakeasy goes for the run out, doesn't quite get it, just a little bit off time. Ape very brazenly going for this peak, and that's why you don't want to do it once you have been found out. DCH cleans him up.
Nyquil, a bit of an interesting position here from him. He will get flashed, so he is the warden, and he will be able to sort of brush that one off and get away. But if DCH honestly had just swung that, that would have even been a freebie.
Yeah.
Arpe, I think, a little bit too sort of gung-ho with it. I mean, yes, you want to get that kill to sort of equalize things out, but the way that it was attempted to be achieved, possibly not the smartest given the situation you find yourself in.
And once again, you can see Mark is coming in with the pin from the other angle, and it's going to be a really bad time for Nyquil. He is, I think, effectively alone. Tolji isn't going to be able to get him traded or protect him in any proper sense of the word, because when Mark comes out, he's going to come out in conjunction with the player in Library, and Mr. Punch has cleaned up Speakeasy anyway.
Yeah, in a 2v5, it's not looking good. Gelita really have sort of locked in. They've got great info. They know the remaining two players are going to be somewhere close to the site. Nyquil now definitively being called out, taking down Mark. But Tolji and him are literally the last two remaining members of Elevate against 4 from Gelita with good utility. It's not looking good.
That said, it is still a 2-2 result, and very nice back and forth that Nyquil actually wins.
Ooh.
Nyquil is absolutely cracked right now in a 1 versus 2. He could actually make this ace clutch happen. So 1 versus 2. He is in the spot that the attackers usually are when going for the plant. So actually he has a lot to work with. Once they try to go for the plant or try to get for the diffuser, he'll be able to stop them. Now he needs to get both of them in one swing.
He's going to be able to put the glasses on, but they're not going to do too much for him. He got the skill factor +5, but unfortunately not the hit factor. Nomad on literally a single HP there from earlier in the round. The SMG-12 just not having enough damage to get that job done there. Unfortunately, would have been better off for the MPX, but it's okay. Elevator going to ask for a pause. And even then, though, in that 4v5, Gelita, they let that get pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, letting Nyquil get away with 3 before he was eventually taken down is too many. Way too many if you're Gelita. I mean, he was in Library for so long, and he was not even pushed out. They droned him once. I mean, yeah, he literally got droned once, and they just left. So I don't know. Interesting strategy. Elevate have asked for a pause. Unfortunately, I think it's been denied by the admins. It is going to be play ball. And Gelita, I mean, one more round for a 4-2 attacking half. Great start to Chalet.
So the funny thing is, in that 1v2, if I think Elevate had the diffuser, Gelita had the diffuser, I think Nyquil could have won that, because one guy would have most likely been tempted to go for the plant, especially with one entire bomb site free, and with only one person watching the cross, I think Nyquil in that kind of form, when given the aggressive impetus, he could have taken that win. Just didn't happen to be the case.
Can I just say, Lion, Blitz, Dokkaebi, and Grim in a 4v5 is wild from Gelita. You just don't need it. They're just trying to
want to close it.
They want to get it in, and if Elevate keep giving him freebies like that, unfortunately, it's going to be a pretty quick one, Imphian. As much as I'd love it to go the full 3, yeah. Okay. I mean, why? Told you didn't need to do that. For Gelita, it's great, but for Tolja, I mean, they just look at them. All of them have their heads out of windows right now, except for Nikwal, who is hiding in library again.
He had his face out on a window when he just said that. Actually,
oh my god.
Okay, how does?
Oh my god.
How does that win? What? Speaking,
he was going for the plant in the middle of the site.
Oh, that's surprising. A little bit of an oversight. So Gelita, I think, you talked about how they let it get really close in the previous round. They might let it happen again. They show a little bit of naivety when they're trying to go for the man card advantage, trying to take advantage of that 2v5 situation. DCH once again walks into sight. He knows someone's here inside of the connector. They're going to try and pinch him, but it's a little bit imprecise.
Yeah, with Nikwal still above, a plant's going to be relatively difficult. DCH will finally find Speakeasy, and Nikwal now coming down the library stairs in an attempt to try and retake the side. A 1v3, he's going to need 4 to win this round. Doesn't have any calls left on Dokkaebi or Lion to worry about. Capital uses one of his final asphyxiation bolts to get this bomb down. He knows there's one in bar, will find the first, but not the second close under the door. Sapper locks it out for Gelita, a 4-2 half. Elevate left trailing, but Nyquil does have something to say about this. He's keeping the hopes and dreams for Elevate alive at the moment.
Genuinely, if Barcode was here, I can see this being a 4-2 in Elevate's favor. Nyquil has been on a tear. In the 3 rounds that we have played since the reconnect, he's gotten 8 kills, 3k, 3k, 2. And genuinely, he could have cleaned all of them up if he just had a little bit of luck going his way. He just got frozen out of position. And maybe you can argue that's a little bit of his fault, but he was doing all that he could, and the rest of his team, as we saw Tolji and Ape just giving away their lives for no good reasons, putting their faces in windows and just swinging blindly.
Yeah, I don't know what the plays were there from Tolji and Ape. I mean, Tolji I can sort of understand because the player shot down the window. He could have jumped in, could have been a freebie, but like, even still, in that situation, you don't want to be doing things that are a maybe. You want definitive, you want to call out, you want to, I know this player is here and I can win this one. Whereas it was sort of a, oh, hey, shut the door down, let's have a look. Yeah, I don't know. Didn't really work out. Neither with Ape. Nikwal, I mean, he survived, lucky him. Speakeasy just sort of got traded out on an off angle, so it is what it is. But yeah, a bit difficult. They're going to go to the basement now. First time we're going to see a downstairs bomb site.
Let's see what Elevate shows on the attack. Now, I don't expect them to go a little too crazy over here on the attack.
Free wall?
What's going on? No denial here on the wall. I was about to comment that they didn't bring a two-barrel, and then I realized, hang on, they don't even have a mute jammer on that wall.
They did. It was on the drone hole, though. I could hear it. There is definitely one there. A lovely shot, though, from Mr. Punch to take down the Yana. I mean, okay, Ape is going to find one, though. So they do sort of trade it. But yeah, I mean, the way that this is shaping up, it's looking like Elevate are going to get this backside open pretty quickly, and Gelita, they still have the player advantage, but they're going to have to play a little bit harder defense.
Very sloppy from Elevate, from Gelita's side over here, the way that Nigel lost his life. They just weren't ready for the counter-aggression from Gelita on the fireplace doorway. And that's something genuinely you have to be ready for at this level. A team that is as experienced as Gelita, and taking down Nigel, the guy who's gotten 8 kills in 3 rounds, that might just be the death knell in this attacking round. It's a 3 versus 4, but you can see the defenders have great positions.
Good Nitro, unfortunately not deep enough, and Dokkaebi's going to walk in. Speakeasy makes quick work of Sapper as the calls ring out throughout the site. Smokers are going to come as well, but Speakeasy's down in the process. IDFC now on the flank from above. RP will get one, but from this hatch he can do so much damage. The sweep from Mr. Punch puts the diffuser on the floor. It's now a 1 versus 2. Unless the ace can get Dokkaebi back up, Speakeasy will be put back in the frame, but the drop from IDFC. They're both given to him on a silver platter, and Gelita a little bit too close for comfort. But the first round, and arguably the hardest site to win on defense, has been ticked off the board.
That was a little bit lucky, for sure, for timing on the smoke, because the smoke came in just as Sapper wanted to throw his C4 out, and he was waiting for it. It just obscured him just that much that he actually ended up sticking it to the near wall rather than the far wall where the run in was coming in from the attackers, and that actually destroyed his own shield that took away his strong position. And I was just speaking at that very moment, like, oh, defenders have strong positions, etc., etc. Nearly went pear-shaped, but of course, the attackers just too insurmountable, that kind of man-count disadvantage, and the time that was lost.
Yeah, it's definitely, I don't know, for Elevate, that was a very well done round, especially with Naqual going down early. But I think it was more of a Jolita fault. I mean, there was so much wrong in that round. There was no mute jammer on the wall. There was no, and I don't know if it's deliberate. It could definitely well be, but I mean, I'm not sure. We see extensions as well from them. It's definitely interesting defensive strategies, but yeah, I don't know. Elevate, they're gonna have to try a whole lot harder if they want to try and get some of these rounds.
Yeah, and the funny thing was there was no Bandit, there was no like Kaid on the hatches as well, no Tubarao, even though he's available, and Tubarao Bandit combination, even with the changes, is genuinely nigh insurmountable. It'll funnel all the attackers through doorways rather than walls. So little bit of a trick missed. It gave Elevate a lot of chances, but still, 4 vs 5 with the man count disadvantage. They couldn't make it work. Now it's 4 vs 4.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate have sort of found their way in, and they're just locking these roamers down. They've already found one. They've spotted a second, and unfortunately for Mr. Punch, I think he's as good as gone here, especially with the player coming to trade. No, he's going to get one before he is taken out, but Elevate explode with 3 early kills and a direct avenue into the bomb site. They don't even have anybody downstairs in kitchen. I mean, Wamai has literally just made it back, and that was it for a small second there. So Elevate, great entry, but Jolita have sort of recovered.
Indeed, Elevate once again with the advantage, and more importantly, I think with the advantage, you have Nykel and Speakeasy still up. Now, Speakeasy needs no introduction. He is one of the best players in the entire region, especially if you put him on an international stage. And Nykel in this match so far has been nearly unstoppable, nearly because he did get stopped in the previous round, but every other round he has gotten kills. It's been at least 2. He's looking for his second now. Good positions, good drones, good information coming in, and utility being burnt for the defenders. They are in very much a tough spot. And we talked about the overextension when Elevate were defending. Now, look at how far back Jolita have been pushed.
Yeah, they are on the final ropes. No nitros, no impacts for denial at all on the defensive side of things, which is going to make it difficult. But if they keep feeding Mark freebies like that, Elevate could be looking at a very bitter end here. They now have to try and get this diffuser down. Only one to cover. Hop on has been called. One spotted outside the main wall. They're worried about K9 door, but the down onto Sapper is going to make this a whole lot more difficult now for Mark, who has to go into the post plant 1 versus 2. He has the calls. He knows where they both are. Spots one, but can't quite kill either. And unfortunately, this is going to make things very difficult for him as he has to walk back in, does find the one, has to now look for the second onto Speakeasy. Could go for the revive, but I think that might be the shout here. He's going to put Sapper back into the fray. For Speakeasy, this just got a whole lot more harder.
Well, that was a little bit of a lucky situation because of the castle barricade. Actually, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to get his teammate up. Speakeasy takes one down anyway, and the jump out, they know where the Capcan is. Speakeasy going to go for the secure. A little bit dangerous, actually, because he nearly got his head taken off by Capcan. And now loses the fight, but it's too late. It's very easily done, and a good round from Elevate to take the third and perhaps start a comeback.
Yeah, very well done. They've definitely locked in. You can tell the playstyle has definitively changed from when they were on the defensive side. Jolita, first round looked great on that defense, but second round, not so much. I mean, almost a dub there for them. Managed to get that to the 1v2 from the 2v1, and then the pickup obviously was great, but not quite enough, unfortunately, there for Mark. Also maybe lacking a little bit of coordination. Sort of Mark walked out and died. And then Sapper was left by himself and then was already halfway through running out. And then it was just detected, thank you, game over. So I don't know if that was a coordination thing or someone got lost doing something thing. But either way, it means that Elevate get another round and keep themselves in this game for just that little bit longer.
Yeah, so I believe Barcode is still trying to reconnect. So in that scenario where he does manage to reconnect, Elevate are in a very, very good spot. 5 versus 3 while being on the 5-3 on the scoreboard while being 4 versus 5. Not a bad shot at all. And I think 2 of the 3 rounds that they have won so far, and the first one on attack, as we saw just now, was without Barcode. So if they can keep this up, just obviously a little bit off the backs of Abe, Nykel, and Speakeasy, then they could make things happen. We haven't talked much about Tolji, actually, who has not had a good game so far.
Yeah, but he's doing the brunt work. We can't really sit here and say Tolji hasn't had a good game because every wall has been opened by him. Every call pretty much probably has been made by him. And all the droning has been done exclusively by him. Aside from the start of the round, obviously, but late round to mid round, Tolji is the only person doing any of this supporting work. We always used to say it: support players are God's chosen children because they do everything that the entry fraggers don't want to do. But yeah, 0-4 doesn't really matter because he is doing so much aside from getting kills that he doesn't really need to be getting any frags at the moment.
Unfortunately, it might begin mattering if Ape can't get this. I was just going to say, if Ape loses that fight on that swing, that might be trouble because then he would need to step up and get some frags for his side. But it doesn't seem to bother Elevate. Look at how confidently they swagger in. And it's the same kind of confidence that Jolita were showing on their attacking half as well. They see a drone coming, they deal with some minor utility, and immediately inside, pushing down, gun up, and when the swing inevitably comes, because this is the aggression that comes out from these Thai teams, then it's punished.
I mean, Jolita especially we've talked about it, they are that battle-hardened SI sort of major team, and they're just making simple mistakes. Drone comes through, you probably hear the vault, and the first thing you do is stare at the drone. You got to be waiting for the player. I mean, this is just simple sort of, maybe the audio wasn't quite there. There were ash charges going off. I'm not too sure. But it's just things like that. You've always got to assume there's a player, especially in a position like this. Elevate are going to be forced to make those rash decisions. And they've been doing that so far. And it's found them 2 kills.
Well, Nykel's in a great spot. Speakeasy gets 1. Now Nykel gives his position away because DCH has been found and killed. Mark gets 1, takes a little bit of damage from the track stingers. Mr. Punch tries to go for the swing, but again, as we have been saying this whole round, the attackers are ready. And Tolji gets his first kill to cap off a very, very strong round where Elevate genuinely, I don't think at any point looked like they were going to lose.
I think it's a big positional difference as well. You look at where Elevate are playing compared to where Jolita are playing, there's definitely holes that have been taken advantage of. You literally had a player in your library connector waiting for the jump in. Where did this player go? Where did they go? Gridlock jumps in sandwich, walks all the way through, kills your mezzanine player, and then kills your connector player. What was the connector player looking at originally? I don't know. Maybe a drone, maybe something, maybe worried about the highway window. I mean, I don't know. But whatever it was, cost you 2 kills. And for Jolita, they can't be giving those types of kills away, especially in a game like this. They are holding a lead in a 4 versus 5, and they're about to lose it, well, go equal, if Elevate keep turning things up like they have been. I mean, Elevate are just putting on a show right now, and Jolita are sort of lost in the sauce a little bit.
Yeah, they just are late to the party, and funnily enough, that was Elevate's situation too when they were defending. It just seems like both these teams play very similarly to each other on the attack and on the defense. And it's remarkable, given, as you said, the experience and the similarity in playstyle, that the team with 4 versus 5 is bringing this back slowly, 2 rounds in a row, and the second one even stronger than the first.
I mean, even before the roster swaps, back when Jolita was Elevate and Elevate was GG, minus obviously a couple of players, those were the 2 powerhouses of SEA. Like, they were the 2 big teams, and these were the two giants that always used to fight on game day, Elevate versus Gaming Gladiators. So I'm not really surprised that we're seeing pretty much a repeat of past events. But to see it in a 4 versus 5 is something that GG didn't do when Jolita was Elevate. This is completely different. And I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Indeed. So, slow start this time around. 1 minute in. No engagements and not much map control taken over. They have gotten a lot of info, Elevate, but they haven't really made inroads. You can see we have, I believe, Tolji has made his way inside, and they're going to deal with this mirror window now, which is on the first floor, but the site is down in the basement. So last time out, they got a freebie on the snowmobile wall opening, right? And this time they're going for the clear. I think this might be a bad idea if IDFC is able to get one, and if support comes his way.
Yeah, it could definitely be an interesting problem here, but Jolita are going to start the thing off early, thing being giving away freebies. Arpe, a little bit worse for wear, but nothing that a little bit of time won't fix and a good positions. Elevate open up that main wall with a 4v4 left to go for the execute. This is in pretty good standing for both sides.
Mirror windows now. The second one is down as well here on the basement. This shield was kind of where a little bit of the chaos happened in the previous basement defense. But you can see it's 50 seconds. Speakeasy still trying to clear upstairs. He knows he needs to take this upstairs control. But Nykel and Tolji, they're just waiting for the sign. And Sapper is still up here. He has been spotted out, I think, and definitely known. But Api gets that one kill that they needed. DCH goes down, but Mr. Punch swings him right through the smoke. And it's 2 versus 2. This plant has been stopped with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, good from IDFC. Not enough cover, but the mainstairs will be able to retrieve the diffuser. And now it's all up to Naqual, who is going to go retrieve his Osa shield to go for the plant behind it. However, I don't think he realizes there are 2 nitros in play here for both of the remaining defenders. This isn't going to bode him well if he's taken down, especially with his cover now being removed from the equation. Nitro comes through. Lots of damage. Not enough for the frag, but it's all right. Sapper's there to finish it, and Jolita will reignite the spark with a great round to put them back in the lead, and now finally finding themselves on match point.
And again, feels like a very easy, so to speak, excuse or a reason to cite, but they lost so much time making that clear happen. And when, even if Barcode, for example, was not a good fragger, which he is, even if he was just someone who was droning, that frees up one of the other guys to go and get the kills or drone another area of the map. And when you had Jolita expanding very correctly, which they read into, they expanded on the second and the first floor and wasted so much time with utility dedicated on the first floor too. And they knew, because there's 4 people only on Elevate. They're going to take more time to clear. They're going to be a little bit more cautious in taking engagements. That's what happened. And they almost got it, but the cover wasn't perfect, which again we can attribute to a lack of man count from the very, very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, the play there might have even just been go deep into books and just hold the cross through connector, because behind the shield, they're not really going to do too much unless they walk out of blue or go into connector, which is where you would have got that kill. But they're expecting main stairs, which is exactly where it was. So, well read by Jolita. Elevate, a good attempt. But as you said, again, another, they're spread too thin problem. Just not enough. I mean, yeah, didn't have enough people to clear kitchen. It just all sort of cascaded into a big problem, which is a bit of a shame.
Mr. Punch bringing some more information over here, and I think this might be the last round in this matchup, and we have seen a good contest overall. It's a sloppiness that has been a little bit annoying to see from both sides. Now, Nykel is going to try and push solo effectively here. They know that there is a player, that know there is information on him after he took down that Echo drone, but there's 3 members he's going to face up. And I don't see a proper pinch forming from the side of Elevate.
No, they got no one out K9, which is interesting.
Exactly.
But IDFC is in a really good position if he's allowed to stay there with no pressure from that K9 door. The walk-in arguably is going to be the problem, but K9 wall has now been opened up. IDFC spotted, told you knows that drone's gone, so she's going to swap instantly straight off. Now drone to confirm, though. Jalita, they might lose one as Elevate look to collapse on this player inside a piano.
Ape's holding a nice little angle. The only downside is he could get swung here. Almost collects one if he had just gone maybe 2 seconds before, right after the swing. But you can see that these guys are playing a little bit more cautious. RP on the defense got punished, I think, 3 rounds. Just putting his face in windows.
Yeah, 100%. The call has been given. The Echo stuns come in to support as well. Nikwal in a bit of a bad spot. Doesn't spot the Echo, but will get the down onto DCH. His position is constantly being routed, though, to IDFC, who doesn't know if there's anyone there to support. A pistol kill confirmed just before, answered back by the 9mm. But this also leaves IDFC upstairs unchecked.
Oh, IDFC gets one more, and this is looking all over. Nikel's down. He was in a really tough spot. He almost got the flash out in time. If he had done it, I'm sure the Frost would have been killed. IDFC took a lot of damage for his troubles anyway. But Ape, once again, left holding angles, and that's not something you can do on the attack with just 30 seconds left and in the 2v4.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Elevate at all. They need to get at least 2 before they go for this plant here. Smokes to come. Ape almost taken down by IDFC, who still remains upstairs. Will finally find that kill, and it's the Nitro from Mark for Jalita. They're going to take game 1 on Chalet, leaving a bit of a sour taste in Elevate's mouth due to that 4v5, but they're still in good hopes. It's good halves in chat. 7-4 is a valiant effort, especially being down a player. You cannot falter them on that. It was well done by Elevate. Unfortunately, unfortunately not enough to propel them to the victory had they had their 5th. I'm assuming we're going to look into a little bit more on the tech side of things during the break if we can return Barcode. But if we don't get Barcode back, I'd assume we will probably see Sunan step in for the remaining possibly 2 maps. But other than that, really good from Jalita. Honestly, nothing I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, it was a good showing from them. They got their early advantage when they were on the attack. It was a 4-2 half, and they nearly let it drop. It went to 5-4 at that point, and that's when kind of it felt like Elevate just ran out of steam. Jalita also stopped being so sloppy. We were talking about the sloppiness on both sides from both teams. And it just seemed like Jalita realized that, okay, we just pull back a little bit, we play a little bit smarter, we use more information, and you can see in the last round, they brought the Echo and stuff, and just getting the information just changed the game, because instead of swinging blindly, they kept their aggression up, but they were swinging with a lot more information and a lot more knowledge and of the angles that they needed to look at first.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it sloppy necessarily. I think it was more of we'll call it a primitive game style. There was a lot of things left to be desired. There wasn't the structure there from Elevate. They were missing a player. There wasn't necessarily anything wrong with what Jalita were doing, but they were definitely overzealous because they want to further their lead. They want to find those early kills. They put their heads in windows. They do silly things because they already know that they have that one-man advantage to sort of play with how they choose. Maybe not sloppy, maybe a little bit of over-courageousness, if you want to say something along the lines of that, but I wouldn't chalk it up anything less than these are 2 of the best teams in the region, and it is just unfortunate that one of them was playing with 4 players. We are going to head straight to the break, though. We're going to see if we can get Barcode back in. While we do that, don't go anywhere. We'll be back for game number 2, Clubhouse, shortly.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars.
Go!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We are here once more with the Rainbow Six Elite Community Series. Game number 1 was an absolute stunner. A very quick one, a very unfortunate one as well if you're an Elevate fan, but 7-4 to Jolita on Chalet. Don't think we're expecting anything else after the start that they had. But now we're heading on to map number 2 of the night, which is Clubhouse. I'm interested to see how this goes. It's a back to basics map. It's a map that every team extensively that plays competitive should know by like the back of their hand. And if you don't, you shouldn't be playing competitive Siege because this, Oregon and Cafe are going to be your bread and butter.
Oh,
Yeah, hopefully this one's going to be a little bit more competitive than it was in the last match. I mean, it was still competitive. Elevate did have some really good rounds, some really dominant rounds, even only having 4 players. So Jolita are going to have to sort of watch themselves, I think. But again, this is a map that you need to know. This is your competitive top 3. It has to be. This is probably one of the maps that is the most extensively scrimmed in any region. Oregon as well, obviously. So if either of these teams are out of practice on Clubhouse, I'm not going to be too surprised. Sorry, I will be very surprised is what I'm supposed to say, because it is one of the maps that these guys should be playing every day. You know, if I see anything out of the ordinary, I'd be surprised. I really would. I don't think we're going to see anything new, but I also don't think we're going to see anything silly. This is about as easy as it gets.
yep. So we saw decent flashes from Elevate, and I think the main reason I think Elevate lost Chalet was just the fact that they didn't really have the 5-man, and we saw them trying to make up for that, compensate for the lack of manpower. That doesn't quite work out on a map like Chalet, especially the 2 second floor defenses that they attempted. Both of those moments were lost because they couldn't keep enough control over the library and mezzanine area, and they had to quickly bring players over from Solarium side over to try and make trades happen, and they were too late for that. Now, on Clubhouse, even if Barcode doesn't really have that stability, I think it will still be a lot closer. Elevate have shown us very, very good stuff. Nykel was on fire. I think he ended up with 12 kills and 6 deaths in since the rounds that we played after the disconnect. So that should have been about 9 rounds, I think. Extremely great rate of return from him. And Ape was on fire too. Speakeasy was turning up. Toji was the only support player left, and he can't do too much. And hopefully Barcode can come in and show us basically what this Elevate can do.
Yeah, with 5 it'll be good. I think Clubhouse is a map that's a little bit more forgiving though if you've only got 4 players. You know, there's not as much to hold. You don't really have to extend too far for any of the sites because they are pretty well rounded. I mean, cache, CCTV, downstairs you can bunker with 4 people pretty easily. I mean, even upstairs, after the bar changes, bar is even viable to some degree. So, you know, with 4 players, it's definitely a map that you can play really well. if you're at that if you find yourself at your disadvantage, which at this point in time Elevate currently do, or at least did, depending on how Barcode goes as we get on into this. We are just waiting for the match start now, but yeah, look, fingers crossed that Barcode on his new PC will actually be able to remain in the lobby for longer than he was out of the lobby in the last game.
Yeah, he I think only got to play one round on Chalet, and thankfully Elite did capitalize on that. They won that round, even though it was 4-0. But another aspect of Clubhouse that makes it a little bit more favorable to a 4 versus 5 scenario is because it's so big and there are multiple traversal routes for defenders to move or even attackers to move in and make pinches happen. There are multiple walls that you can open up to approach the sites. There are hatches involved as well, and you have a little bit more structure in that, and you also have a little bit more freedom to adapt, so you don't have to overextend too much, as you said, or if you do want to extend, you just have fewer opportunities for whoever you're playing against to lock you out from returning back to site, for example.
I mean, if you think about it, on Chalet, most of the sites only have sort of 2 direct, 3 direct entry routes. You look at most of the sites on Clubhouse, and I'm pretty sure if you did the math, all of the sites have more than 5 or more entry options into the site. And that's just one. That's not both sites. That's just one site. I mean, look at CC Cash. You've got main wall, red stairs, highway wall, garage wall. That's like 5 just there. And that's just garage. So yeah, it's pretty extensive. Your avenues are definitely a lot more open-ended. I'm not too sure how we are going to see this play out, again, given that we do have the unfortunate thing, which is Barcode's internet. It might be his internet, it might be his PC. We were told that it was possibly his PC and that he has got a new PC now. He's found one that he can borrow. So I'm not too sure if he's going to be on a different account or if it's just going to be a different PC or different connection. He's gone to his friend's house or something. I don't know. But whatever it is, he's trying something different, and hopefully that will put him back in the game. But yeah, look, going forward into this Clubhouse, it's going to be, I think, a lot closer than that last game was. Round for round, definitely a lot closer.
Yeah, and, early on, I think in round 2, we kind of jinxed it. We said, oh, this is expected to be a titanic battle between these 2 teams, X-Elevate and, New Elevate, all fighting against each other, familiar players, people who have been to SI, people who have been to Major. Couldn't quite get that, so I'm really hoping we get that opportunity to see that fight that we promised you guys, and we're waiting for ourselves, too.
Well, we've been promised a game at some point, but unfortunately it's not going to be right now. Barcode's still having some problems setting his stuff up, so we're going to head to a short break, and then hopefully we'll be back with that game that you want to watch as much as we do sometime in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll be back in a moment.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to boss me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone.
Well, after a extremely extended break, we are finally back with
Hello.
game number 2. A little bit of a nap in the pocket, and I suppose we are here. It took us a while, and Barcode is finally involved for his first game of the night, which is
Indeed.
good. But at the same time, taking too long. A bit of a shame, but yeah, that is what it is.
Well, Up is apologizing to you guys and to us. And just so you guys are aware, the rehost for Elevate has already been taken at the start of this map, right after the operator bans went through, which you can see at the top of the screen. You can see Tubarau's banned over here this time. But that means that if Barco disconnects again, it will once again be a 4v5 like it was on Chalet.
Yeah, not too sure. Bit of banter in the old chat's always good, but I mean, yeah. Something you have to keep in mind now that we move into map number 2 finally is that after game 1 there has been an extensive amount of time where we have had literally nothing at all happen. So these teams might not necessarily be firing on all cylinders like they were at the end of Chalet. And Barco definitely won't be. He didn't play the entire first game. So we're going to see if he's still clicking heads like he usually does or if he's still waking up.
Indeed. So, Nyko was the star player, I would say, of both teams on that first map of Chalet, and particularly impressive because he was on the team that was playing 4v5. So he got 12 and 6, and I think 8 of those kills came in 3 rounds. So hopefully he hasn't gone too cold during this wait, and he can bring that same fire, because Elevate need this map win if they want to progress on to the final and perhaps win it. Otherwise, this is it. They're already a map down. They lost map 1, Chalet 7-4.
Yeah, it's an interesting one so far, especially with that jump through. Nikwal will be punished for it, IDFC. He's going to find his first. His rotate down red stairs is being held right now, but Mr. Punch is a large unknown factor in this equation. Ape is moving forward to clear, and he's waiting for his supporting drone, but Solus is going to catch the better of him. Jalita, great positioning and some really great play. I mean, Elevate not even touching this top floor with DCH finding Speakeasy, who was just walking down the main stairs. Elevate, what's going on? This is an interesting play.
Yeah, it's gone very, very poorly indeed. Now, we had Jalita decide to go up. Oh, that's not a good idea, as was going to say. Barcode finally makes an impact here, takes down Mr. Punch, who took away 60% of his HP with that impact itself. But I was going to say that second floor expansion was cleared out really poorly by Elevate, and now they're 1v4.
Yeah, that round was not great at all from Elevate. DCH can actually see his feet wiggling there, but I don't think he realizes it. 4v1 for the remaining member of Elevate, Barcode, who hasn't seen any game time tonight at all, except for this is
one
second
round.
round.
Yeah.
So yeah, not a great deal on the board for him just yet. He's going to need an ace clutch to make this round his, but I really don't think he has it in the tank, unfortunately. So for Jalita, round number 1 on Clubhouse is theirs.
So let's look a little bit of the bans, since we do have some time. Kaid banned on the side of Elevate as we count down in the final 15 seconds, as well as Ying and the Tubarao and Hibana on the side of Jalita. Interesting choices. I think the Tubarao is thoroughly unexpected and actually might have been a response to banning. The Kaid might have been might have been a response to the Tubarao ban, as we see the end of this round with nothing happening. I'm very curious to see whether any of these teams actually go for the hatch clears, because in this round they couldn't even get that far, Elevate, before they were cut down by the second floor roamer of Solis.
Yeah, 100%. Great round from Jalita. I mean, Elevate just really sloppy. No basics at all from them. Top floor wasn't really extensively droned. Yeah, they had master bedroom con, but they didn't even go anywhere near top red. They had one guy at the bottom, and if they just sent Barcode up to pressure this Valkyrie out, we wouldn't have seen 2 kills for free for Jalita. I mean, Solus was just sitting in the corner inside of CCTV and was unchecked the entire round. Free kill. Valk pulled the player through Con. I mean, yeah, really, really sloppy from Elevate. That was sloppy. That wasn't, miscoordinated or anything. That was just, unfortunately, not what you want to see. But as I said, with an extended break, that might be what's happening, unfortunately. So, I don't know. We'll find out. They'll probably change up the strat here a little bit, but for Jalita, a free round doesn't hurt him.
It's a good start, but we have to remind everyone, of course, that Clubhouse, unlike Chalet, is considered more defender-sided. Now, of course, there are maps where two teams play, and it turns out to be attacker-sided or balance, or the entire events where that seems to be the case. But as far as the first map went between these two teams, attack definitely seemed to be stronger, and the only reason it seemed like Elevate lost that was because they ran out of manpower and were overextending. That's a good spot from Sapper. Nearly gets him a kill, but no damage done.
A little bit of damage doesn't hurt anybody, as the song states. But for Tolji, he's going to take a little bit trying to get this wall open. The Thatcher was allowed to go through, but the bandit trick from DCH has got the job done. They didn't even get an ace charge off. Now Bandit's new ability to juggle those two charges between his, even if there's one already on the wall, does make Bandit tricking a lot easier to do now. So he's going to get the wrong wall this time. He will stop the ace charges, but he's not going to be able to stop the thermites. The wall will be partially opened up for now, but and fully opened up now that charge is gone. But a valiant effort nonetheless.
Surprising that they didn't have anyone on the window to try and contest that Bandit. It's a very old school Bandit trick, well before Tubarao came into play, well before the Bandit charges. Bandit charge changes came into play as well. Surprising to see that he got away with one, but I'm glad that Elevate got it open eventually, even if they didn't put someone on the window. Mark is still holding here inside of Cash. Will Elevate make the same mistake again where they didn't drone properly? I don't think so. They certainly hear this Azami here.
Yeah, they hear. Might not necessarily see right now. Arpe popping heads here from the top of Red Stairs through those head holes. They're going to be able to take into Cash now and possibly move towards Con as well. Sapper does hold that cross. DCH for 1, Sapper for 2. They equalize the 3 versus 3. But I don't know. It might not necessarily be enough for them to walk away with this round. A lot of pings at the moment, trying to dedicate where players are. Mr. Punch the next in the sights of a player possibly, but he's going to find the kill before being traded out. Told you some good damage as well, finally being taken out himself. And as Niqual walks into sight for 1, he's put on low HP. But it's not looking good. I think this is a Jalita round.
Yeah, once again, Elevate started off this round really well, but they just kind of walked into line of sights without sufficient information. They were face checking very clearly the kill that happened on the hatch. Just simply lack of information from Barcode, and Mr. Punch cleans up one more. Over here, final member Nykel going down. Look at the information game on the side of defenders, and look at the way the Elevate were playing very clearly without enough information. Jalita even brought a mute down to try and deny as much information as possible. It didn't work out at the Cash CCTV side. Ape got 2. But immediately after that, the response was furious from Jalita.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting game so far. I mean, Jalita are locked in, but Elevate are sort of finding themselves a little bit sort of up in the clouds. I don't know. It's like they're there, but they're not there. They're playing a very weird game at the moment. A lot of solo here and there pushes and not really anything sort of gelling together for them at the moment. I mean, you look at the kills, it says enough. 2 players with 0, 2 with 1, and only Arpe finding himself 2. So, with 3 rounds in, it's not a lot to be desired, but you look over on Jalita's side, everyone's doing a lot better. I don't know. It's been a bit slow for Elevate so far, so hopefully they sort of pick things up going forward from this.
Yeah, genuinely, and given the fact that the issues with connections were for Barcode, who was on Elevate's side, I'm sure that wasn't particularly pleasant for them, because they were stressed that they were holding up the game, of course, and the fact that they would have to potentially play another 4v5. They were presumably talking to Barcode the whole way and just trying to assist him as much as possible, whereas Jalita, they just had to just wait and focus on their game, on their gameplay, and just carrying on what they showed in Chalet. Very good start so far, and DCH this time around, oh my goodness, he's brought the M870.
And he's going to get a down and a freebie onto Arpe at the cost of not a whole lot. The garage walls being opened up gives Elevate an avenue to look to try and push towards that backside of garage, push that player out from rafters. The wall now being forfeit too. I mean, if DCH is sort of smart with how he plays this, he could maybe go for a contest onto Speakeasy, who is upside down at the moment, but I don't think that's going to be the play. They're just going to buck this open and hope to avoid that altogether.
So DCH won't be very much of use engaging whoever's going to be on this rappel outside, but he's going to be waiting for them to come in. Marked is going to be the one presumably contesting alongside the Wamayev IDFC. They have a few angles to watch out for, particularly below in the garage, but it doesn't seem like there is too much pressure coming out from Elevate over there. They get one, Michael takes one, and now he moves into garage, gets a second. Oh, that's a collapse. Doji gets 1, 2, so 4 versus 2 is completely swung in Elevate's favor.
Another one almost there indeed. Will finally come out. The last bullet there for Niqual. Takes down Sapper, at least what's left of him. And Speakeasy cleans up Mr. Punch. Elevate fire back with a very dominant round. 4 players still standing at the end of it. They managed to lock in a really nice, solid round there for themselves. So, Gelita, they are still 1 round up. They just let things slip a little bit there. Again, back to basics. They just needed to sort of maybe keep things a little easier than they did. The bandit with the shotgun was cool, but could have maybe avoided it for that long range.
So the stark difference, obviously, what resulted in that comprehensive win for Elevate in that round was simply the fact that Elevate looked a lot more confident walking in. They had more information. They knew exactly where each player was. Those 3 kills that kind of cracked the case open when it went from a 4v5 to a 4v2, they had information on all 3 of them. And then, of course, the 3rd kill that Nigel got going up the garage stairs over here where Toti's drone is right now, that was also droned out. They had yellow pings on that Jaeger who was coming up from red side. And that's exactly what I was talking about. In the 2nd round, Gelita had all the information, all the knowledge, and Elevate didn't. Now, the moment Elevate got the information again, through their own hard work, they found success, and I think that's what they need to keep on doing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's Elevate's game to lose, arguably. I mean, Gelita, they did get that first game, so it does put them 1 round up on Elevate right now, which puts Gelita in a really good position. Having already got 2 rounds, arguably on the preferred side of this map is a good start for them. By any means, 2 rounds is great on defense of any map, but for Elevate, they're that 1 map behind. They are playing catch up. And so far, those first 2 rounds weren't beneficial for them, but that one was. So hopefully we see them fight back a little bit more than they did now they have barcode.
That is a very cheeky angle from DCH and a very common one seen in ranked all the time. And it's surprising that Elevate fell prey to that. They try to go for a second one as DCH. Speakeasy cleans them up as there's 1 more onto Mr. Punch.
It's unfortunate that he wasn't able to get another there. He was close, did some good damage to Speakeasy, but not enough to take him down. So Gelita, good kills. I mean, they got the ace, which is a big one because they can no longer open up that back bar wall now unless they Maverick it or they use the Monty High Breach charges, which they're going to have to dedicate to the hatches for ease of access. Right now, though, with that Monty alive and Legion dead, this is going to allow him to walk around pretty much wherever he wants now because those goo mines are not going to be constantly being deployed. It's going to make things a little bit easier for Elevate to make their way towards the site now as long as Gelita keep themselves in good spots.
Speaking of mines, one in a very awkward spot on the table. It's a very clever one, actually. Had there been someone playing the hatch? Sapper, though, he gets RP, and that's one of the big hitters taken off the board. Now, we haven't talked about this. I think neither of us realize this, but Barcode, he's playing Monty.
Yeah, that's It's a big choice. I mean, given that he keeps disconnecting, it's not really a huge problem that he's on the Monty. It's a good pick for if he does disconnect because he's not playing something like a hard breach or like a buck or something that's required. But it does allow Elevate to play that more aggressive style of siege. They can just walk through dirt here. It doesn't matter if there's someone in there with a shield waiting for them.
Oh, now they hear him.
Now they know he's coming. Things are going to get a little tighter. The Goyo is going to do a whole lot of damage, though. 50% of his HP removed. And they're just static. They're lost for what they want to do. They need information. They need to know where some of these players are. They're going to start popping the Goyos with perfect timing. These fires last for 15, 20, 30 seconds even. It's so long. The Barcode's now going to be able to enter the site. The drop from Blue is going to take a lot of damage. He takes some on his entry from gun case 2 for Mark with the hip fire. Last player in Blue, which is Niqual. He's not even going to get one. IDFC clean it out for Jalita.
I was about to say, they needed this player in Blue to be unlocked. He needed to die first before anything could happen, and they couldn't because the player on the stock hatch, it was an IQ. She doesn't have flashes. At most, she would have grenades, but he had actually brought claymores. There was no way to flush out the AC unit player, and when you can't flush the AC guy out, that AK guy is going to stay in his position without being challenged at all. He's going to be able to watch the hatch drop. He's going to be able to switch around to stop the dirt push in, exactly as we saw. And that one utility choice, or the player choice, I guess, of bringing the IQ and putting them on the stock hatch, that proved, I think, in my opinion, to be the fatal flaw in that final 30-second execute. Even with the Goyo charges going off, they could have made it work had they flushed out that AC player.
Yeah, 100%. Some great plays up in Kitchen. Some really good work so far from Jalita. And even losing those 2 players early, they managed to claw that round back. Mark, I mean, even some insult to injury, hip firing Maverick in dirt. Yeah, I mean, great defensive round there from Jalita. It's bottom floor on Clubhouse, though. I wasn't really expecting much less, to be honest. That is probably the hardest site to lose if you play it properly. So, I don't know. But, yeah, Elevate. It is unfortunate we're going to see Barcode go back to Ace now, though, not Monty anyway.
Yeah, they realized it wasn't quite working out. Oh, that's an ambitious run out from Mr. Punch. He actually downs 2. Actually gets 1, I believe. Ape
downed
off
1
the board.
and Ape died somewhere else, I think.
Right, yeah.
C that killed him.
Okay, yeah. That was a confusing sequence of events, and it's been the case. These 2 teams are so aggressive that when 1 kill comes out, 2 other kills are happening, or so something's happening on the other side of the map at the same time.
It's unfortunate too, because had Mr. Punch got that would have been your ace off the board, which would have only left Thermite. Losing the Ash isn't such a big thing, and to be fair, losing your Mozzie isn't really a big deal either. So it's 2 sort of negligible kills on both sides in terms of utility and what both players bring. But Niqual's just looking to walk up these red stairs and maybe try and find one onto IDFC or Mark. They're looking to engage these cash players early compared to what they did last time they played this top floor side.
Yeah, the Ash would have been great for the mirror window. IDFC gets 1 more. Nykel goes down, and Nykel's not quite having the success here, the runaway success that he had on Chalet. He's still got 4 kills, but that's been accompanied with 4 deaths. That means every single round, basically, that he's played, except for the one that Elevate won, he has died. And for someone who was 12-6 in the previous map, they need his fragging output right now. Mark knows exactly what angle is being watched from the fences. Doesn't quite know which area, but the moment Speakeasy moves, he will be exposed, and he won't win this gunfight.
3 versus 4. Barcode on low HP, so maybe 2.5 versus 4. Jalita in great positions. I mean, Mark, I don't know if he knows that Speakeasy is on that sort of vent spot that not many people use, to be honest, because they sort of nerfed it. You can't really get there anymore consistently. Obviously, Speakeasy can, but I know when I try it, I definitely can't. So I guess we'll find out. But yeah, 30 seconds left for the end of this round. It's not looking good here for Elevate unless they can find 2 kills quickly.
C4 goes out. I don't think it will hit, and that's an ill-advised swing from DCH. It actually equalizes the man count. Make that 3 versus 2, as is the case every single time you have multiple kills going in. 2 versus 2, Sapper gets back into Barcode. A diffuser's dropped in Logistics office. Mark is sitting on it. It's all up to Tolji, who's too far away. Surely he should have been the one with the diffuser jumping into Jim.
Yeah, as a Thermite, you'd imagine that he would probably be the one with the diffuser. Whoa, my gosh, why would you peek Mark not run? I know you've got diffuser control, but my gosh, let him have it. He wins it regardless, though. They had the red pings as well, so I guess that's good, but that was a little bit too close for comfort there for Jelita. You'll take the round where you get it, though. 4-1. Looking for a 5-1 split here. They are going to be able to go back to CC Cash as well, which is where Elevate did almost succeed. No, they did succeed on this site the other time that they played it. So I guess we'll see how that pans out for them. Some interesting op picks, though. We've got Maestro being sort of brought into the mix here now from Jelita and Mr. Punch. Elevate not switching too much up, though, on the attack, keeping it relatively the same every time we see. Yeah, that run out was nuts. Could have been so much better if he killed that ace, but unfortunately.
Did he bring the Roni?
Yeah, Roni on Mozzie, everyone does. 1.5, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, but, you know, when you're running out and you get 2 target-rich environments, Commander could have got that kill. He ran out of bullets, it seems like, and he couldn't quite decide which one to go for. But good attempt. I think the more problematic part of that round was the fact that Thermite didn't have the diffuser. It was Thatcher who was pushing through Logistics office. Too far to be traded out, and Tolji... I don't know whether Tolji himself was surprised or whether this was this conscious strategy decision. But it turned out to be a poor idea at the end of the day, and one of the reasons why the final execute once again at the final few seconds couldn't quite work out for Elevate.
Yeah, so far Elevate have had pretty good sort of entries, I suppose you could say. It's just the coordination side of it. We saw it on Chalet, and I sort of chalked it up to the fact that there was only 4 of them, but even now that they are back to the core 5, we have seen the same sort of mistakes over and over. I mean, you look at the position of DCH there. He's just proting on main. Normally, you would see when players like that were sort of just in those positions, you drone them. But we haven't even seen Elevate check that side of the map yet. And I mean, my show cameras like this, you don't normally see that. Mark opens it up, though, and takes down the IQ. That is huge.
Not sure that the Maestro camera actually survived, given how close it was to the wall that was getting blown up by the Thermite charge. We're going to have to see that in a few. But regardless, it was a good attempt from him, and he's going to have one more watching the breach, undoubtedly. He's got 3 now. He's got the 81 bullet mag, and frankly speaking, I'm surprised we haven't seen more Maestro so far in this game. M870, once again from DCH, proves superior, and he takes a drone down too, and no point if you drone him, because if you're going to peek him like that from Arpe, you're going to lose. They're giving him exactly the kind of gunfights he needs with an M870. No pressure from the window, no pinch, and no one there to trade both these people. Everyone's coming in so late.
I literally said at the start of the round, they haven't even droned the main stairs, and he's just lying there. He's doing nothing. He's just waiting. What's he done? He's killed 2 people with a shotgun. And
now they're worried.
Not that that's... They buff the M870. Not that that's a problem. But yeah, now they're worried. They know that there's somebody in the master bedroom, probably hiding in the shower, which he's doing exactly. And they have a minute to clear it.
Utilities being dumped on the site area. Barcode's still watching that. The problem is, Barcode at that range, it doesn't matter if he gets the first shot off unless it's a headshot, he will kill DCH. DCH will kill him is what I meant.
Yeah, I mean, DCH is in such a good position now. Even if he's the last alive, he can come from behind to deny the plant because they can't get con wall open. There's a mirror facing their direct entry. DCH now on the prowl through the wall. Some good damage. Not enough to kill, but enough to scare. Down onto Tolji. Not to be confirmed just yet. Finally will be now. Barcode finds himself in a world of trouble. Knows as a player in con. Pistol in hand. Can't quite land the 4th for himself, but he'll find 3 in the round, which is still plenty successful enough. And now, as he has to walk through the con door, will he commit to the bit? He's thinking about it, and he will finally be taken down by Mark. Jelita 5-1 on the defensive half. That is an amazing start to Clubhouse for them. And this could put them in the quick 2-0 victory books should Elevate not have anything to say about it on their defense.
So disappointing from Elevate because I praised them at round 3. I was like, hey, look, round 2, they lacked information. And then, they kind of figured it out. They brought a lot of information. They droned well. They, watched the backs and everything. And after that, we haven't seen that again. And this most recent round was a great example. You called it out very early. They had no clue PCH was hiding over near me. And conversely, Jolita had red pings on the construction guys. They had information on exactly where the push was coming from. The breach. Did they even focus on main breach? Did Elevate? Because it seemed like
they tried.
Like they opened it, and then after that they went away. It seemed like.
Yeah, I've got no idea. They sort of just walked around for a lot of that round. It was, and then when they did decide, oh hey, let's do a con push. We'll open up the wall and see what we can do inside a con. It was like, oh hey, Bandit's still on the main stairs. He's been sitting there the entire round. I've just yellow pinged him for you, but he's already swinging you with a shotgun. So good luck with that. Yeah, there was not really a lot thought out, unfortunately, that round, which is a bit of an L. But for Elevate, that's just, I guess they need to sort of realize the mistakes they're making and stop making them.
Oh no, Barcode's putting his face in a window. That's what Elevate was doing all throughout the defensive half on Chalet. It didn't work out. They lost those gunfights, I think, 4 out of the 5 times they tried it. It's not really a good idea to get away with it because Clubhouse is so big that, it's a good chance that whatever window you're staring at, no one's going to be there. But Jolita just in pole position right now. They're on the defense. IDFC's brought the blitz. It's more aggressive. It's going to help with the speed of the clear, but we're only 45 seconds into this round.
Yeah, definitely not enough time has passed to really be decisive, but yeah, they have enough information to sort of, I suppose, realize where the push is coming from. They're doing their best as well right now. Like, they are trying to clear these players out, and they're doing it a lot more efficiently than Elevate were.
Someone's trying to push down on me and says it's IDFC. There's going to be a bad engagement for him. There's one on the long angle, one on the close. Drones are getting shot out for him. Elevate are in a good position right now. Jolita don't have an avenue in. They're not pushing in through the strip side. They're not using the vertical. Now they are. But no one's coming from the window as well. Speakeasy gets the first kill. TCH gets taken down.
Yep, Speakeasy's outside. He will make it back in just before this blitz decides to press the issue. Sapper finds one. Mr. Punch taking some fights on the main stairs, but Speakeasy's just done a drive-by, taken down one. A 3 versus 3. Mr. Punch and DBNO State will go down to the Capcan trap inside of Bar as IDFC now looks to find Capcan, but Speakeasy's gone unchecked. He's walked down main, but it's a good thing his teammate's holding his back. Mark will watch for the cover. And now it's a 2 versus 2 on the site.
I thought that was going to go really poorly for IDFC. I didn't realize that we had Mark holding from the back. And Mark's having an excellent game. 7-2 so far. He's going to try and make it 9, potentially, with the aid of IDFC. Nykel, the star of the previous map, trying to hold on. Information going towards Jolita. That's all they're going to get. I think that's all the drones spent. Not all the hatches are open. And they have only 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time to make and execute. They have to think of something pretty quickly. Mark has come down blue, though, and he has relative free reign, but as they rotate over towards that spot, he will now be traded out. Blitz is the last person alive, and he's too far behind, lacking in comparison to where his teammate was a moment ago. Pistol in hand, flicks between both, can't get a kill on either. They're just going to hide. Diffusers down. They don't need to do anything and Elevate. Their first round have managed to claw their way back into this game. I will say, though, Jolita came pretty close.
So can be said for Elevate to when they were attacking, and this seems to be a running trend. And it was also on Chalet as well, where the way and the mistakes that Elevate made on the defense was the same mistakes that Jolita were making, and then vice versa. What Jolita did on the attack was what Elevate did on the attack. Very similar teams in terms of play style, and it just, I think, will come down to small factors where, It's how well you drone, how well you don't drone. And Jolita also nearly made the mistake where they didn't drone Speakeasy inside of the bathroom hallway. But that was a nutty sequence because the way he got the pistol kill, see on the replay, gorgeous stuff from Speakeasy, getting those two and then a third one. Unfortunately, his efforts nearly were put to waste when Nykel and Tolly held on.
Yeah, it's boded them well, letting him run around on Capcan. As much as I didn't think it would, it did. I mean, he got the finish on Jackal as well. He tried to crawl away for safety, and it ended up costing him his life. So, sometimes Capcan traps in weird spots do claim you freebies, and or at least confirm kills that you may have already been working towards getting yourself. But either way, right now, Elevate, they're 2-5. It's not the end of the world. As you said, we've seen comebacks from here before. Not in terms of maybe, ego, but definitely in terms of rounds. Elevate are going to be hurting after that first match. Oh my God, how's he just walked in?
Punch sneaking his way in. He's going to sneak his way up.
He's
not going to encounter any resistance either.
No way. He's just... Oh my God, what did he do? No!
What have you done?
I don't know if he
Mr.
swapped guns or something. I don't know how that happened.
I think he was trying to pull out.
No, but why would he pull out his pistol? No, he was just going to walk up main. I think he fat-fingered something. He didn't realize it was his teammate. Because he shot one bullet and then
got shocked. He got shocked by Total.
He literally got jump scared.
Yeah.
He must have rolled his mouse or something because he shot one bullet and then he changed his gun.
Oh.
So he definitely got jump scared. That is so unfortunate because he could have been straight up main and could have done so much damage from that position. But that's going to cost Jolita big. That was such a big power play. I mean, he was so deep. Avenue directly onto site. And just didn't get to use it.
That is something that he's going to feel really bad about. Because that could have been the opening kill for Jolita instead. And that would have been a series point if they had managed to take the advantage all the way. DCH is going to try and help out. Sapper does. Nykel gets taken down. They're going to get this cache and CCTV control. Camera spotted out, I believe. Oh, no, that was the Fenrir charge. Spotted out and taken out, I think. What was this for? 1 minute. Time, once again, is ticking down. And on a map like Clubhouse, it becomes a very big factor against the attack.
Yeah, especially when you haven't cleared anything. Time is a big thing on this map. A very big thing. So, regardless of how quick you think you're being, 99% of the time, you're not actually being that quick at all. And for a team like Elevate, that plays huge into how they want to defend these rounds because Jolita are a team that likes to be aggressive. And we saw it from Mr. Punch. He was straight in. But he didn't get to use that positional advantage. But for Elevate, it really is just going to come down to how are they holding this. Now, Sapper might be punished here. He will spot the legs of one, but the spray's going to work out for him. He might get the second. No, tagging up the legs. Told you goes down. It's a kill for IDFC. Speakeasy with one onto DCH. The diffuser now going down, rotating into Con, trying to find something, make use of what he has left to him. But in a 1 versus 3, make it 2. So he takes down Sapper. This is going to be difficult.
If anyone can do it, it is Speakeasy, the man of the most experience and the most kills on this map so far. He has a general idea of where the players are going to be hiding. Bathroom check will be a waste of time, however. No one's peeking out for him. And there we go. That is series point for Jolita. Very, very strong attempt. And tell you what, Proto, immediately what came to my mind when the plant went down? The guy jumping in through gym window had the diffuser. That's what Elevate didn't do. And that's one round that went the other way. Could have been a 5-3 at least. But Jolita, learning from the opponent's mistakes or not making them in the first place, got the diffuser down so swiftly. And the collapse was absolutely brutal.
I've done it so many times, even just in ranked. It's like no one watches gym. Or at least they try to.
Yeah.
And if they reinforce that wall, it's even easier because the guy who's hiding in bathroom can't kill that player unless he sticks out far enough, you shoot him. You can't have the guy hallway kill you unless he has a nitro or he sticks his head in, you shoot him. Same thing with any of the connecting angles in sight. The windows provide such a big advantage. I mean, it was literally 10 seconds, 4 kills, 1 for Elevate, 3 for Gelita. Bang, 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 bang. And the bomb was down, and it was just one player left for Elevate. Speakeasy did his best, but like Gelita just ran through it. I just think the motive is gone for Elevate. They definitely aren't playing like they usually do in these games. I mean, they just seem almost defeated. And I would too, to be honest, if my teammate had been consistently disconnecting for the last 3 weeks of play. I mean, it just sucks. It really does. It's super unfortunate. But Gelita, you can't really fault them for taking advantage of a pretty crappy situation.
Fortunately for Elevate, it is a long climb for them to get to the final, if that's even going to be possible. They need to win 4 straight rounds here, and win at least 2 in overtime. Then they have to go to the 3rd and potentially final map, which is actually going to be Bank. If we get there, and Proto, I don't think we're getting there. The way that Gelita have been playing, and the way that Elevate have, through not much fault of their own, of course.
Indeed, I don't think we're going to get 3 maps out of this one, unfortunately. But I suppose it makes up for some lost time in the broadcast, which is good. Speakeasy maybe not necessarily knowing that he's currently on constant yellow ping, as he's being called out on tricking this wall, which, I mean, doesn't really do much for Mr. Punch, who can't actively deal with that problem. But, I mean, Gelita have taken this round a lot slower than normal. I mean, we're a minute and a half in. We don't see too much on there. Setting up basic control, but that's really it.
Nyko playing aggressively here. He's going to get 1 kill. Very nicely done onto Mark. And that is the kind of play you need. Measured aggression of sorts. You want to play on the off angles a little bit, but you don't want to overexpose yourself. Unfortunately, we don't quite know what Speakeasy did, because IDFC has taken him out. 4 versus 4. The attackers are attacking on Gym and Bedroom. Once again. Wall is open.
Yeah.
RP looking to jump out, I think. Run out.
With the wall open, it makes things difficult. The Bees are playing a imperative part on spotting some of these players out. Unfortunately for IDFC, can't quite land the shots there with the angled grip as much as he would have liked to. The constant beeping from the Nitro, quite annoying, but from inside of Gold, Barcode locks down one on a Mr. Punch. Now they might be able to hold on for one more here. The Nitro will hit for Nyquil as well, so a 4 versus 2 for Gelita. Diffuser not in their hands currently. They'll need to retrieve it outside of the gym window before they look to execute anywhere. But with 1 player below holding for possibly what I'm assuming is going to be a Nitro, or even just denial from underneath that hatch on the jump in, this is going to be relatively impossible for Elevate to lose, really. Especially now with Sapper going down, it's all up to IDFC. And yeah, I'm pretty much going to write this one off here. There you go. Elevate hold on for 1 more.
6-3. Good round from Elevate. They looked like, at one point that it's going to be a little bit sketchy. The attackers were moving in. They lost, I believe, IDFC or someone else. And looked like it was going to go with the amount of map control that was going towards Gelita, the information that Gelita had. And they even had the information up until the end. If you saw the Thatcher when he had that information trying to swing in to the guy playing in Gym. But he just couldn't do it with, as you said, someone watching from below, potentially, or someone watching from the long angle.
I'm pretty sure the player below actually was the one that died. The Thatcher killed him through the hatch, I'm pretty sure, because the orange sort of outline, I suppose, if you want to call it that, disappeared from the spec view. So I think he actually smoked the guy downstairs. He just got rinsed by the guy who was playing close on both of the windows, which is fair enough. So, unfortunate for Gelita. But now they go back downstairs. Elevate, go back downstairs. It's another opportunity for them to most likely put another one on the board here comfortably, given that this is a site that, as I've said, is pretty impossible to lose if you play it right, which we're seeing a pretty good setup here. You've got that sort of SSG-style roam. You have great operator choices. Maybe would have liked to have seen a castle in this type of thing, but he doesn't bring enough utility anymore.
Solis being brought out. We didn't see any Solis on Chalet because she was banned alongside Azami. We've seen both of those operators extensively. We've also seen Fenrir brought out by Elevate in the past 3 rounds. Been a good sign for, I guess, the overall scope of things, where we feared how the defender-sided nature of things would be, heading into SI especially. But you can see Tubarao being banned has allayed those fears a little bit, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that throughout the rest of this community series and later on in SI too.
Yeah, Tubarao is an interesting one. I haven't seen him played literally at all in any type of competitive. I know he has good guns, he has a decent ability, but I haven't seen him do too much other than that. Sapper might have actually missed Legion on the main stairs there if he hadn't have shot that drone, but it's better to get rid of the information than it is to let it live. So for Jolita, not a whole lot going too wrong at the moment. Nothing. They've pushed all the roamers back towards the site, or at least the important ones. And they're now starting to deal with this verticality. And Elevate starting to squirm just a little bit downstairs. You see the players in Armory starting to get a little bit jittery as Jolita start to constrict on the site.
Good choice from Jolita, of course, to bring the IQ specifically to spot out all the Fenrir charges, whether they're active or not as well, and giving them some information. But the fact of the Fenrir charges is, unless they're active and you have line of sight onto them, you cannot disable them. So at any given moment, they could be remotely activated, and you would be in a world of trouble. So it's giving them some pause, and you can see it's down to 45 seconds. They're just about getting the hatches open. Ape goes for an ill-advised peek, trying to throw out his smoke babes. Baku is going to try and cover that off. Toji gets one. 30 seconds left. It is definitely looking like an Elevate round.
This is going to be a 20-second meta push here. 3 versus 5. As Barcode makes that even more. They're losing players left, right, and center. Julita are falling like flies. Pun intended, the bees are out in the battlefield. It's Speakeasy that cleans up what's left of Sapper after he makes 2 for a valiant effort, but it's not enough to get the job done. Elevate. As I said, it's impossible to lose this downstairs side if you know how to play it, and they definitely do. So Julita, they're going to have to win 1 more still, but Elevate, they're going to need to win 2 if they want to go to overtime. 4 if they want to win, but that's, well, not even win. That's to map 3. This is going to be a big push for them to put it into overtime.
Looking like Elevate could do it, but then again, we said the same thing on Chalet, didn't we? Albeit in a 4v5 scenario, where we had Elevate get 2 rounds in a row. Your leader looked a little bit shaken, a little bit unconfident. They were making a couple of mistakes. And then after that, they were like, actually, you know what? We're just going to dial things back. We're going to play more like a team. We're going to play together. And that's pretty much all it took, because both of these teams at times are placing so much importance on that single player winning his or her, or their gunfights. No, hers here, I think. But what happens is they send a drone in, they send the attacker in behind them, or they have information on the camera, and one guy just keeps watching the camera. Doesn't really help the other person pushing with the gun up or the trade.
Yeah, it's difficult. But this is going to be a site that Jolita should be able to crack into. They have a player down inside of Secret, which is going to be that Solace, but unfortunately the pre-fire not fruitful, and they now know that she's there waiting for that jump out opportunity, so the Claymore will be deployed, be able to be spotted through the wall, and now in fact actually will be spotted through the wall completely, so they know that it's there, but not going to cause too much problems.
Mr. Punch now on the Montagne. We saw Barcode from Elevate bring that out earlier on. It was not very successful. They were attacking in the basement. This time it's going to be a second floor cache and CCTV attack. Now this is a site that's not really preferred here in the competitive scene, mainly because, as Proto said at the very, very beginning, while we are still waiting for the match to start, that Clubhouse is an area where you can have 4 or 5 entry points into the site, as Mark gets Api.
Speakeasy will get back one, though. That's the thermite. It's a big kill to find. Now, that Azami just there on that stair will actually stop Monty from being able to walk on up. Barcode is going to be able to collect one if Sophia isn't careful. Mark comes down and will get away with his life. Just a huge fumble there for Elevate. As they could have taken down Sophia, but have managed to, unfortunately, not be able to get that kill. And finally, Sapper will now be taken down. Smoke has to start using these canisters. IDFC for one, Mark for another. Trade from Niqual to take down IDFC. And Elevate not looking healthy in this current position. Neither are Jolita, though.
Yeah, and Mr. Punch, he doesn't have any throwable to deal with this barricade that's just been reactivated. He's going to wait for Mark to kind of do something about it. Oh, he's going to walk right through. Yep, he is going to take the hit himself. Try and push up. This catwalk control needs to happen now. 50 seconds. This is a perfect Azami barricade, it seems. But Mr. Punch gets to push up and deals with it just fine. Mark is going to be the hammer and anvil, but it's too late. Mr. Punch alone, untradeable.
Mark in a decent spot inside of the side. I mean, if you can find Speakeasy, it might be doable. But from below, Speakeasy can't necessarily deny, and Niqual might not necessarily know the bomb has been stuck. But it doesn't matter. It's a quad for Speakeasy. He comes back up red. And Elevator going to hold on for one more. If he'd have got that off and got back outside, that would have been huge. But unfortunately, just wasn't meant to be. We're one round away from overtime, and Elevate, they're hanging in there. But now they have to play the harder of the three sites.
This is the Elevate that we were promised. This is the Elevate versus Galita match that we were promised. And this is the Speakeasy that we have all known for years. The man got 4 kills in that round. He's been on absolute fire. And I think that has prompted Galita to bring out Master Chief.
Yeah, the Sledge Elite, or what do they call them now? Signature skins?
Yeah, I guess it's an elite.
Something like that. It's a kind of an elite. They call, I don't know. Collaboration with Halo.
Great skin.
Cool skin, yeah, cool skin. But anyway, we will see. He won't be able to use the hammer skin or the actual skin because they're both banned and competitive. So he'll only have the banner card.
Yeah.
But still a cool skin. Still a cool banner card. But yeah, Mark's had a great game so far. The L85 is a great gun in the hands of literally anybody.
It's so reliable.
No, I mean, what, 2-3 shot kill, no recoil, chuck a hollow on it. You know,
1.5, 2 times scope,
1.5, 2x, literally the best gun in the game. One of the best guns in the game. So, and has been flashy for so long.
It's not flashy, but it absolutely gets the job done. You know exactly what you're expecting when you pick that one. And I think that's something that really helps a lot of players because a lot of other operators have been changing in terms of recoil patterns as the balance goes on, damage changes, but the L85 has just kind of been there and is right exactly perfect where it needs to be.
Yeah, look, so far we've had a pretty decent matchup. Unfortunately for Jalita, it's maybe not been as quick as they've wanted it to be. But for Elevate, they have held on. Barcode hasn't disconnected once, which is good for Elevate as well. And he hasn't necessarily popped off either, but it's just having him there, that extra player, has given them so much more maneuverability between these sites. My God, Buck from below, so much damage to Arpe, but not enough to get that frag.
Zappa trying to get something done, but is up against a Clash. And Clash just needs to back off a little bit and just hold from the doorway. That's essentially her job in this. Bit of a mistake from RP perhaps to overextend that far and try to stop the push in that early. But it's alright, he survived. Marco sends out the C4. Not going to be able to stop his mirror window from getting broken up though.
Doesn't know that he's actually down Sapper with that one.
Yeah.
They will be able to get him. Yeah, they'll be able to get him back up as long as they don't walk into con, which is exactly what Arpe seems to be doing now. From the window, he almost gets taken out. They're going to hear the revive now as they go to look to maybe try and confirm, but it's Barcode to get the kill on the DCH anyway. Speakeasy one for IDFC as well. Mark trades onto Arpe. Kills left and right here for both teams. Elevate low HP, but Jalita also has Sapper blinking on red. They don't know that Nikwal is flanking right now, unless they do, which they did. But Bandits walked into Con to make some problems for the rest of the boys.
16
He's going to take down Sapper.
16 kills for Speakeasy. He might break 20 as we head to overtime, as it looks like. But I gotta admit, I do not understand the Clash pick. It hasn't come back to bite them. I don't think it will, really. But Api could have just stuck with a gun and would have probably gotten more of an impact. He only has 3 kills, though. Maybe not quite able to bring that same fire that he had on Chalet. Mark jumps in very aggressively. Poor decision. Speakeasy gets 1 more.
Well, Mr. Punch is going to get 1 for his troubles. He's too scared about the other remaining players, and the diffuser is not in his hand. So, unfortunately, that means that he's not going to be able to do too much from this position. Unless he gets 2 kills in 2 seconds. It's not looking like he's going to be able to achieve that, though. Stolji finds him, and we go to overtime. Elevate are on the comeback here. And they're going to start off on defense as well, which means they could put another easy round on the board here if they play their cards right.
Yeah. It's a good sign. Elevate have overtime defense. So let's just remind you, this was 5-1 in favor of Jalita. 5-1 went both defensive halves, and now Elevate are the one who get to continue their momentum on the defense after winning, 4 straight in a row? Yeah.
Pretty much. So far, it has been a very, very close matchup. And an interesting game as well. I mean, it has been really fun to watch. But I'm sure the boys have also enjoyed playing it. I mean, this is about as close as it gets. You couldn't ask for much more. But as we said, this is the Battle of the Giants, you know. It's GG taking on old Elevate. Or Elevate versus Elevate, if you want to look at it like that. I mean, it's a good game, but it is literally also new versus old. You got the old veteran players, SI hardened, going up against a couple of players who have also been to SIs. I know, you know, Speakeasy, Tolji, RP, Barcode have all sort of... maybe not Barcode, but I know RP, Tolji, and Speakeasy have definitely been to majors and stuff like that. Nikwal and Barcode maybe not, though. So, sort of new versus mostly old.
Michael playing very aggressively on this blue window. It's a strategy that punished them quite heavily on Chalet, but so far they seem content to continue it, and I don't think they have felt the ill effects of it. Mark might be trying to go for the pinch again. He was very effective with the pinching as Gridlock on Chalet, but this time around the Warden gets to escape. No kills just yet in the first minute, until Mark gets it anyway. Barcode comes back up.
He lights it up with 1. It's a good kill to find too. I mean, Solus going down. They're not going to be able to see where the drones are, claymores, etc., etc. It's going to make things a bit more difficult. Mr. Punch clearing out some utility with his Twitch is why it's better than... I've forgotten the name already. Lady with the little drone that takes things over.
Bravo. Yeah.
I got there in the end. But even with Ram, it actually looks like IDFC might be disconnecting. Doesn't matter though. DCH is good for 1. Mistrone inside of blue allows the kill to come for Nikwal, and they're actually inside of the site.
Yeah, we actually got kind of lost in the DC. Zappa's getting the plant down, but Nigel from blue, that's no cover. Extremely poorly played from them. Mr. Punch goes down too. All their efforts have basically been for naught so far. 1 minute left. They can recover this, but that initial surprise factor that they had, the plant that was being attempted, not behind minibar, in a weird corner, without a blue overwatch, that's not worked out at all. Speakeasy's on the flank. He's looking for 18, 19, and 20.
Oh my god, that impact did not kill anyone. And Jalita have brought it back from the brink. They killed blue because DCH just walked into sight. And he found both of them in the end. I mean, wow. what a way to do it. Gelita locked down the bottom floor, even though Elevate should have had that. That was their round, no questions asked. And Gelita just stole it from them. They took it back forcibly and have made away with a huge round. Now they go to defense. Church Arsenal, I don't see them messing this up. They didn't a single time on their defense.
So that looked like a really bad play from Elevate at first, and then it looked like really good play, really bad play from Gelita. And then after that, things kind of got murky because Speakeasy was on the flank. That impact going out, I thought that would have got the kill for sure. It didn't, and then we had, I think, Michael just walking in through the blue rotate and just not looking where he was going and getting into a crossfire. Maybe he went a little bit too early. Speakeasy wasn't quite ready to pinch from the other side to split their attention. And everyone is focused on Michael, and then everyone could focus on Speakeasy.
Yeah, it's been... I don't know how he really got away with that. I mean, the guy holding blue, which was Speakeasy... Naqual. Just let DCH walk in. Stop watching what he's watching to watch I don't know what else. Maybe actually he wasn't, because he was holding pretty hard left to watch the diffuser, because maybe he assumed they were just going to go for that straight away when they didn't. And Legion had gone off his shield, which allowed DCH to just walk in. I don't know. Something went very wrong there, though, in the comms for Elevate, which forced them to, unfortunately, lose that round.
Opening up slowly, Speakeasy on the Maverick. Trying to make his way through. This is not where Elevate have found the success. They 1-4 on the defense to bring it to overtime and immediately couldn't follow it up. It was Gelita instead. Now Gelita on the defense, going to their preferred bomb site as well in the basement. Can Elevate win that one round that they did in the first half? That one in the 1-5.
Yeah, it was a 1-5 split both ways, so...
Yep.
I mean, pretty much all anyone needs to do here is just win one round on each side. Like, that's all overtime is, so... Whoever does it first will be the victor here, and it's looking like Gelita, if they keep playing the way they are. They've chose for the full 5-man bunker. And that's probably the best choice, considering what we've seen so far from both sides. I mean, Elevate have been playing really well, but on the same path, Gelita have done a lot more damage, especially given that Elevate had that 4-player in that first match, but told you he's going to open things up with the first one on the DCH. That's a huge kill to find.
Easy now pushing in closer from Dirt. Now the last time Elevate pushed in, that was with the Monty, and they couldn't get the AK player out of position. That was very, very important. I think Speakeasy this time, he's got the utility, and Nigel's got the kills. One more in favor of Elevate. Mark goes down. Waiting here. Nigel gets one more fed into him. Mr. Punch goes down. Speakeasy, all he has to do is wait. And he has 50 seconds to do it. IDFC so low on HP. Unfortunately, RP's focus gets diverted. 45 seconds. 4 versus 2. Can Gelita pull it out of the brink of defeat once more?
A down on the barcode puts him in pretty dire straits, but if you look at IDFC, he's not exactly healthy either. The cross from Church is going to have to be held by Sapper if they want to have anything to do with winning this round. 30 seconds remaining. We're waiting for the drop, or at least a play of some description from Elevate to make a move onto the side. It's going to be a B execute. It has to be. No player on main stairs either, which means they are going to have to just commit to dropping the hatch here and trying to get this bomb down. A Nitro in play for Sapper. The Fenrir gives them away. IDFC opens it up for one. Nightwalder traded out though onto IDFC. The bomb now going down. Sapper needs to be active. He needs to get involved. He pushes towards main to find the player holding the angle. He's going to miss the spray. Can't deny the diffuser. And Nyquil with 3 or 4 even from the bottom of main stairs. That C7 just ripping people apart. Elevate are going to take it to max OT, and they get to go on the defense.
Yeah, definitely 3 could have been 4. I think the penultimate kill was not his. I believe someone else grabbed it, but he would have got it either way. That position at the bottom of main stairs to be this powerful, of course, it's a good position to hold because it denies multiple angles, but it's not something where you expect to get more than 1 kill. And he got 3, could have got 4. Unbelievably good execute from Elevate. Nykel just holding his nerve. It's not an easy position to be in. You could be faced with impact grenades, C4s, but he trusted the rest of his team, who very much stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, everybody else from Elevate really picked up that round. I mean, in the kills department, it was all Nyquil, but everybody else did their job perfectly. There was crosses being held, there was utility being used, the bomb was being planted, the XYZ, everything else in between was done perfectly. All Nyquil had to do was literally sit at the bottom of main and collect freebies.
Yeah.
The Azami not having those barricades up in the correct spots that round, I mean, we saw them last round. There was one on that door towards D-Box. The A-Case player wasn't present in that round. I mean, there was a lot of things that Jolita did differently that could have still won them that round. If that A-Case player was still there like they were in the previous iteration, they would have won that hands down.
Mark obviously having a good time as well on the side of Jolita, but it all comes down to this. 8-7 last week was the scoreline in favor of Jolita on Cafe. Also a defender-sided map, but Jolita here are on the attack. Surprisingly, both of these overtime rounds have gone in favor of the attack. Only 2 rounds in all 12 of regulation went to the attack.
Yep, so far we have a pretty close match. And from what I understand, Elevate have done a pretty good job so far. Sapper, though, kicks things off with a big kill onto Nyquil, and that is going to be your top fragger down, or at least one of your top fraggers down. Still have Speakeasy in the fray. Trying to open up this wall now as he is doing a great job of bandit tricking it. He's done it before. The charge will get eaten up, though, so that wall is going to be a lot harder to get than they have sort of maybe anticipated. And they're going to actually have run out of thermite charges now, so Ace is going to be the only option they have left, which isn't going to give them too much.
A very aggressive angle for someone who's 3-14 right now. Speakeasy, though, he gets number 18. Can't stop the wall. He gets the kill nonetheless. That's 19 for him. He wants to break this 20 in this round. Maybe go all the way to. Someone drops off the balcony. Cowed by the sheer prowess from Speakeasy. He just swung everything, and Speakeasy won it. He knew exactly where those players were.
So far, we've had a really good game. Jolita are in such a good position, well, were in such a good position to win it, but Elevate have come back from the brink of nothing. The 5-1 comebacks that have been talked about so often. Mark on the main stairs could be the next target to some unfortunate gunplay, but he's now been called out and spotted. DCH takes a lot of damage, and Speakeasy does find one. He will get his 20 bomb. DCH finds one, though, to answer back. Mark as well chimes in with his own, but he's traded by Barcode. It's now all up to DCH, a 1 versus 2 in a very doable position, but Speakeasy's had enough. He's locked in 21 for himself in that game, and Elevate, with an awesome comeback to Max OT, are going to send us on to map number 3.
Wow.
And you'll have to see it.
We completely are eating our words. They were down 5-1. They looked lost. They were then down 2-6. 2-6. And they looked down and out. We talked about how Elevate were feeling kind of defeated. And they brought it back 4 in a row. Then again, once more, they misstepped. They lost their first defensive round on the basement. In a bizarre situation for Jolita too. And looked like, okay, that's it. This is when Elevate falls. This is when the 2-0 comes in. But just Speakeasy, I think you have to credit it to them. I don't know if you were keeping score, but I think he caught like 10 kills in the final 4 rounds. He just brought it out from nowhere.
Yeah, something crazy. I mean, whatever it was, he's still got like 20-something kills. Like, that's pretty cool. But it is a max OT game. You have to remember that as well. It wasn't 20 kills in like normal time or anything. Yeah. 20 kills is still crazy. Do not get me wrong. That is an insane number. But yeah, look, Solo, really great effort from him. He arguably kept his team in that single-handedly for the entirety of that matchup. Yeah, 21 and 11 is just insane. RP not having the best game, but that's okay. Mr. Punch as well, similar things. Double digits for everybody else on Jolita, though, so that's good to see. But yeah, Elevate, I mean, really calm and collected. Speakeasy really doing his job. Only didn't finish 2 of his own kills with 2 assists. So, I mean, the man was gunning. Everyone he saw pretty much died, which is kind of crazy. Still, regardless, an absolutely insane match. Elevate, that was great from them. Really no questions about it. But we do still now have one more map for this matchup. We are going to go to a short break and we'll be back with Bank after this.
Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did. And they twist and they burst till I fall out. But I know that. So I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Go!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We are battling through this ourselves here as we go on to game number 3 of what could possibly be the longest series we've seen so far in this tournament. Given that all of them have been best of ones until now, I guess that makes a lot of sense. But for map number 3, we're going to Bank. And after that 8-7 victory to Elevate clawed their way back. The last time we saw this, it was, I believe, a 7-5 to Gelida on Bank. So they already have the dub over Elevate here. Hopefully they've gone and done their homework. Infian, do you think anything different happens, or do you think we see a repeat of what we saw last week in Play Day 3?
And I think at this point where, we have these two teams who have been playing so well together, Elevate's got the fire under them, the momentum going through, that I think could be the key for Elevate here and could change the result, because last week it was Gelida with 8-7, and this time 8-7 given to Elevate, and now they have the momentum. Yeah, and all 5 players.
I was going to say, they have the core roster back. Because they were missing a player in that last one, which is a bit of a shame. Regardless, we will be seeing Elevate in their full capacity. Last week, as we said on Bank, they were missing that player too. They had Sonan playing instead of Barcode again. No, Arpe, sorry, who was not there. I think his power got cut out or something. I don't remember exactly why he was not present. Something to do with something. But he's here this week. He will be playing. So it's good to see. You love to see that the whole roster can actually, play this week. But yeah, compared to last week, Gelida definitely had, I think, the better stint on Bank. But that might have only been because they had Sonar. Now that we have the full 5 core, this could be a dangerous game. Unless Barcode starts disconnecting again, then we're in trouble.
Yeah, I think this is either way, no matter which way this final map falls, it's going to be a very, very good battle. We might see one-sided halves, less likely than in both Chalet and Clubhouse, because those are more leaning towards one side than the other. But when it comes to Bang, it really depends on the map, the operator bans, and it depends on what the philosophy of each team is. Now, that one we kind of know. Both teams are super aggressive. They swing off basically anything. And both of them work really well with information. But it does seem that at times, Elevate is the one that kind of shirks away from bringing information and more rely on their own ability to win gunfights. And clearly, they won a map. And they nearly won the first one as well with 4 versus 5. So they have their ability. Can they do it here on Bank? I think the first few rounds will shape that.
Yeah, it depends, I guess, how the first few sort of go. You look at the previous iteration of what we saw for the first time we watched Gelida and Elevate go at it. I believe Gelida started on defense. And they did really, really well. But on today's card, Gelida are starting on attack. So they're not going to be defending, which could make a bit of a difference. Bank does have some very defender-sided sites, like downstairs. Top floor is a bit 50-50, depends on who's playing who. Elevate struggled with that site last week, but other than that, Gelida were pretty confident the entire time. So I don't know. This is going to be an interesting one, especially now that they have the full 5. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not too sure, but if I had to pick, I'd say Elevate will probably win it off the back of that 8-7. They're probably fired up, locked in, and ready to do some big damage.
Yeah, and they seem to have very much faith in themselves, because coming back from 1-5, and then the more important 2-6 comeback that they pulled off 4 in a row, and then again on the back foot on Clubhouse, if you missed that one, where they lost their first defensive round in OT, that is very much a situation that could break the mental game for Jelita and could build Elevate's mental game to new levels. And of course, we got to understand, I think the frag power here that Elevate displayed, I think player for player, they had a lot more kills than Jelita did. We had Speakeasy dropping 21. I think Nigel was not far behind with something like 17. And there was Ape, who was struggling this one, but was very good in the first map. We had Barcode, I think, also get double-digit figures. So it was a very big performance. Now, yeah, you might say that, look, this is like 3 people from Elevate bombing out and really, being bigger than the rest of their teammates, while Jelita were more, put together. Everyone was kind of sharing kills. But at the end of the day, if these kind of players, especially Speakeasy, can just find that confidence and that groove, even international teams at international tournaments struggle with that.
Yeah, they do. I mean, just in general, you have a bad start to your competitive day and you're pretty much out for the count. It sort of depends how your first few rounds on your first few map go. If you lose your first map as well, it's pretty crushing on a competitive setting. For a game like this, it's a community series. Maybe the teams are sort of saving things for SI, saving things for the normal season of PL or whatever, for SEA. I'm not too sure. So far, again, we're taking our time getting into bank here. I'm not too sure what the hold-up is, but might be internet related again. If I had to hazard a guess, Barcode's probably struggling. I do see a referee in the call now. So there could be something going on there for Elevate. I don't know.
Dear.
We will find out. We'll find out.
We start talking Elevate up. We start talking about how Barcode played
and
well. How
there's a referee in the call.
Yeah, that's not a great sign. Hopefully, they're able to sort it out. I like to see the map bans for once straight shown to us, and as develop, we haven't been able to talk about the map bans that much. We briefly touched on them, but 2 Thai teams against each other, the action oftentimes is non-stop.
Can we get the map bans up? Is that something we can do? I'd love to see them while we're in this downtime. Who banned what? If not, nope. All right, we're gonna go to a break. We've just been told that
The
we're
referee.
still waiting, so
The referee's doing his thing.
We've been told, referee's sorting things out. So we're gonna disappear again, and then we'll be back at some point with map number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Bank. Finally into match number 3 of game 1 of the evening. Elevate to ban Ying. I'm assuming we'll probably see a Dokkaebi. If I had to guess, we'd probably also going to see an Azami. Maybe a Cade, maybe a Mirror, maybe a Val. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Tubarão, again, this might be one of the maps where Tubarão is not as useful as he was perhaps on Clubhouse, where he was banned. It's a Twitch instead. That's a little bit of a surprise factor. I know we had a couple of Twitch plays earlier on from Elevate, but I didn't think that they were that problematic. The fact that 417 would be considered that problematic too, because Lion can bring Valkyrie. I think that makes perfect sense, doesn't it, Toto? It's a big map, you want more information. And Elevate, when you deprive them of information, as we talked so much on map 1 and 2, when you start depriving them of information, that's when they start making the mistakes, blindly swinging things, and giving Delita free picks. And the last and final ban for this series, it's going to be Solis. So we have Azami, Warden, Fenrir, and Tubarão active.
Cade as well. I mean, Cade is a pretty scary operator, especially on a map like this where it is complete topside control. And from what I've just heard and looked up to see, Barcode has already disconnected.
Oh no!
I don't think Elevate have used their rehost for this match, but
oh dear.
Yeah.
Okay, so also by the way, guys, I know we were like talking about like Barcode being the reason for potentially why we had such a long delay. This time it wasn't Barcode while we were waiting. So, hooray, but also that means someone else had problems, and
Oh my god, is
I
the whole
think the whole
server going
server's having
down?
problems.
Nope. Okay, RPage power probably
RP?
just went out.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think RPage power probably just went out as well. If we had to
That's
guess,
unfortunate.
he did that last game. To be fair, he sort of just disappeared.
Yeah, he had a brief
for like a
he
second.
Had a brief moment where he
he
locked
was
in
just
place.
he was
yeah.
just holding the ram and he was just standing there, and then he just disconnected. But we're gonna go straight back to another break. So yeah, we're gonna see you guys sometime in the future. 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 10th, 27th times the charm. And as we come back, Mark puts Sape to bed. Small update. Elevate have used their rehost. So if Barcode does disconnect again, which, to be honest, I'm expecting.
Or anyone else, RPA for that matter.
I was going to say RPA as well. They will not be able to get them back in. They will have to continue a 4v5, 3v5, etc., etc., etc. So for Elevate's sake, I hope that doesn't continue. But RPA's already dead, so it's like he never came back. Round number 1.
Monty being brought out by Sapper, and that looked like he took some damage, but actually he didn't take anything. It's kind of a visual effect going on. He's pushing up. It's a very dangerous place to push in with the Monty being able to get flanked or vertical angles that can disable him. The Ash is going to deal with 2 of the Keeper barricades for him. Now, once again, he can't push up too far. And it looks like he's taking damage, but Nykel cleaned up by DCH, and now this gives impetus to Sapper, who's going to go for the pistol shots as Mr. Punch takes down Speakeasy. Long angle, Sapper gets 1. It's 1 versus 5. Gillida well in control.
Yeah, especially with that Monty. Monty's a big thing in Asia, especially on Bank. Very scary. Barcode's just going to AFK in this corner. I don't know if it's because Elevate want to have like a little mini tack timeout. I think that's probably what we're watching here. They're just going to talk things through. How do we deal with the Monty? What went wrong? Who messed up? Which literally was just, we gave them main too easily, there was no control, and we were walking around in top square while players were on the window repels. So I don't know, but yeah, good round for Gelita, not great for Elevate.
It's not been a good start for them, but we saw a similar situation on the second map of Clubhouse as well. Flawless round, though. We haven't seen that in both the maps so far, and this is the first one in this series. Great information from Gelita. But yeah, this is how Elevate started off on Clubhouse 2, just kind of looking a little bit shell-shocked, a little bit annoyed, irritated, not focused, given the out of the server, or rather in-server issues that they were having with the connections for their players. But they brought it back from 1-5 and 2-6 to win that second map. Might we see the same thing again? Perhaps. You can't really count Elevate out, especially if you see Nykel and Speakeasy start fragging out.
Yeah, I mean, if the big hitters start hitting big, you can't really sort of say anything about either team, because both teams have very respectable fragging ability, and there's no real sort of definitive boss, I suppose you could say. Like, there's no scary music playing when one of these players comes on the lobby. It's scary music when all of them are playing, because they're all just crazy.
10 seconds remaining.
So we'll find out how that pans out for them. But so far, that first round from Gelito is definitely a here, hold this L round compared to how Elevate played that.
Well, it's going to be a challenge for them too, because that first round, they were outclassed. So it just needs to be a situation where all of them adjust. RP, particularly from a very poor Clubhouse, needs to start firing here, because Gelita might just be looking for the early aggression and taking a 5-1 victory, 5-1 first half again. No guarantees Elevate can bring it back. Not on a map like Bank, where it's not so one-sided usually.
Yeah, there is no guarantees for anything in Siege, especially when you get RNG'd as hard as some people do. Trying to impact trick the wall here. Barcode, you looked and saw they were on the left side. Why did you impact the right? He literally looked, thought about it, and then went, yeah, nah, right side. I don't know. Interesting choice there, but hey, I guess if it works, it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. That might just be the case. RP still hanging on here. Not sure if they are too aware of him. Well, they've seen him now. Yeah, they surely have seen him now. So they know his position. Went a little bit too early on that peak. Trying to deal with the Monty alone. Sapper, who got 1 kill. Nykel gets 1, but they're in sight. Mr. Punch tries to go for a second, but explosions everywhere, and Speakeasy cuts him down.
I wonder what happened there. It could have gone for the plant, decided not to jump out on the person repelling. Doesn't pan out for Arpe, but Mark and Sap are both low HP. No impacts for Barcode. Does have a couple of goo mines in the pocket that he's aiming to use here to maybe slow down Sapper if he can, but Sapper's taking an alternative route. He's trying to find where these players are at to light them up. For Mark, maybe give him a call out or something. He knows there's one in the corner inside of meeting. He knows there's another one somewhere. He's going to be able to get rid of that goo mine through the wall, a little bit of damage as well, but given that he's that 3 armor, he can just tank a whole lot before he really has to worry about damage. Not a great amount of time left, though.
Yeah, Barcode trading some damage with the Monty, but Mark has taken out Nykel, and it's just up to Barcode now. What was looking like a very good start. Ape, if only he had been able to finish off Mark over there. Sapper is going to get hit by the goo mine, but Mark is there, and Ape is going to be kicking himself that he went out, traded his life for nothing. That should have been a kill onto Mark. I cannot believe Mark survived that.
Monty is kind of stupid. In the hands of just amazing, amazing teams, Monty becomes this unstoppable force. We do see Tubrau for the first time for the bottom floor. Cade as well, just in the right amount of time there for Nyquil as well. No Monty, though. We could see it 6-picked, obviously. But, I mean, at the moment, Gelita have had such a great 2 rounds. There's that impact trick, the questionable impact trick again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But, yeah, look, for Elevate, this will probably be the first round they win, if they play it right. We don't see Monty at all, though, so...
Big if.
Yeah, big if, but Gelita have shied away from that Monty this round.
I do think the Monty would... You know, from my understanding, the Monty would actually perhaps be a better choice here to funnel in through perhaps, you know, the sewers and come in, take control, perhaps from blue side, take server, and then push in with, you know, conjunction with the hatches, freeze out with flashes down onto red. But clearly, your leader, who have been ringing, as you said, the Monty in the first 2 rounds, have opted away from that. So I'm curious to see what their strategy will be, especially when they'll have to deal with this Kaid. And they only have... Oh wait, I was just going to say they have brought the Monty at the very last second because they needed the impact EMPs as well.
Yeah,
on top of IDFC's normal EMP.
Yeah, I mean, with Thatcher in play, it was an op you usually saw as like a mandatory ban back in the day, especially on a map like Bank. Like he was first gone every time.
Yeah.
Whereas now you have so many other operators that pen more risk. I mean, Ying after the rework, you've got... I mean, Twitch is good on this map, but we're not really seeing too many operators that are sort of in Twitch dependent. 2 for RP, fully blind on one of them. But he does finally get traded by IDFC. Nitro from Speakeasy to take down DCH. Monty's inside of Garage alone, though, which is a bit of an interesting choice of push, with only 1 player inside of the site. Don't know what Gelita were hoping for here, but it's not worked out for them as much as maybe they were hoping.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a big surprise. And we saw our first, I think, Tubarao pick of this Series 2 Barcode bring that M4. But just fallen apart so comprehensively. And I think, Proto, your prediction obviously going to come true over here unless IDFC can do an unbelievable 1v4 without the diffuser. They brought, I think... a good setup. They had a good idea. They put the Monty through Garage. That's a favorable option for him too. They had Thatcher. They had Impact EMPs. They had Brava. Everything was in their favor, and they just walked into fire, just complete fire. And now they're taking pseudo tactical timeout.
Yeah, it's just a sit outside and wait kind of thing. Elevator just... I mean, they did it round 1, so why wouldn't you save your timeout? You know, they have a rehost as well if they really want to use that too. But yeah, look, they needed to take that time out. I don't know what happened that round, but it was just an absolute monster. I mean, Ape got one, and then the second completely blind. I don't know how he managed that, but then was only finally traded out by the third. At that point, it was too late. Then you've got Monty solo in garage. Not sure why, but possibly to pull people back towards the side if you scare them enough type thing. I don't know. It was an interesting push, but I mean, I rate it. IDFC isn't going to get to save that death, as I told you, he's a little bit hungry for it. But yeah, Elevate, great round. It's downstairs bank. There's not really too much to break down for it. It is the best site. So,
well, here we are. Elevate with their first round. It took them 2 rounds to wake up as well on Clubhouse, which they eventually won. Let me remind you, but before they won, they were down 1-5. Jolita, I think they're going to readjust. So the main things that went wrong in this push, it just seemed like they were unaware of a lot of the Elevate positions, and they were not anticipating perhaps the aggression that would come out from Elevate, especially given how easily they seemed to walk over Elevate in the first round. Perhaps that fed into some kind of overconfidence, a brief moment of overconfidence from Jolita. But this is something that we have seen them prone to make mistakes regarding. Even back when they were Elevate, and even now today as Jolita.
yeah, definitely. So far, Elevate have had, I think, the pretty crap end of the stick in the matchups that we've seen from them so far. Not because, they've been playing badly. It's just, disconnects and unfortunate rounds, etc. Just a whole lot of unfortunate necessities. So it is what it is. But for Jolita, Monty's back. They're straight back in as soon as they lost one round.
Well, I mean, they brought him back. They brought him in the previous round too. Just Sapper, by the time he could do anything, the rest of his team had all collapsed. So they definitely need, and any good Monty player, I think, particularly someone as good as, Pengu back in the day, or Luna Metal if you want to keep it here in Southeast Asia, they really understood that they had to work together with the team, but they also were very much aggressive in the sense that they would push these players into uncomfortable positions. They won't just stand in the doorway, for example. They would play with the shield extension and play with the forward and backwards, try to burn some utility, keep the damage on themselves as low as possible, and let the rest of the teammates work towards getting the kill. This, right now, from Sapper, who is a proficient Monty in his own right, not quite at that same level yet.
No, he's getting there, though. That Nitro is going to make things difficult if he does want to walk in. No rotate by Office is going to mean that the rotate's going to be forced away early by the Ace opening up that. So Speakeasy has had to fall off. They're trying to clear this Nitro out, and the Frost Mat's also being destroyed. So Zappa realistically does have a pretty free walk into the site here as long as he plays it carefully. Yeah. But from below, Ape collects and leaves. DCH down. That's a great kill to find with another one for Barcode. Speakeasy does get traded though.
Well, Mark trying to get one more. That Mark 14 on Mark could really be a problem for defenders right now. Tries to pull out the SMP-12. It's a weapon that doesn't really work at long range, and that's exactly why he can't land the first shot on Ape, and that's it for him. Ash goes down too. Ape having a great time. Zappa finally comes to life, but his team dying around him. He gets 2. C4 at his feet won't do anything anymore with the Mira now killed. Smokes are going to come out. Is he going to try to go for a plant right here? I don't see that working out. There's yellow things. Great information still from Jolita. Doesn't do any damage. They know someone's in archive. They know someone's trying to cross him. But he can't get the plant off. Not with 2 members circling.
Yeah, it's difficult as a 2 because you have to stick for 7 seconds. You can sort of cover your own back if you can get into a corner, but on that back site, there just isn't enough spots that are safe enough to plant. And with the 2 players walking around flanking, I mean, if you can find one, all his army has to do is exactly that. Hide in the corner, block off the rotate. and not peek anything. And
for a second.
Oh, look, it was on. If the peek had come
Yeah,
out, I reckon
I
he hits that headshot. But
I believe.
I don't think they're silly enough to do that.
For 1 second, I believe. I thought the Azami might just wildly swing, as these players and these teams are prone to doing. I thought she might go for the peak, try to finish him off. Ill-advised on the timing, perhaps. And I thought that might have been it for Sapper, but valiant attempt. I think that was nearly a 1v4. He's a great Monty in terms of getting the frags, but he needs his team, and that's exactly what I was saying at the very beginning. The team needs to support him and not die in the process for them to win a round.
Well, I mean, we've only seen at any given time one player with the Monty. I mean, you really do have to sort of stack it up to really have an effect. And unfortunately, as much as Jolita want to play that Monty, they're not playing him to his fullest capacity. They need to be stacking up on this Monty, and they need to be using him for his utility, which is to provide protection. That is all it is.
Yep.
That's his entire ability, provide protection. And they're not doing that.
Well, let's see how things shape up over here. Tolji bringing out the Echo. Elevate have equalized this. This is a better start for them than it was on Clubhouse. Good information going to be brought by this Echo, especially in light of the fact that Valkyrie was banned by Jolita themselves, trying to starve Elevate off that info game, which is where Elevate hurt.
Yeah, Elevate are great in that sort of mid to late round, especially when they can get a couple of picks early. Even in the early rounds, they have their sort of shining moments, but it really depends on who's playing what and what they've managed to achieve. From below, some good damage onto Sapper, or maybe from inside of the site, not too sure where that impact came from regardless, some good damage. But yeah, Jolita just taking things slow, setting up in position instead of just walking in this time, which is what we need to see.
Mr. Punch using a very clever system with the Osa Shield, looking to be a pseudo Monty, essentially, without Sapper being on the Monty this time around. 1 minute 37 seconds though, the walls are coming down, but unfortunately, Elevate are looking to get aggressive for them, and Jolita needs to be very careful. Oh, that's great situation, giving an out for Speakeasy, should he start getting pressured.
No kills yet, so not a whole lot to work off of, but there's the first. Elevate, find one, but it's traded back by IDFC. Make that two, make that, and oh no, sorry, I thought it was three. The kill feed was just a little bit slow.
Nearly.
Update. What is Arpe doing? He's just walking around in front of those head holes. That's a down on the site here, and he will not be able to be revived in his current position. So technically a 4 versus 2 here for Jolita, but the Echo is in play. No IQ to spot out those drones. The Goyo going to force the own Goyo out of his position now as well. The confirmation onto Arpe. Tolji now walking around trying to confirm stock, but he goes down. That's those Echo drones taken out of play, and it's now all up to Nikwal. We'll be able to deny the Osa, but he's traded by Mr. Punch and Jolita. A great round for them.
It's a great decision to bring the Osa and play her as a pseudo Monty, or try and at least give the pressure on, because it brings a 5.56 rifle. Excellent choice. You can set it up, you can keep it there, other people on your team can use it too. And there's constant pressure when you see an Osa advancing like that, especially when you're dealing with window players. No jump outs are possible, because when the window players started putting the pressure on, the Osa and everyone else were already pressuring in from square. So great strategy from Jolita here, and just kind of froze Elevate out of position. We couldn't really do much. That's the, I think, main downside of that second floor bomb site, where if you start losing that square control and the walls start getting opened up, you lose a lot of your leverage on the windows.
Yeah, the windows are the biggest sort of thing that you need to be holding on bank. I know it's easier said than done, especially when jump outs are such a big problem. But at the same time, you know, you can get away without holding them sometimes, depending on the push that you do. If you're going up square, which is what happened that last round, we only saw one player on the windows. Everybody else was internal or dead. So, you know, but still plenty of bodies to get the job done, and you only need one on the windows. But they are arguably the most important.
Zappa back on the Monty this round. He's gone back here after a brief stint away. He really likes that Monty here on bank, and I think if there are any Bleed players watching this, or any former Invictus Gaming players watching this, they might be having some PTSD flashbacks, because Zappa, back when he was on Xavier, Elevate those
4-3
teams. Ooh.
Why was the drone res... Sorry to cut you off. The drone res was 4-3, though. Why did it go from 16-9 to 4-3 suddenly on the drone? It was really weird.
But yeah, I was just going to say, like, Zappa, just what a guy on the Monty, and he's trying to bring that back here, I guess. Roll back those years.
Good call out from Gelita here. They've noticed that downstairs is relatively clear, and they're going to start using their utility to get rid of the utility on site. They've got good positioning as well, because now that they've forced the issue inside of server, they're going to pull players back towards the site, which might catch a rotate for them. They've opened up all the walls required as well, and they can now start going for an early plant. But you look at the side of denial for Elevate. 4 nitro cells, 1 impact grenade, but we've got a minute and a half to burn them. Plenty of time to get rid of all this utility. The smokes now start to come out, and they're going to start trying to draw out these nitro cells.
Oh, no. That is poor from Mr. Punch. Kind of just walked into that one. They still have a couple of nitro cells, as you said. Now the 2-barrel comes in. It freezes Zappa a little bit, slows him down, breaks his vision as well, and above Mark gets Ape. So this defense... on-site doing well, but off-site not quite. Mr. Punch gets picked back up. Somehow, they manage to survive. Second C4 goes in, and now there's 3 members getting pushed. Barcode gets 1 from behind. This is complete chaos with the smokes and Monty.
Everybody is in the red hallway now. The call has been given, but what is Monty doing? Giving himself away. The player coming down main is going to have to do so much damage. It's IDFC for 1. He's traded out by red as well. It's now all up to Thermite inside of blue server by himself as main gets taken down. And what was such a good read from Gelita has turned into such a poor second coming. We get some good shots coming out from both sides, but no connections. A little bit of damage, that's about it. Flashbangs to try and cover the defuse. No more denial, though. No nitros left. They have to get aggressive. Pushing around the desk. Can't quite get the job done. A couple of tags, but they don't hit. Nothing lands. And the bomb goes down, but Tolji gets 1. He's all that is left inside of the site as he goes down now as well. Speakeasy goes for the res. DCH is going to hear this. Swings, but no connection. 30 seconds. This is very winnable for both sides.
Oh, DCH cleans up what he could in the first time. Now he's going to go up onto the hatch. Speakeasy has to go chasing for him. He's going to try and stick the defuse. That beeper is going to give him away. He goes for the swing. Can he stick it? Speakeasy wins it regardless. That is Speakeasy bringing that fire again. Doesn't secure the kill. Doesn't need to. He has the time. 12 seconds when he started the defuse. And Elevate. They bring this back in bizarre fashion from both sides. Complete chaos. That period, you said, Proto, when 4 people in red, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
If the main stairs flank was just a little bit quicker, that was Gelita's round.
Yeah.
But the other thing there that's a bit of an L is no square hatch. Not opened, no control. It wasn't even catered. Like, no one was playing server. They took server in the first 30 seconds, and nobody opened square hatch.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because when I saw the thermite go up, I was like, hey, now he wins it, right? And then we switched cameras, and I'm like, oh, square hatch is closed.
Yeah, there's no, like, the site hatch not being open, that's not a problem. They got Monty, they got the bomb down. Like, it's GG, right? Square hatch not being open is the only problem that you have there. I don't know why they didn't opt to open it. I mean, you've got hard breach devices on the Monty. Just walk him up blue for 10 seconds and open the hatch. Like, Mirror Tolji almost lost that for his team there.
Yeah.
Had he not... I mean, in the end, they won it, right? That's fair. Got it down to the 1v1. Good for him. But he could have won it on the spot if he'd just killed the planter. So a little bit of a fumble. I'm sure they would have been upset if that had been what happened. But, yeah. I mean, as soon as he heard him running down blue, he was going to get off the diffuser. I don't know why there was a need to sort of commit to the rundown. I get it at the same time, like, but yeah, the fake off is always going to be what happens in that situation. But yeah, no hatch. That's a bit of an L. Jolita should have thought that one through a little bit more.
Missed a punch. Good information again. And Elevate for the first time, I think, in this entire series. Am I wrong, Proto, that they have the lead? First time.
It's equal
even
right
in
now.
OT. Oh right, I mean yeah, sorry. I don't know how I saw that wrongly. I saw that 3-2. I was gonna say if they win this, it'll be the first time in the series then
Yeah.
that they'll have the lead. Because even in OT and Club, they didn't get it.
No, they were... Yeah, Jolita won round 1, Elevate equalised,
Correct.
then they won the game. So, no, they haven't been in the lead yet. They've always been trailing. But so far, it hasn't been the end of the world.
Yeah.
They're one round away from doing that now. They've done some good damage onto Sapper. And they've got a fair amount of utility left as well to show for it. So they've done pretty well for, what, a minute and a half? It's not bad at all.
Michael now on the gridlock here. It's not an operator he's played so far too much in this series, if at all, by my memory. It's been a more quiet Elevate so far in terms of kills, don't you think? Everyone is either negative, and only Barcode is evens.
Yeah.
Sapper is almost dead.
It's a bit difficult, though, on a map like Bank. IDFC will take down Arpe, furthering his negative streak. Jump out from DCH, though, goes big. He locks in one for himself. And as well, Mr. Punch chiming in with one of his own onto Tolji. Speakeasy and Barcode now, the last two, they're not even going to be able to take down the player that's outside. Flashbang grabbed by Wilmai. It's a bit of an L. Will blind Speakeasy. I was wondering if it was going to do that. Mirror, though, cutting off the rotate now with the Echo drone in place still makes things a huge problem. Might find Speakeasy, and I'd imagine it's not going to be too long before someone takes down Barcode. And a flawless round for Jolita, answering back to Elevate's one on the first round of attack. That was on the first round of their defense, sorry. That was a awesome round on defense.
Yeah, and once again, Elevate search for the lead. It keeps on going. They can't really establish themselves over Jolita like they would expect to, and it's a little bit of a surprise given, you know, how well they came out of Clubhouse. But I am sure that the server issues for them, connection issues with Barcode and then Ape, definitely dented their performance mentally, and just the hot streak that they were on kind of got cooled.
Yeah, they definitely had the brakes put on in that first game because of the constant disconnecting. It was just such a motivational breakage. Second game, they fired back up. They still had some problems, though, to be fair. Nothing too crazy, but definitely some problems. However, they've made a pretty solid effort since then, that first game. I mean, they've been going pretty hard on Bank. They went pretty hard on Chalet. It was 8-7, keep in mind. And the last time we saw this exact matchup, Jolita also won. So Elevate do have that sort of sitting in the back of their head right now.
So, IDFC holding here. This is where it was in the first round. He found himself on Thatcher, alone as the rest of his team had just fallen apart alongside him. And Nykel is going to start things off very early, dashing into Archives, trying to get one, almost a second. Barcode is the one who cleans it up. Sapper off the board too. This has been a rapidly successful clear. Mr. Punch is going to try and punch back. Does so successfully. But it's been a very good start from Jolita. That's from Elevate.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of a faster start here. Unfortunately, though,
Mr.
they
Punch.
haven't been able to get away with as much as maybe they wanted. They got 2 kills, but they got answered back by Mr. Punch solo on that roam upstairs. And I believe he's actually still up here holding on. He's on for 3, looking for his 4th as he heads towards the last known position of Arpe. He is on Z-ping, though, so they do sort of know exactly where he's at the moment. But vice versa, defense also have some good info. He is finally going to catch him, get caught with his pants down. So that's a bit unfortunate. But he did great work. 3 kills. He killed Habana, Finka, and Yana. I mean, that is just 3 huge kills.
Yeah, and I was going to say, that hatch is probably not getting open, but that hatch is not even reinforced. IDFC, waiting with the C4. I'm not sure whether that was a mistake that they're trying to, make up for. Try to make the best of a bad situation, or whether that's a strategy call to save their reinforcements and just put them elsewhere, because generally, that red hatch just used to pressure these defenders. And if they decide, like, all right, we can soak up the pressure and play a C4 through instead, maybe that's something that could work for them, especially with the familiarity they have against Elevate.
Yeah, for Elevate, this, as we said, this map is the one that they sort of weren't very happy with last week. Yeah. The beeper gives away the position of the player inside of Garage with the red pings as well, but Arpe reaction time is just too good. And he takes down IDFC. It's now all up to DCSH, smoking off the main, the elevator drop, sorry. Realizes the player is going to be inside of the site. Doesn't quite spot the Maverick, but they have the pings. He vaults on through, takes it down. That's Diffuser.
DCH.
What's Arpe looking at? He's looking the wrong way. And that's going to cost him the round. The call out not fast enough. To be fair, I don't actually think you could even speak that quick. But my
the Maverick jumping in immediately went for the plant. Little bit of inexperience almost, it looks like. Although we know how experienced Ape is. It looks like a rookie mistake where you just assume everything's clear. You turn around, you don't check your corners. They had the time to check it. Jumped in, had no idea where that smoke was. Turned around, immediately went for the plant, and that just gave a freebie to him. And the other player, as you said, just not enough time to react, to give a call out, to figure out exactly what was going on. And TC doesn't need a second invitation.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Mr. Punch, a huge round upstairs.
Yeah.
I mean,
for how well it started for Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they lost 2 instantly and then he came back and killed, 3 was just crazy. But yeah, traded out, and then it was his teammate that actually got it done. So great round for Jalita, and we are very slowly approaching the elusive 7-3, which will be an improvement on the last time we saw Bank.
Well, the main thing Elevate need to do right now is stem the bleeding, because one more round and once again they get put under pressure like they were for most of Clubhouse. They were 2-6 down back then. They don't want to be 3-6 down here. It's not as clear cut. They have had their side swap done already. So if Jalita start running away with this on the defense, they might keep it going. Oh, that was a missed opportunity.
Some good utility usage and some solid cleanup work here from Elevate, but really it's all sort of for not much at the moment. They haven't really seen anybody yet. I mean, they've droned here and there and seen people, but it hasn't been a whole lot, unfortunately, which bit rough, but it is what it is.
ECH, I mean, gotta give him credit for that end of that round. And just once again, look at the kills that we have on each side of things. Back when he was 3-3, it was a little bit more strange, but now you can see just Jalita flexing. 7-3, DCH, Mr. Punch 10-5, Mark 6-4. Everyone is positive, whereas no one on Elevate is. everyone's negative at least by 1, and the Speakeasy gone very quiet after going 21 and what was it, 8 on
21
Clubhouse?
and 11 was his Clubhouse score. I mean, yeah, the fact that Elevate Max OT 21 and 11, we're now seeing 3 and 6 from the Don himself.
Exactly.
RP takes down IDFC. Yeah, I mean, there has definitely been a drop in performance, possibly. DCH will trade out RP. He's looking for another at the top of the square. Speakeasy almost taken down, but it's Nightwall to find a kill. Sapper with one under barcode. He still holds on to this top office spot. With the player at top square, low HP. Nightwall as well, not looking too healthy. Told you the only one with 100 HP and the AK-12 in hand. A good set of equipment, but with Mr. Punch holding onto that Alder, if they leave it much later than they have now, walking into the site is going to be pretty much impossible if he just lets that thang, because he's just going to tear these guys apart with that. There's one.
Yeah.
Sapper finds one as he comes downstairs. Spotted the second, hasn't quite landed the shots, but he doesn't need to yet. He only needs to hit him once, and he'll collect this kill for himself. But similarly, he's also low. 15 seconds remain. The down for onto Nyquil. That is a confirmation. Speakeasy still alive, looking to try and trade his teammate out. But in the corner,
oh, no way, Sapper!
Sapper with 4. Jalea on match point now. Elevate.
Okay.
I don't think Bank was the play.
Okay, Sapper. That was just ridiculous. First DCH and Sapper determined to show off what he can do when he's not put on the shield operator, I guess. Because the timing, when the Yana went for the flashbang, it was a great idea to go for the flashbang, to keep it safe, to keep it secure, but the swing from Sapper perfectly timed onto the Yana, took him down, then goes prone with a suppressor on the CEZ, so Speakeasy really has no idea which he needs to be aiming for, and bang on. Sapper gets all 2 at the end. Match point, series point, once again for Jalita.
Yeah, it's so far not been too great for Elevate. A bit unfortunate, but the way things are sort of panning out now, I think Jalita are probably going to lock this in for a swift 3 points. But I've got no idea. Elevate brought it back last map. They could do it again here. It's going to take a whole lot, though.
Indeed. It's a tough situation for them. They have been in a tough situation before, just the previous map, as we keep on saying, and barcode on the Monty this time around. We saw a couple of attempts from Elevate on Clubhouse to bring that Monty, much less successful than it was with Jalita, at least here with Sapper on this map. So can Barcode do what he couldn't before?
He's doing his best. That's definitely something that is being attempted. The best is all we could ever ask for. But, yeah, Elevate on attack, especially on Bank. I mean, they've done it. What? No, they haven't won a single round on attack yet, actually, now that I think about it. It was all defense with a 3-3 split. Jalita are flawless on defense so far. The mirrors are starting to open up. And, yeah, Elevate, again, slow, but they've resorted back to the Monty as well.
IDFC with the Kiba barricades, and I think just in general, both these teams' use of Azami on maps 2 and 3 has shown how pervasive and annoying fighting an Azami can be. Even with the increased utility on some operators with like 2 grenades given to a bunch more, it still feels like you're giving up too much to bring those frag grenades, and therefore you have to suffer the Azami, or you have to suffer, you know, a Tubarao or a Solis or a Warden or a Fenrir, and the list just keeps going on.
Yep, Mr. Punch for one. IDFC on the floor in a DBNO state. RP called out as well through the wall, almost losing his life. Echo in elevator will be traded. Confirmation now onto IDFC. Another one for Nyquil. 3 for him. Sapper goes down. It's now all up to DCH and Mark in great positions, mind you. The Nitro isn't going to do too much from that spot, however. 2 versus 4, very doable on the top floor of Bank, but not if they don't find kills quickly. and it's going to be Mark put to bed. It's all up to DCH. They know where he is. The bomb's going down. Nyquil for 4. And Elevate fire back with a pretty decisive round.
Could it just be Proto that Elevate only perform well when they're under the worst pressure you could ask for? Because this was ridiculously impressive. It was confident, it had swagger, it had information, it was calculated too. It wasn't like they were just rushing in, blindly trying to try their luck. Nyquil, when he pushed up the stairs, it was with support, and I think, we talked about how important Barcode will be for that round, and he was crucial, extremely crucial in that round by soaking up that attention from the defenders.
Yeah, Monty is a big problem, especially if left unchecked. So Gelita do call their attack timeout, which I think is really smart. We never see TTs used ever in Cs. OC is the same. They're terrible taking their attack timeouts. But Cs is even worse. I mean, I've literally seen 2 tack timeouts in 4 play days. This is play day 4, and this is the second tack timeout I've seen. So, OC is not that bad, but still pretty bad. Regardless, tactical timeouts are a piece of utility. Why not use them? Gelita, they lose 1 round on the defense. They don't want to have happen what happened on Clubhouse. They've taken that sort of 45 seconds to a minute with the prep time and gone, this is what we need to be doing. This is what we're worried about. This is how we need to fix the problem. And they've bought Torbarao, they've bought the Goyo, they've got Monty, they've got the Evil Eyes as well. So they're bringing plenty of utility for denial. A direct denial operator as well is nice to see. We don't see Smoke often downstairs anymore because of his recent changes. So, Maestro is good to see. But yeah, Elevate, they've definitely rattled Gelita, and they're definitely scared.
Told you once again, struggling in the kills department, but not quite problem if Elevate perform like they did in the previous round. Clearly, his role very much to be the support operator, and a lot of times, they go unsung, as Proto pointed out on the second map, on the first map it was. Rest of Elevate coming up slowly. 9-9 for Ape, 8-8 for Nyquil. 2 big problem players for Gelita potentially, especially Speakeasy also wakes up.
Yeah, Mr. Punch and Sapper are both having really good games though. So
yeah,
11 and 9 respectively.
And DCH too, like 8 and 5. Like we saw what he could do.
Yeah, it's so far like for Gelita, it's been pretty consistent performance across the board. Elevate not so much though. They've had, one player do really well, and then the next game not so much. I mean, Speakeasy 4 and 8. He's double negative. Last game he was double positive.
Yeah.
So very big difference. Barcode was middle of the road. He's middle of the road again. We're in pretty interesting spots in terms of who's got kills and who doesn't. But the fact that they are right next to the site now, the walls aren't reinforced because they've opted to be used elsewhere, I'm assuming. And the utility is being cleared by Elevate. Unless Gelita start using their denial a little bit more. Do they have any Rios left? They've got 4 left.
Yeah. It's a bit strange.
Why are we not Rioing the site walls here? Did we forget, or are we just being lazy?
I think they just want to make it difficult, because if you start placing exothermic charges or Hibana charges on soft walls, you can shoot them out, and you can see there's no soft destruction. They've accurately, rolled the dice, gone for the gamble. Like, hey, these guys won't bring a sledge or a buck or, anything that has a sidearm shotgun. And now, actually, they are in pole position by not reinforcing. The only downside is they can be shot through. Unfortunately, Speakeasy, I think, through sheer hard work, has ripped through that wall.
to some degree. The positions are starting to be called out now. IDFC gets one. Speakeasy for another. Barcode will trade out another. However, he's taken down as he rushes into the site. The Adrenal Surge not doing too much. Arpe good for another. He's deep inside of CC, but Sapper there to trade it out. Diffuser down on the floor. Retrieved by Arpe. 2 versus 2. 15 seconds, though, as Mark is now put down on the floor as well. But Sapper's in such a good position. If they walk in to beat a plant, he can stop it completely himself, but they haven't. They've opted for the door. He could wallbang the player right now, but he doesn't have the call. There's not enough information. 2 now swinging him from both directions, and Arpe puts him down finally. Gelita, they're going to start sweating now.
They took their tactical timeout earlier on. I don't know if we highlighted that. I don't think we did, but they took their tactical timeout. Gelita, the moment Elevate came swinging through with a strong round as they had on the second floor, they took a tac timeout, and this is the result. Another Elevate victory. They are scared. They are definitely concerned that what happened in Clubhouse is happening again.
Yeah, it's definitely coming back as a haunting experience. Super good round. I mean, very winnable by Gelita, but they just lost all their denial too quickly and their players got caught out of position. I mean, it is what it is. It happens. It's been a good game so far, though. For Gelita's sake, I hope Elevate don't come back. But for Elevate's sake, I do hope that they take this to at least overtime before they lose it, if they lose it.
Rolsey, once again, giving that good information to his team. Keeps his drone alive, gets some good information, and takes it out. Sets it up on the second floor in the square position. That could be so very important. DCH prepping those windows. All 5 of Elevate spawning on the north side. Now that's not something you see every day.
No, definitely not. But
are they going to do what they did earlier on?
I was going to say, they're going to try what they did possibly in the first time we saw Bank, but whatever that might be with the Capital is now gone because DCH has just wiped those asphyxiating bolts off the face of the earth, and they're not going to be able to use the smokes anymore. I mean, Niqual's even saying nice shot. I think it was literally a pixel underneath one of the Azami barricades. So, yeah, definitely nice shot. Bit unfortunate if you're an Elevate fan, but for Gelita, this is big.
Trying to play that long angle is Mr. Punch. Gelita, last time out, they were frozen out of that lift position. The Echo couldn't really do much. And the problem for them is that while they've gotten the Capital off the board, they haven't been able to take down the Monty. And that window position, that repel, is going to be so vital. Unless Mr. Punch wins this fight, does damage to Tolji, he needs to keep this pressure on to Tolji so that the rest of his teammates can feel the freedom to engage with the Monty, and the Monty doesn't feel the freedom to come up banana like he did in the previous second floor attack.
I mean, even just having the Echo drone there, just calling out all of these positions is so huge because you've got 50% of the HP off of Tolji now gone. Monty's being called out. He's using his impact EMPs. I mean, you look at Speakeasy. Yeah, he's AFK here waiting for the call. Send it into the site. He could be droning. He's still got a drone. He could be doing something, but he isn't. He's just sitting, lying in wait, waiting for the call out. And I guess that's just a little bit lazy from Elevate. This is costing them problems. Causing them problems. He's thinking about...
Oh, what's he done? What's he done? Why does he go for that? Not at that timing. 50 seconds left in the round. He goes for it. Elevate have fallen apart completely. Barcode trying to go pro. Okay. It's not going to work.
Oh, it's been good. But we finally reached the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I don't think Elevate are doing too much with what's left. Gelita once more, in regulation time this time, are going to take down Elevate 7-5 on Bank. It's GG's. Elevate aren't gone just yet. They can still get third place, which I
She'll be
mean,
tomorrow.
look, it's not the best. Third place, you know, you'd like to finish a little bit higher, but you sort of have to win your games if you want to finish higher than third. So for Elevate, unfortunately, they've lost to Old Elevate. And Old Elevate, they're going to go forward into the final. And, you know, that's that. But really well played by Elevate. You got to give them that. Given what they had, I mean, if they had barcode for the entire night, we probably would have seen a slightly different outcome. But that's only theory crafting. We're not actually going to see that because it's not going to happen again.
Indeed, it's a big if barcode hadn't had those problems early on, if they hadn't had technical issues throughout which disrupted their map-to-map momentum, what could have happened? We don't really know. We got a good fight though. I have to admit, map 1 was a little bit off, you know, an underwhelming situation with the 4v5, but 8-7, 7-5, not much meta you can ask for.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was a solid game. There was no real sort of things to pick on in that second match, especially. I mean, the Gelita definitely did their homework. They went back, they watched that VOD, they knew exactly what the problems were and who was, you know, responsible for some of the mistakes that they came across. And their level of play just, excuse the pun, elevated since we last saw them play Bank. I mean, it was 8-7 max OT Gelita win. This time it's regulation 7-5. Yes, 2 rounds off is pretty close, and those 2 rounds that Elevate did win after that swap over onto the attack in a row were definitely pretty scary. As a Gelita player and fan, at some point in that match, you were probably thinking, oh my God, they're going to do it again, but they didn't. Gelita, they took that tack timeout after they had that conversation. They lost that downstairs round. They were like, right, we won upstairs. Let's just lock it in, go upstairs again. And Elevate threw themselves at Gelita. I mean, that last round was really confusing. We saw one player walk in and get fried. Monty was by himself. Amari was just standing outside for the entire round doing absolutely nothing. And then the call was given, sent himself into banana window, died instantly because the entire team was looking at him, and then everybody else just walked into the site one by one and died. Monty even proned at one point. I mean,
tried to drop shot.
I don't know. Whatever that was from Elevate, it wasn't great. But from Gelita, I give that one solid thumbs up. We're going to go to a break. We still have one whole game to come back to after this. It's getting late. Please excuse me. But Fury versus Devil's Package will be up on the cards next. We'll be back in a moment.
Go!
Welcome back. Game number 1 underway. Well, it's finished now. Actually, I'm lying to you, but game number 2 is only a moment away. Fury are taking on Devil's Package, and unfortunately, slightly different to our first matchup. This one should be a relatively quick one. Devil's Package. No, I reckon. Fury, obviously, major Fury. Devil's Package
going to SI Fury.
Yeah. Devil's Package squeaked in last week off of their victory against like 1Z or something, who only got 1 round. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they got smacked 7-2 last week by Fury on Border, it was, I believe, and it was not pretty. They are, of course, a mostly under 18 squad. Jackie Wu, of course, formerly of Direwolves, if you guys remember Direwolves 7th Heaven, and of course, formerly of Elevate itself. He is leading that squad, but unfortunately, while DP definitely is very, very impressive for what their ages are right now, I don't think, they, as you said, they can match up to a squad that's been to majors and is going to SI in a month.
Yeah, definitely. They're unfortunately, I don't think going to be as vested as Fury are. I mean, just looking at some of Fury's wins, tournament-wise, it's it is chalk and cheese. Unfortunately, there's not really much to say against DP other than they got Jackie Wu, but I mean that's it. That literally is it for that squad. Fury are Fury. They've been to majors. They've taken on the likes of old Elevate and Gaming Gladiators in their prime back in Operations League. I mean, it's this one's going to be quick. I don't think this is going to be much longer.
I mean, arguably, Fury are the best team in the region right now, even better than Bleed, who, yes, they just signed Julio as a coach yesterday, but comparatively, as far as the domestic region goes, as you said, faced everyone and beaten everyone.
Yeah, and if we turn our eyes to the map veto very quickly, that's actually good. I didn't know the graphic was coming, so I'm proud that I threw that at the right time. We've got Chalet number 1, Border number 2, and Night Haven, which is number 3. I have not touched, looked at, played, interacted with Night Haven whatsoever.
I love
so if
that
we go to that map, it's GG.
I love that
absolutely
map.
Nothing.
I can handle it, Proto.
I know one call out, and that is Animus.
I knew it.
So
No, this Night Haven's a good
see
map.
Map 3.
Night Haven's a good map, and it's fun. Yeah,
Chalet. One of Fury's best, arguably. Chalet. Border, we know they're going to win.
Because last week
smashed DP last week 7-2. So they're only looking to improve that score. And then Night Haven, I think that was just sort of randomly thrown in there as why not? We're not going to map number 3 anyway. So, I'm not too worried for Fury here.
I love Night Haven. I ironically, initially when it came out, I wasn't too much of a fan of Night Haven, but, it's, first of all, it's a map set in Singapore. So, got to represent. Number 2. It's actually a really good map. I genuinely think it's got elements of Clubhouse mixed in with elements of Chalet, a little bit of, I would say, even Bank, with some of the long angles that you can hold, and just a very fun to play map and easy to traverse. I think that's one of the a lot of issues that people have had with some maps in the past, and confusing visuals and what have you not. Good angles available on Night Haven. Unfortunately, as Proto said, I don't think we're going to get to see that map.
No, don't get me wrong, right? It'd be cool.
Yeah.
But unless Fury are like doing strat roulette or something in private call, I really don't think we see it at all. And if we do, I lose all faith in Fury winning SI. All faith will be gone.
You remember?
This is obviously
do you remember
a joke,
SI
by the way.
SI 2020 when G2 was saving
joke,
strats?
by the way.
Don't forget. Exactly. So maybe Fury are going to be.
Yeah, they toss to make it look like they're botting out before the major, and then they go to the major and they stomp. Yeah.
That's what's happening.
If they lose this game, whether it's intentional or unintentional, come on. You should just win it because you can. Why not? You walk away with some money at the end of the day. Why not?
I mean, arguably, you could play like a meta game, right? Like where you play just completely different operators compared to what you usually do, and you just go like gung-ho, no strats, gunfights only, and
just ranked it.
Yeah, just rank it. And speaking of that, let's get the op bands. Yeah, we are straight into it. So,
all right,
Roto, you want to take us through the op bands while we still have some time?
Yeah, Dokkaebi, no surprise. Ying, no surprise. Fenrir is an interesting, not really the most interesting in the world. It makes sense. And Solus, which we've seen a few times tonight. So again, nothing out of the ordinary. In terms of the op picks, again, nothing weird other than the alibi from I9, which is sort of something that sort of tickles me a little bit, as well as the Pulse. We don't see much Pulse these days anymore, not because he's bad, but just because he doesn't fit in. His information isn't exclusive anymore. You have Solus, you have, well, obviously banned in this case, but you have operators like Solus, who are just so much better. Fenrir, who is also banned, so much better.
Or Valkyrie, who can give passive information.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So many more better choices.
So, yeah, we'll see, though. The vertical flexibility that Pulse offers is definitely unparalleled still. And it comes with a C4, but that's a poor choice. BG Man cleans him up through the drone hole. Crit J takes out Jackie Boo, and this is exactly what we feared would be happening. But there we go. Finally responds. Yao takes down Crit J. Now, I remember Crit J. You know, once before he actually burst onto the scene effectively, I knew he was a semi-pro player, and he came into a ranked match and just wiped the floor with all of us, high plat players back then before Emerald was a thing. And in my head, I knew this guy. I was annoyed, of course, but I knew he was going to be a really good player, and already starting to flex his muscles here.
Yeah, well, he's dead, so he's not going to be flexing much more this round. I9 is also now going to take down Williams, Yao, and Azuki, the last two remaining. Ram doing Ram things in the main lobby, but ultimately to no great effect. You do still have some hard breach available. The Ram charges, I mean, maybe use them to bait or play for some info, but shots like that, you really have to hit them. I9 now knows the position of at least one player. Second gives himself away jumping into the top of Mez, and that is pretty much the round over. Pulse up by Piano is going to be a problem. DP don't have the time to clear. They're only just now retrieving Diffuser, so for Fury, this is a pretty quick cleanup, especially with the player inside of Shoe Closet. This is going to be a relatively quick round. Okay, hang on a minute.
You were saying as Azuki comes in, gets one more with 50 seconds left to go, and they'll make it 2v2. Unfortunately for him, Dark, as you said, rare Pulse pick, but enough to give him an early warning. Tries to go for the wallbang, not quite the best idea perhaps. Even tries to get support from his teammate, but Azuki might be getting this kill onto Lycolis. But as we saw earlier on with DCH, that M870 on Bandit, too good.
They're leaving him down as well. Like, it was just BM. They know exactly where Yao is as well. Or maybe it was just a lucky two-brow. But regardless, BG Man's going to walk up and collect his second in the round. The ice grenade doing exactly what it was intended to. And, Fury were, I think, playing with their food a little bit. Like, leaving the player at the bottom of West. I forget the name of the stairs. West stairs, I think. East stairs. Downed.
West Main.
West Main, yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Leaving him down and sort of just running around looking for his teammate. That's unfortunate. But yeah, this one's going to be quick. As much as I hate to slander DP, this one's going to be a pretty fast game.
At least, unless we see some crazy things. Because DP on
That
the
was
first
a
play date...
snap. Holy.
Yeah. DP on the first day, as I was saying, sorry, they had actually a genuinely good showing. They took both Gelida and Elevate to overtime. Now, we just saw both those teams play earlier on, and they were quite close in capability. So maybe we can say, like, DP are close to their level. But, you know, last week's Fury matchup not quite giving us a lot of confidence, especially with Border being the second map. Conversely, on second playday, Fury were the ones who lost to Elevate, so perhaps we might have a game here.
Yeah. We're starting to see things unfold, though. Jackie Wu will get one, so as mentioned, he is the tried and trusted veteran of this team, freshly coming from Direwolves, recently, I believe, disbanded / dispelled / mixed into other teams and whatever now. Some shots through the wall, a little bit of damage, but Williams unfortunately not being able to find anything for his troubles as Crit J will dissolve into nothingness and disappear. But Fury are still down a player. And it is like Colossus. So, big loss, especially that being your Legion. No more Goo Mines for the rest of the round.
Richie on the Azami. Now, we talked about how we seen the Fenrir and Solis band, and these are basically two of the four of the Avengers, as Bleed Esports Mentalist calls it, where they're just extremely strong at whatever they want to do, and the other two being Tubarao, which we saw earlier on, and of course being Azami, which we're seeing right now. We also can add in Warden to the mix if you want to, with Dark on that player. On the operator, I mean. But generally, very, very strong operators that can anchor positions almost by their lonesome.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Indeed, they can. I mean, give them the proper kit, and they can literally just sit there for entire rounds. Jump out though from Crit J is good for one. Confirmation on the second as well. Looking for third, possibly coming behind him, but he's pretty safe in his position. I9 will also now find Yao, Williams, and Scarlet, the last alive for their team. The shotgun in hand.
Tries to go BM.
Not good enough. Didn't even really do too much damage, but Scarlet's going to trade it back to equalize 2-2. And Fury, you start sweating a little bit here.
Oh, Scarlet gets a third on that doorway. They are definitely sweating now. They thought they had this in the bag, but Scarlet's been down now. Crit J, what can he do? He tries to go for that kill. Gets it. Crit J doesn't miss. He is unquestionably one of the best players in this league right now in terms of his form and what he's shown at international events in the past.
That was 4 for him that round. Double run out. And the 1v2 to win it. You gotta love it. And you could tell Fury was sort of messing around because it was just running around. Literally just running around. I mean, Azami's on doors, just random stuff that you just should not be doing. And then, jump out, 2 kills, thanks. Then it got serious, and Fury locked in. And they were like, all right, hang on a minute. Let's win this round. Which they did.
You know what that reminds me of? Like when you're in like ranked and like you're the only guy who's like not caught on that everyone else is keeping it chill. So you're sweating super hard and everyone else is just like doing weird stuff. And then you realize, wait, I'm in a 1v2. And you continue to sweat and you win. And the rest of your team is just, vibing. That's what it felt like. That's what that round felt like.
That was a very oddly descriptive scenario. So thank you for painting that for me.
Vivid imagery.
Don't know if I have ever had that personally. Like ranked makes me hate myself.
Crit J, he's sweating. I told you he's sweating.
Here making DP hate themselves.
He's sweating.
He's taken down the whole team, and he's going to start off with Jackie Wu. That is the hardened veteran. Down.
Although, Jackie Wu being down, maybe not is the worst. It's not, maybe isn't the worst option, but I9 jumping out again, as
Fury
you said.
are outside.
Fury are playing for fun. They are having the time of their lives playing with their food. Williams trades one's back, but
Called
it's
out.
just the confidence and nice Fnatic skin on that RIP.
Yeah, free Fnatic.
Oh dear!
Huh?
What
Hang
is
on a minute.
happening? Richie, how does he get two from
hang
there?
on a minute. Hang on, no. We just saw someone die on the stairs behind Nomad. One tap trade.
Richie!
We'd love to see it. Where did Crit J get?
The second.
Yeah. Did he like peek up solar and get fried, kill the guy on the window, and then obviously Azuki walked up and they obviously, did the thing where they died. But like, where did the body come from? Who was the second guy on the stairs that died? We're just sitting here confused out of our minds, and Fury are absolutely pumping DP right now.
Remember, in the previous matchup, when we saw Chalet, we rightly said Chalet is an attacker-sided map. And we saw that in terms of how the halves ended up as well. Although, obviously, Elevate were playing 4v5. Dark punishes Crit J for being too sweaty, clearly. You need to have your music in, guys. Blast up that thrash metal.
He is 9-3 in 3 rounds.
Well, 9-2, considering he just got executed by his teammate.
Yeah.
But, goodness. Well, the rest of his team wants their kills. Dark still hasn't got off the mark.
I don't think it matters. Dark could probably unplug his setup and just walk away and still come back and they will have won. You watch, Fury will still win this round.
I9's gonna maybe get the 3k here, Lycolis 1, and Dark gets his first. That's my prediction.
Okay. I'll see that. Dark's good for at least one. Has to be. It'd be illegal for him to not get a kill this round. But yeah. I don't think DP really have too much to show for what we're currently watching.
Cole is very concerned about the second floor. Thinks he might get, perhaps, miss his opportunity, I guess, to send out a C4. He's not playing the Pulse. There is no Pulse on board this time around. He puts a pre-play C4, goes for it way too early. Williams almost gets collected. Dark taken very, very low, still looking for his first kill. Almost gets killed himself.
Not the healthiest anymore, but I won't stop him. Definitely not the end of the world. The MP7 as well. Good gun to do the damage you might need to, but for now, he's just going to chill upstairs and wait for someone to come to him. DP still with 5. Fury technically have a full stack if nothing had gone wrong previously, but it's going to be I9 who actually falls first. So no 3k. Suzuki will let in that hope, and Fury is starting to look like they might lose this round if they don't lock in.
Yeah, I9 taken out, not a good sign. And clearly you saw Scarlet on the ace, got 3 kills in 1 round. Dark still trying to play a pixel angle. It's under the pump a little bit. He's not supported by any of his teammates. He's really playing for his life here. He wants to get 1 or 2. That's a nice little angle. Dark gets his first in conjunction with the impact. Perfectly timed. Can't believe how well that worked out. But Azuki trades him out with a headshot, no less. Lycolis, poorly timed. Last one window takes him out. And he's almost a BG man in a 1 versus 4.
We've seen him do it before, especially with the Alda. Great gun to have in this situation, plenty of bullets. Does have his evilizers as well, an impact to play with. But whether or not it's going to be in the right spot is the question. As the Rams now come out as well to aid in the destruction. Jackie Wu with the diffuser in hand and 20 seconds left. He will now be spotted by the drone. They know exactly where he is, and they're going to be able to kill him pretty quickly as well. Good round for DP. It's probably because they team killed at the start, though.
Crit J just sitting back and watching. It's like, see, this is what happens when you don't have me sweating. You need my sweat. Let's see what comes out. I'm not sure whether that was actually intentional. To be absolutely honest, it looks very much like a fun aha moment. Might have been some sort of issue that they just try to play through. Fury are having a good time. They're 3-1 up on the defense on a map like Chalet. I expect it, even if it gets to 3-3, I expect it to be a bloodbath on attack.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. But look, if there's no way that Fury lose this game, there just isn't. There's no way. There physically cannot be a way they lose it. They're just having their fun. So I'm just chalking it up to that. That is the DP charity round, and that is all. That is it. That's all they're getting. That's all they're getting. Maybe one more.
Yeah, maybe one more.
But there's no way Fury will let that happen willingly anyway, more than once.
I call this just vibing, having his fun, trying to do some trick shots with his electric claw. Once again, I9 looking for that K9 run out. Crit J hit it in round number 2. This classic spawn peek through the window slit. Brief exposure on I9. Tries to go for it again. No one's coming up from DP side.
No. DP just sort of slowing it down. I mean, they're definitely like locked in, sweating, got the strap book open, you know, waiting for let's see the opening, and I've droned it, let's go. Oh, yep. And Fury are just, you know, dancing in the moonlight. They're just running around. So yeah, two very different play styles, but one's working more than the other. So I don't know what that needs to mean to somebody, but it means something because it's working.
I9 still very much interested in the K9 position. Perhaps with the shared names. Now he knows someone's up there. He's going to go for the C4 from below. Is the Valkyrie. I9 gets his kill finally onto Scarlet, who's not had a good game outside of that triple kill when he was shut down by Crit J. Poor choice from I9 to not check the hallway.
That's all right, though.
Yeah,
I was gonna say it's all right. He's Ace is dead, so that's a big one. It'll help. They don't have any other hard breach as backup, so that makes it a bit more difficult. However, they've got some pretty solid positioning right now, and they are looking for something before they go towards a site like that. Dark overextending.
It feels like that's really the only way DP are getting kills. Fury just, as you said, dancing in the moonlight and giving up kills. They don't really care. They took out their own teammate. But Crit J, obviously, back to his sweaty mindset. 10-3 now. Make that 10-2 if you ignore the fact that his team killed one of those 3 times. Like Kolis piles on to Yao. 3 versus 2, winnable for DP. It's Jackie Roo and Williams.
Yeah, with smoke and play, it's going to be difficult, though. The canisters now making themselves known. The beeper as well, giving them away on K9 door. So the walk-in is going to be relatively difficult, especially with this TCSG holding down this long-angled point A, case B. Williams is inside of the side of the main wall, but it doesn't matter because Crit J is there to greet him. Fury weren't messing around that time. Jeez. They've had enough fun, and they just want to get this over with.
They want to put us back on schedule.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fury are doing us all a service. They want to bring this back onto schedule. We supposed to actually be on the final map right now, I think, by what the schedule goes. We started at 3 p.m. and 1 hour per map roughly. 6 maps maximum. There should be the last map potentially on the second series, but it's okay. Fury doing the best. I still end at 9 p.m.
Possibly. We will see, but it's been fun, but Fury are definitely put us back on schedule. I'm not upset, but yeah, we'll see. It's it still could be a Christmas miracle. DP come back and do something, but unfortunately, Christmas has already passed. We're in the new year, and I don't think it's happening.
Although, you know, I guess in some places you got Chinese New Year coming up, so perhaps Chinese New Year
maybe.
gift for DP.
One more round, please, sir.
Hey, y'all got any more rounds? Yao. Oh, he's gonna encounter a barricade here. That's going to give him a weight. Especially if he does it with an Ash charge.
Yeah, a bit of a waste of an Ash charge, to be honest. I was going to say, just punch it down, shoot it down, you know, don't use your util maybe on an Ash charge. Oh, that's... I haven't seen teams do this outside of Clubhouse in so long.
I know this existed, but I genuinely forgot about it until just now too.
Oh, I always used to do it. I was the guy that played Blackbeard when I played back in the day, and just sat on those head holes. It was pretty cringe, I will admit. But we all had our villain arc.
Yeah. I9 trying to do what he can, taking a little bit of damage. BG Man is what, alone on site? Does it look like? No, there's one in trench. Pushing him. 2, actually. BG Man might need some support real quick here. Dark is watching from above, as is Crit J ready to drop. He's got a Roni in hand. As you said, great with a 1.5, but potentially annoying if you've got 2 target-rich environment. West main now, the pressure comes from Dark as he gets pinched.
Oh my. Nice shots. Especially with the Buck Assault Rifle. They did buff it, so it's not the worst in the world, but it definitely does still sort of suck sometimes. 2 versus 5. If it was anyone who's going to do it, it's going to be BG Man and I9. Crit J is having a good game, but these 2 players are the ones who clutch things up. Good positioning from DP, though. Jackie Wu has taught them well. And they are just positioning themselves in a good spot for this execute. We've got people breaking wide towards main. Blue now going to be a point of contention as well. 30 seconds is plenty of time to set this up properly. But it's I9 who starts it off. Takes down Yao through the floor. Spotted on the walk-in. Traded out by I9 for 2. Looking for another. Drop shot not going to connect, unfortunately, as Jackie Wu takes deep into the side. It's a team kill onto Williams. 2 versus 1. Very winnable here for BG Man. If he can find the one in connect, does spots but not shot. As the bomb now goes down, he re-aggresses into sight. He needs to look for an opener here. He's going to find it. It's just a player in connector now. No Nitro to play with, but the diffuser is down, and Jackie Wu has repositioned himself.
Can you see it?
Can't spot the head over the top of the bookshelf, but neither can BG Man. Neither player knowing where each other is. They have an idea, but it's Jackie Wu who wins it out in the positional play. And Fury, unfortunately, are going to lose that round, but God, it was close.
And I think that was a round that DP very much won. There was no freebies, there was no Chinese New Year gifting going on there. Fury obviously didn't play it as seriously as they probably would at SI, for example, but DP saw those gaps in the defense and exploited it really well, the pinch, especially on, who was it, I9 on the first floor near Trophy, coming in, that was great, and then the coverage on that long angle too, the awareness of it from Azuki to get that triple kill. This play that we're seeing in the replay now, of course, classic, old school, excellently done. It was Dark, sorry, on the Capcom that we're seeing now. Look at that from Azuki, absolutely superb.
Yeah, it was some nice shots. Very, very solid shots. For especially for again, I say this politely, up and coming talent.
Yeah,
you'll love to see them fry players who, on paper, are infinitely better. But hey, the efforts are being made, and I like to see it. But now it's DP's attempt of the defensive side. On an attacker-sided map, Fury dominated their attacking side. Well, sorry. When I say there, I mean DPs, because they definitely didn't dominate it. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, that is a 2-barrel trick coming up, but I don't see how they're going to keep this close if they don't have a bandit.
The question that I have for Jackie Wu is, why would you throw the 2-barrel when you're staring at the grenade? It has not exploded yet. Please, why are you throwing 2-barrel? Azuki's finding himself in some trouble, though. He's attempting to make a avenue out of there, and indeed he will. He's going to be able to disappear into the night time before he is punished for his ill positioning. But with the main wall now open as well, Fury have a lot of grasp on this site. They've opened things up, but it's actually going to be Dark who falls first. Jackie Wu with the Nitro takes down that opening kill for DP.
Jackie Wu had a great end with that 1v1 in the previous round and has a great start here. 1 minute 30 seconds, half the round still left, and DP genuinely in good positions. Azuki playing a little of a suicide spot here. If he doesn't win his gunfight, or even if he does, most likely he'll get traded out. Critchy, 11-4, he's the man who's been making it all happen for Fury. Team killed in 1 round, or one of those 4 deaths. Try and see if someone's there in the kitchen hallway, and I don't think anyone from DP is actually there, so Fury kind of chasing Ghost, but like Colis, he's in! He's getting the plant down.
Bomb's going down. Shotgun will find one. Scarlet takes out Crit J. BG Man there to trade onto Jackie Wu, though, so while Fury might be in the 3 versus 4, it's not going to be the end of the world. Nitro comes from 1. It's not good for anything other than info. I9 will trade out Blue. Williams and Yao both find 1, but it's Lycolis off in spawn. He has the angle to take down anybody who tries for this defuse. There's no shield in play, no clash to work with. Azuki now downed as well. It's all up to Williams on the long angle. What's he going to do? Not a whole lot. Might try and pick up his teammate to go for a bait or something, but unfortunately you're not going to be able to long arm this, and it's not unfortunately going to work too much. He tried, but even if he kills him now, there's no time. It doesn't really matter. He's just doing his best to tap it from far, but my god, still hits the shot. Regardless, Fury going to win the round on time.
Well, that was a little bit of a surprise for everyone, particularly so for DP, who just was so happy, I guess, with what was going on off-site. They completely failed to realize, hey, breach has been open for a little bit, and that prompts DP Jackie Wu to call for a tactical timeout.
Yeah, probably, as much as I say this, not going to make much of a difference. But I guess, we can let them hope. Yeah, TT next round for DP. By that point, it'll probably be 6-2. I mean, you might as well use it, sure. Whether or not it's going to do too much for you, I don't know. Even if DP, suddenly became the best players in the world, I don't think that they would beat Fury because they would just turn up the Jets. It's quite obvious that Fury are just sort of, defaulting their just, normal pushes and normal ops, nothing crazy, nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, they're team killing each other, for Christ's sake. This is not what they're going to do at SI, or this is not their normal strat for comp, or, they're not doing anything from the playbook. This is just from the, hey boys, let's do some monkey stuff book. So, DB have done well to get 2 off of them, but again, 2 rounds that probably include a little bit of charity.
Victory hasn't had that much of an impact. I think he got 9 kills in 3 rounds, and since then he's only got 2 more. Unfortunately, Lycolis has ended up flashing himself, wasting a little bit of time. 2-barrel, mute. No 2-barrel, just the mute going on. Yeah. Interesting choice that DP aren't bringing. For example, a Bandit, Jaeger, and 2-barrel to kind of stack and keep that wall closed. But I think they are okay to let that wall come open, especially if Jackie keeps on getting the opening picks.
Yeah, he's been good for the first few couple of times. Spots the player walking down main. The call out has been given. He's already taken down Yana, so it's not a huge loss. Unless, you know, he maybe still had nades or something, or, you know, some util that was a semblance of using. BG Man's in a pretty safe spot here, though. No one's going to walk up main to try and contest him, unless he sort of tries to walk up main himself, and then he'll be in trouble. But now that Jackie Wu is starting to be pressured from above, he's going to be in a whole lot of trouble. Great nade from BG Man to force Jackie Wu out of position and catch him, though, on that rotate out. That's huge. And they're going to equalize 4-4 players.
BG Man waiting for something to happen. On the main stairs, he's going to go for a drone, set up a flank drone for I9 to watch. They know they like to, well, Fury know that BP like to play the angle in blue on the doorway. Not sure if they're going to predict Yao's angle here accurately. Unfortunately for Yao, the right side of that wall is not reinforced, so even if he backs off, if he fails to get the first shot, he'll likely get killed.
Yeah, it's been good so far, but Yao finds one on the BG Man. Lycolis honestly could have stuck that. There's nobody close by at all to deny him. Obviously, he doesn't know that. He can't see people through walls. We can, but Yao's good for another one. I don't know how he gets away with that, but he does. Oh, HP in blue not spotted. My God, Scarlet, how do you lose that? It's okay, though. Lycolis is popping off. He's got one, as well as the second. He's now looking for 3 and 4. Needs to reload the 5.16, and he will. Goes for the plant in the open to try and draw someone out towards him, maybe to find another kill. Calls are being given. Z-Ping's played, but nothing has come from it just yet. No fruits for the labor. He swings on round to try and find Azuki, but he's not even going to get close. DP, they find a third. Fury playing with their food.
DP, good start for them. Good response after the tactical timeout, especially. It's vital because we saw, I believe, Gillida, I think, took the tactical timeout earlier on, and it just couldn't work out for them. They eventually brought it back, but immediately in response, Elevate put 2 rounds down. So it's always good to see when the tactical timeout is something that was timed correctly, and of course is just sufficient, because if you have bigger problems than what attack timeout can fix, then you have bigger problems.
Yeah, Fury, as long as they sort of keep it basic, they're fine. They're never they're never gonna worry. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't be worrying either. But at the same time, one round turns into 2. 2's now turned into 3. What's 3 going to turn into by the end of this? We could be looking at a 7-5 game, and for DP, that's huge. They are a team who has caused some upset so far in this tournament. They haven't taken any big wins, but they've definitely pushed teams to high round counts, which is something in itself to be impressed with. But for Fury's sake, I don't think that this is going to be one of those games.
Well, speaking of Fury's sake, Dark got that 1 kill very early on the Bandit on the second floor. Still looking for a second to give his lone baguette some company. Jackie Wu taken down very low. Now, he's been making things happen for DP in the past 3 rounds. Got the 1v1 on the attack, and then the opening 2 picks on the defense after that. If they can take him off the board early, Fury give themselves a very good chance. Scarlet, has he missed a Valkyrie camera? No, is it outside?
No, I was going to say, I think it's an outside cam that he threw for info or something, because that usually doesn't pop up unless it's been hacked or it's like gone. So I don't know.
What just happened?
Hang on a minute. I9 impact grenaded Jackie. I mean, he was 20 HP, so that makes sense, but I thought he headshot him.
I don't think I9 was ready for Jackie Wu.
No, he was not. That's why he vaulted over with his stun launcher. But I mean, hey, you'll take those. It's a funny haha kill. I wish we got I9's perspective on that one. But Yeah, look, for Fury, it's going pretty good. They found one. They're all full HP, looking to start maybe pushing for something. But it's Yao will take down I9. They now know he's below. And they're going to try and contest it directly from above by the looks of things, but that's going to be hard. With Dark now finding an 8 on the Williams, it does make things a bit easier. Walking into Piano, he's good for one. Crit J as well off screen. It's now all down to Yao, who they know is downstairs off site, and he's stuck in a rotate. He's on site, not off site. So yeah, this is going to be pretty easy cleanup for Fury.
Oh, he's gone, and easy peasy. They didn't even reinforce a trophy wall or create a sightline, mind you, but I just want to say something that has impressed me with Fury, and I think is proof, in a way, that this is, a team that is headed to SI, is the fact that they're using grenades, that they're using lots of throwable utility, which we saw pretty much limited to smoke grenades in the previous matchup between Gelida and Elevate. So I like the fact that they're using grenades to not only flush out players, but also get a kill, because I think Williams was taken down earlier on by the frag grenade from Dark, I believe.
Yeah, Dark, I think it was Dark anyway, but yeah, I mean, he got 3 in that round. So that's pretty crazy for him. He sort of just walked into Piano and popped off. He found 3 people and put them all down. So can't falter him at all for that. Fury stand on match point, and I don't think there was any question. They were always going to come out here and stand on business. But DP, the question more so was, are they going to get any rounds? And they got a few, but I just don't think it's going to be anything more than that.
So interestingly, DP gets their tactical timeout now. Not too sure what happened in the background there, but better late than never, I guess. Fury now on match point though, and 3 match points for DP to surmount. And it is an attacker-sided map a little bit. Fury have looked very much in good nick. Quick J doing a 12-6 best speakeasy on Clubhouse impression from earlier on. I think you could get a couple of kills and just crack this bar and gaming defense open. Mira still being brought despite the changes, so a lot of people in ranked, I think, Proto have written off Mira, there's too many counters to her now, with Ash being able to disable her windows. Clearly the comp community thinks otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, comp is a completely different beast. Mira has always been really good. I don't know why people are so worried about Mira, worried about bringing Mira now. She's always good. She was never bad. I mean, yes, the Ashe and Kali sort of nerf sort of killed her a little bit, but I wouldn't say she's completely gone.
Yeah. And, even if she does only serve to eat up Ashe utility, she still does eat up Ashe utility, which, saves your Kiva barricades, saves your Maestro Evil Eyes from getting destroyed, or, reduces how many of them will get destroyed, so on and so forth. And that's exactly the kind of play and counterplay that we've seen, particularly in 2020. And we're seeing a little bit of a return to that form, but this is a dump off a lot of utility smokes coming in. Richie walks in, survives, but can't get the second swing. Once down in connector, is Dark going to be able to get this kill from above?
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem so, and Williams will return to the battlefield, but Yao, completely oblivious as to what's going on in his surrounding, he will be taken down. I9 takes a lot of damage also, as Fury now look to collapse onto the top of that blue corridor to take the top of the stairs and push towards that site. But it is now cleared out. The players have moved away. Fury have figured that out for themselves as they start to play for the vertical control now to push the remaining members of DP out of the site.
So Fury backing out of that attempt to dump utility, walk in and try and allow Cryptray to make things happen. I talked him up. Clearly they took that to heart. Unfortunately, not quite worked out. Echo drones are going to try and disorient Lycolis. not going to be too much bothered because there's no follow-up from any of the players.
Except for Dark, who's found one onto Azuki. Now BG Man for one as well onto Jackie Wu, and Fury are starting to tighten the grip. Scarlet will get one before he disappears. Williams and Scarlet both on low HP. Smoke comes out to block the mirror. The push from Fury. They're inside of the site towards Bar. One player in connected Dark will take out the remaining Bar player, but it's all up to Scarlet now. No Yokai's in hand. Here's the diffuser going down on his left. Knows there's a player inside a connector. I don't know what he's hearing. He looks up the stairs. They were all inside of the site, but Fury, they're going to lock in the first half. 7 to what I believe was 3. And Chalet was a relative breeze for them. No questions asked. We now go to Border, where they only got 2. I don't like the chances for DP.
Yeah, this is, as you said, a mismatch. It's a match of a mismatch. Fury going to SIDP under 18, still up and comers, led by Jackie Wu, and we saw that very much on display. Continuing on the theme from last week, and now we're going back in the next map to Border. Gotta give credit to Crit Trey. I think obviously he was having a great time, and then he kind of let his foot off the gas. Didn't really make a difference. Yeah, it gave like maybe 3 rounds to DP, but I don't think they're gonna bother. They're not gonna be bothered about that. Crit Trey got his 9 in the first 3, and then after that, he's got 3 slowly on. They tried new things, Fury, like that last round dump and execute thing. And I think the sign of a mature team is shown in Fury. When they tried it, it failed, and then they backed off and they went back to the traditional method. That flexibility of having the contingency, excellent stuff from Fury, and that kind of shows the gulf between the two teams.
Yeah, definitely. Fury are just putting on display. Ultimately, they are just the better team, unfortunately, on paper for DP. That's not much else to it. Not really much for us to break down. Yeah, they're trying some new things. I guess that's cool for SI, warming themselves up. But other than that, this is a very, very mismatched game. And unfortunately for DP, not too much is going to come from it, I don't think, in the very near future. We are going to go to a very small break, hopefully, and we'll be back with map number 2, which is Border. So probably going to be a quick one. We'll return shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We have had an amazing night so far. 4 games of Rainbow Six Siege across 2 separate matches. All of them have been absolutely engaging to the max, but we're now finally coming up on what I think is going to be our final game for the night. As we see in the bands, we saw Chalet a moment ago, 7-3 to Fury. We now head on to Border, which I'm assuming is probably going to end in similar fashions. Nothing more than a 7-3 Infian. We're definitely not going to Nighthaven, so I'm just crossing that one out of my notebook now, because we're not going to touch it.
Them's fighting words for someone, who wanted to avoid a jinx earlier on in the pre-show. But yeah, it's really hard to look beyond Fury because they went to DP's map pick of Chalet. They took them down 7-3. They were pretty much toying with their food the whole time. The one round they executed Quick J early on, their own teammate, to just give DP a fighting chance, which DP took. And then now we're going over to Border, where last week we saw Fury win in 7-2 fashion against DP.
Yeah, it was pretty dominant. Me and Blue Panda covered that one, and Fury were just memeing. It was all memes. I think there was maybe 2 serious rounds in the entire game. Similar to what we just saw there on Chalet. I mean, they were a little bit more serious on Chalet, I will give them that. But compared to what we saw on Border last week from Fury, they were definitely a lot more aggressive, a lot more involved, but it was in a meme way. It was, they were playing with their food. They weren't messing around when they did last week. This week, they've been messing around a little bit, but they're still winning in a quick game fashion. So I'm not surprised, but we are now heading on to Border, which, as I've said, will probably be our final game of the night. And look, if that's how it happens, that's how it happens. Ying to go, and probably look the rest of every other band that we've seen tonight.
So, Ying being banned out, and now your prediction of Dokebi comes through. I think you predicted that for the previous map, or was that on Clubhouse?
Every map is just the same bands, just Ying and Dokebi at the moment.
Yeah, that's the meta. We're going to see, I think, there we go, Fenrir, one of the 4 Avengers, as Mentalist has put it in the past. And I think that will be followed up probably, since we are going to Border, I wouldn't be surprised to see Azami banned out from Fury, although they like the Azami. Either way, it's going to be a very strong complement from Fury, and they're going to be attacking first. I'm curious to see. Wow. Let me know if I can be called Nostradamus, because you and I, together, I think we pretty much predicted all of this.
Yeah, it's hard to mess those up when that's pretty much all that's been banned for like the last 4 months. Either way, Fury are locking in with the same ops that they've been playing for the last sort of 2-3 weeks. IQ's a good pick, especially given that Pulse and Solus are on the board here. Warden, maybe not so much. Frost isn't going to have too much of an effect from that IQ. Neither is... Who was the last top? They had someone that was like, didn't matter against tech things. Anyway, whatever. You get what I'm saying. IQ's a good pick. Aruni. So yeah, oh my god, I can see the gate, which I can see anyway without the whole gadget thing. So yeah. Great picks from Fury, DP, solid setups. We've seen this matchup once before, and we're probably going to see the same thing happen here again.
So, given the fact that we do expect a very much big difference in skill, and we've seen that earlier on. I do want to say that Azuki is actually genuinely a very good player and a very exciting one to watch. He was giving Fury enough problems that it took, Crit J going full Crit J to take him down. Scarlet as well also showed good flashes, and Jackie Wu, we know he's known quantity as a good player. It's a good squad, not quite great yet, not quite able to fight with Fury. Let's see what they've learned from last week's drubbing that Fury gave them here on board.
Yep, it's going to be a good game, and by good I mean fast. Crit J takes down Azuki already. And that's your player inside of security done for. But I mean, hey, at the end of the day, we do still have Pulse below, a Nitro in hand too. He's been droned, and position now known means he might not be able to make use of that C4 as early as he wants if he gets pushed out of here. He's now being spotted as well by the IQ, so he's not going to be long for this world.
Well, Crit J dodges that C4 pretty well. Gotta say, Iron now trying to follow up on this player. Switches over to his pistol too. Scarlet is still concussed, but Yao is the one who cleans up on an overzealous Iron all the way from inside of the archives.
Indeed.
Not archives, I mean, tellers.
Tellers, same thing. Yeah. It's close enough. Einon and Azuki both dead. Einon probably one of the bigger kill finders in that last game. Same with Azuki. He's the one putting the hurt on a lot of the Fury members. Someone has crept down the east stairs towards the site. They hear some shuffling, not too sure who or where, but if BG Man can maybe walk on in and do some damage here inside of the site, take control and look for the plant to aid his team in getting into the B site, that would be good. They're starting to rotate the diffuser already, so I think that might have already been the call that's been made by Fury for this push. But yeah, the double rotate, not necessarily seen, but now called out.
Yeah, Jackie Wu nearly losing his head too, as did his teammate. And very patient play from Lycolis. He does actually take a lot of risk in making this crossing happen. He's not through completely, trying to rejoin his teammate. Crit J gets a second for the round, now pushing in very aggressively. They love to push with their pistols out, don't they? Scarlet is forced out by the nade, and Yao helping out by taking down Crit J. Can they do anything about this push? Can Yao handle it all by his lonesome? Two players are going to be pushing in. Very low HP Yao now.
No. the answer to that question is no. They have Mez control. They got to play a fucking around. The Nitro does stop something, but BG Man is just a whole lot sharper. They are going to have to force this matter now in terms of the defuse. Yao has rotated round in probably the best spot that he could possibly be, and he's going to push into the site. The bomb has gone down regardless, though, and he has now been heard, also called out, spotted even. Shots are traded, but no damage onto him. It would have ended him instantly. BG Man chooses to stay, being that he is the lowest HP, and Dark does go above for the cover. So now all Yao has to do is find 2 kills as well as the defuse, which I'm not liking the chances of, especially with Dark having the high ground. Fury going to take that round.
Good round from Fury, of course, to start things off. And a good try from DP2. They went to Bathroom Tellers. It's a great bomb site. A lot of people prefer it. Lots of teams still prefer the second floor bomb site instead as their primary one. Either way, good chance for DP to try and win it out. It came down to a 1v2. And just Crit J doing Crit J things to kick things off, and I think that's what unlocked it. The frag grenade usage, once again, that I called out from Fury as a good thing. Once again, we're seeing Scarlet got forced out of position and would have been cleaned up had his teammate not stopped Crit J's advance.
Yeah, no, he's been an absolute menace this entire game, pretty much. And I imagine he will continue doing that. Well, he's doing his best. His gosh darndest for his team. But yeah, Fury, I mean, this is no question. This is going to be a quick one. They did it last week. Like, come on. If you have any other insider knowledge as to why DP would win this, please share, but I don't think it exists.
Yeah, Fury, they're on the attack here. They're going to try and, dictate the tempo. And we might see a 5-1 half like we saw in the previous Gillida versus Elevate game twice. Azuki trying to stay on the cam and go for a run out, but he's not going to catch someone like Fury off guard.
Yeah, no kills, unfortunately, from those peaks. As much as DP will probably... They spawn peak a lot, to be fair. Like, all of Chalet, pretty much every second round, we saw someone at least trying to spawn peak. We haven't seen it a whole lot on this map, but they are still sort of keeping it up as an option. So, I mean, good to see the aggression. I mean, they're trying to get actively involved, but outside of that, Fury are just locking this out.
Yeah.
They know this map so much better.
Definitely seems like, DP are just behind the 8 ball at every given moment, which we saw in the earlier matchup too. But that was from both teams. Here, it just seems Fury are very much driving the tempo and the pace of the match, and which engagement is taken when. And they aren't perfect. They still lose their gunfights sometimes, as you just saw, like Cole's getting taken out. But it means that they always have the impetus.
Yes, it's Fury are just like so locked in. Like this map is like, this is like an Oregon to them. Their positioning is so good. Their knowledge is just immaculate. They know everything except for where Williams is, apparently, because they've been struggling to kill him this entire game. BG Man will at least trade one out, but Williams is on for 4. This is an ace attempt for him, and with BG Man on low HP, it's very doable. They have yellow pings on his exact position, so this is very doable. The ace is definitely on. I was going to say, this has gone very wrong for Fury, and if he doesn't check his angles here, he's in big trouble. That Legion Mine is eating away at him slowly as well.
I thought Williams was about to swing that right there.
He was thinking about it. He probably should have. They have the info. I mean, the Valcam is somewhere, but...
Oh, he's walked in now. Oh, he's threatening to walk in. They have perfect yellow pings on this. Williams should be getting this with no trouble. They trade! Ace for Williams. He downs. He gets down, I mean. But it's still perfectly done. Oh, he didn't down. He just dropped.
Yeah, he just dropped the hatch, yeah.
Yeah. Excellently played.
Huge for him. Williams, I don't even think he's smiling. Like, he's just that locked in. That's the first round for DP on border. It came at a great cost.
Yeah, what a way to get it.
Came at a great cost. An ace from one player meant the difference there. Fury probably a little bit upset that that's how that unfolded, and I would be too, to be honest, given the fact that you had perfect site control, you had so many kills ahead, great positions, and Williams killed everybody. So, yeah, I mean... He literally was just in small box too. He did not move from small box pretty much the entire round for every single kill. I mean, yeah, you got to give it to him. That's props for an up-and-comer. That's a solid round against a team like Fury.
Very well played, and a good way to just get some confidence for yourself after losing your own map pick in 7-3 fashion. And once again, while we joked about, we said that Fury were joking around in a couple of those rounds that DP won on Chalet. These kinds of rounds where, yes, Fury obviously messed it up. You can't, just expect to convert a mankind advantage into a round win. Williams very much won that round for his team. He worked hard for it.
Yeah, it's like, so far, Fury have sort of just been on the cooler again like they were a little bit on Chalet. But now, DP is sort of just getting called out, getting droned out, and Fury are slowly locking it in that little bit more. And you can see the difference in how they're playing. I mean, DP now, they're playing this Pulse, sure, but he's going to be punished by this IQ if he's not careful, which actually currently isn't going too well for them, especially with Azuki finding BG Man elsewhere with another one on the east stairs.
Now, I9 went into passport, got the kill onto the Pulse of Scarlet, and backed out right afterwards. You could see Yao wanted to come in and assist, but he's backed off onto side as well. I9 trying to get a long angle, loses a lot of HP for his troubles. Quite late to be setting up that angle, especially when there's good information from DP, and seems like... oh, goodness!
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, seems like he's setting up for a quick peek, and right there and then steals the words out of my mouth. DP looking a lot better, I think, than they did last week.
They only need to get 2 more to be up on their round count. These Valk cams have been causing so much problems for Fury, though. I mean, triple kill for Azuki. He's looking for 4. 360 as well. Didn't get the kill, though, unfortunately. Was looking for the style points.
Yeah, like Cole is just having a little bit too high on the DPI. Trying to get some information. That yellow ping, I'm not too sure if it's going to be too useful at that range. Like Cole is not able to control his recoil. 45 seconds. It's winnable, especially given that we saw Williams pull off the ace last round. But again, Williams is still alive.
Yes, he's chilling. The only 5 kills he has, let's make it 6, are all of his ace. So at least now he has kills that are outside of that. And I mean, he's sort of chilling right now, having his fun. But yes, it's been good for DP so far. They're actually in the lead, which I don't think is going to be the case for too long.
Which is something that Elevate couldn't do against Elita at any point in their match. So, DP, of course, we saw them on the first playdate, having a real good time. And let's look at that quick peek again from Azuki. Sets it up. It just quickly goes for it. I9, a bit naive, placing his head there.
Perfectly lined that up through the wall and everything. Like,
wall hacks. Good. Backband.
It's just great positioning. Someone who's played the game a whole lot more than they care to admit.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, this guy, if I'm not wrong, he's not even 18 yet. So he's played this game for what, maybe 3 years, I would say, and he's styling on I9.
Yeah, you gotta respect the hustle when it comes to a game like this. But no, DP have done really well so far. They've definitely been doing their homework in terms of what went wrong last playday. But hey, look, Fury, they are here. They having fun. They haven't really been sweating too hard. But I think we'll see that change very quickly in these next few rounds, because they don't want to lose.
Yeah. They were a nice and early night, I think. Jackie Wu bringing out the Soulless, though, this time around. He's gonna help Azuki find all those pesky little drones, especially the pre-placed ones. And, we saw earlier on, Elevate getting kneecapped with a lack of information. You can see Jackie Wu, I think he thought he saw a drone. Couldn't quite find the angle. Now he's getting pressured.
I think the drone's actually still there. But,
yeah, it's off drone now, yeah.
But yeah, look, they've given up east stairs, which might be a bit of a mistake here for DP. They didn't hold it for long. They sort of just let Fury walk in wherever they please. Not good, but not the end of the world, at least so far.
Oh,
that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, I think he could have got BG Man if he just pushed a little bit wider. He just turned around before the pivotal moment.
Well, it might not be Solus getting kills, but it is going to be Azuki. He finds Dark, and that's your butt gone. That's a big kill to find, being the soft breach.
Oh,
unfortunately, though, that means that there is not really much left in the hands of Fury for vertical play, except for what Lycolis is bringing.
so you know how I was saying that Fury looked like they're dictating the terms, they're leading everything, DP kind of behind the 8-ball. I think that thing's just reversed. Look at that, Jackie Wu gets his first kill of this map as well, taking down BG Man. Took a while for it to happen, but you can see Fury looking a little bit lost.
Yeah, I don't know. Fury are just sort of, playing around. There's definitely some messing going on. Crit J finds one. I9 for one of his own. Williams left undrone the entire round is also now being punishing rather. Jackie Wu to find another. Lycolis is DBNO, but with 15 seconds remaining, it's not a whole lot of time. Crit J knows there's one behind him in the corner towards the stacks. He's going to have to vault on in. He will find one. The Legion Mine's going to kill him if he's not quick to take it out, though, and it will indeed get the job done. Azuki's down will be finished also, and Crit J is going to be poisoned to death.
Well, DP opening things up. 3-1 lead, and Fury certainly realizing that this largely under 18 squad is not to be trifled with. They have good players, and looks like they have learned a lot more because now they have beaten their record from last week. 3 rounds against Fury on board.
Yeah, it's a 1-up, which is better than nothing, so you can't really be too upset. But look, for Fury, I don't know. I really hope that they're not sort of just like, memeing for the sake of memeing, because we've seen them win this map with no question, like 7-2. Like there was no contest at all. But DP have really sort of turned it up on defense. Keep in mind the defensive side of map as well. Like it's not the end of the world, but Fury, as we sort of discussed too, could just be saving things for SI, or at least doing something in terms of not being too worried about the outcome, because they're 3-1 up and we keep seeing them just walk around.
That's a good drone from Crit J, finding the information about that hallway. Jackie Wu, his leadership clearly has been effective in the middle of these two maps. The 10-minute break that we had, because look at that, Williams 8 kills, obviously one of them an ace. Azuki, as I praised him in the pre-match, 5-4. Yao, 4-3. It's not by much, these guys positive, but they are getting the results. And last week, both their rounds came on the defense too for DP. They got nothing when they went on the attack. So the fact they're getting 3, extending that lead maybe to 4, great sign that we might be actually headed to Nighthaven.
For my sake, I hope not. For everyone else's sake, I hope so. Fury already lose 1. Yao takes down Lycolis. I9 trades it out. Crit J for 1 and make it 2 through the wall with a hip fire. What a shot. Drop shot doesn't connect, though, as Scarlet will finally put an end to the reign of terror. That's his first kill of the match as well. Good time to find one. Nitro doesn't connect. It's Williams to take down I9. Rotates towards Fountain. Doesn't find anything. Lion to stop the movement, but that won't stop Williams. Gets back into the office and things die down as players are now stuck. They need to drone. They need to find info. And they should be scared of this shotgun.
Scarlet, 1 HP and a dream. He's got a shotgun, but he's flashed out. Does Dark know how close this guy is? Yes, he does. He sees him. Overextension from Scarlet. 2 versus 1. Williams, the ace extraordinaire. Unfortunately, he's spotted out. Takes a lot of damage, but he's still alive. Same position, back in the box.
Dark doesn't have the diffuser either. He's going to have to retrieve it first, which isn't going to be a tough job, but it's going to be annoying. No Valkyrie this time.
Default
camera, though. It's probably something you should be shooting way before you're in this situation. Oh, checks on round and smokes him. No clutching from the office this time. good pre-fires, good spot. I don't even think I saw him in the kill cam. I'm going to keep it a stack. So Fury have definitely had enough, but that was still a little bit too close for comfort. I mean, what, 2v2 down to a 1v1 is kind of wild.
Yeah, that was excellently done. Williams nearly the hero again. And just gotta say, that crit J push into Office and then Fountain after that was kind of where this round was put very firmly in Fury's favor, especially the hipfire wallbang that happened. That was bizarre. They had information, and I think Crit J was just trying to maybe lay down some suppressive fire. Worked out splendidly for him.
Yeah, look, it's been interesting to see that Fury, even if they aren't trying, have still lost rounds. And if they are trying and DP are taking these rounds legitimately, then that's even better. That's huge for DP as an up-and-comer. Obviously, they're not going to go to a major anytime soon, given that they have minors playing. So you could be looking at another 2-3 years. That's even if Siege exists then.
It will.
As a competitive esport.
It will.
But, yeah, Fury are definitely a team that so far have proved their worth. But if DP are taking rounds at this stage already, as long as they stay together, I mean, this could be a team that other teams will be scared of one day.
Scarlet not quite having the result that we kind of saw flashes of, on Chalet at least, when his team wasn't dying around him. 1 kill, he's giving good information with the pulse, but we talked about the pulse pick from Fury earlier on, not something you see every day. Big information game with the Valkyrie and pulse combo.
Yeah, it's I mean, Valkyrie we saw almost every round, I would say, from DP, so I wouldn't be surprised if Fury try it on their defensive side. What a shot. Scarlet sat down. Williams also now removed by Lycolis upstairs elsewhere. Jackie Wu might try for a little flank or something, but that shotgun shot is going to make a lot of noise and give him away, so he is going to have to move off. Disappear. Azuki's going to tee up with him, and they might look to maybe move back towards the site to try and hold it, given that Fury are on the prowl towards that Teller's Archives side.
Well, Jackie Wu suspects correctly that there's a player behind the wall, and that guy is droning him. You can see Lycol is giving his information away because both of them know that each other knows their position. Jackie Wu moved off, and he's going to collect a free kill onto Critche, who's not aware. Yao gets one more, Azuki gets one, and it's 2v2 after the chaos ends with Lycolis trading him back. What was looking like a really good Fury round is a lot more questionable now with 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2v2 is something that you should be scared of as Fury. You have good sort of movement towards the site, and you know some positions of lots of players, but with this flank from Azuki, that's going to be huge. He doesn't miss those. An absolute freebie like Hollis now knows one player's position approximately. But they have the Valcams available to them as well as the footholes, and that's where Yao is going to find the little tootsies of Ace. So a 4-2 half to DP. Definitely not bad, but Fury now have defense.
That was just excellently done from DP. These guys have gone back to the drawing board after last week and really showed up so many of their shortcomings from there because they've gotten 4 with really good fashion. One of them, of course, coming down to Williams getting an ace and a 1v1 in that scenario as well. Or was that 1v2? And then one of them, unfortunately didn't fall their way. It came down to another 1v1 that Williams lost this time around. 4-2 lead for DP as they go on to the attack. We were saying attack is where you expect on a map like Border to dictate the tempo. Can DP do that now? What Fury couldn't.
Yeah, if you like DP 4-2, they've already doubled their rounds that they got last time against Fury on this map, so that's already a big improvement. A win would be cool. Map number 3 would be awesome, but for Fury, that's probably not what you want. We'll probably see them turn the Jets on a little bit now, given that I'd imagine they probably don't want to play map 3. But if DP keep it up and they can keep going toe-to-toe with Fury, I mean, hey, map 3 is definitely on the cards.
HA going for a little bit of a wild spray, trying to predict someone pushing in from jail. Not quite connecting. He has the bullets for it. Scarlet. Oh. Solo here on the East drone. And then counter shield.
It's interesting that we haven't seen Monty yet, because he was played last week by both sides. This week he hasn't really made an appearance, but maybe that's part of the strat change that they went for. Not too sure. It could be part of the adaptation that we talked about, but I don't know, for DP, they're just taking things as easily as they should be, arguably, right now.
Yeah, so just patient, chilling, thriving in their lane. 1 minute gone, they have slowly gotten the information they want. Fury are being pushed back. Dark. Gotta contend with a couple of angles here and there. CCTV, though, still under Fury control. And Critchay now swaps positions. Might be going for run out. Oh, the timing on that. He nearly got that. Missed the guy turning the corner. Very dangerous. Survives.
It was close. I mean, it's so far been really good in terms of the opening parts of these rounds for kills, early kills. This one is the exception. We only are now just seeing the first kill. BG Man finds one, Yao for another, I9 to trade onto Azuki. So in the favor of Fury right now. Waiting for the nitro from below possibly as BG Man finds another as they look to collapse.
Yeah, whenever kills happen in Southeast Asia, they always seem to come in like pairs and triplets. I9 looking to get one more. He's supported by the Warden behind half wall. Scarlet might be in for a world of pain. Jackie Wu's pushed it into Archives. He's actually doing a lot of damage, and now Scarlet pushes in, allows him that distraction. BG Man goes down. Lycolis is down too. Suddenly it's turned on its head. Lycolis gets cleaned up. Lots of damage dealt to Dark too. 2 versus 2.
The bomb going down now for Scarlet. Dark has won a couple of good rounds this match so far, but he has good info. It's not enough, though. Jackie is going to lock down another round for DP. Fury, what's going on?
This is looking really, really good for DP. 5-2. They have a lead of 3 rounds. That first defense from Fury, unconvincing. Very unconvincing. Jackie Wu was able to drop down, come up main stairs, middle stairs with a pistol kill too. Not much awareness, it seems like, from Fury's side. They're bringing the Valkyrie. Didn't seem to make full use of it. They gave away what was a 4v2 scenario, it seems. Think. Zuki on fire. 7 killed for him. Williams 10. Yao 8. These 3 people under the leadership of Jackie Wu driving DP forward. 2 rounds away from going to Nighthaven.
Yeah, it's looking like we might honestly see a Nighthaven here. I don't know though, as much as I wouldn't mind map 3.
10 seconds remaining.
It's I don't know if Fury are just sort of letting this happen a little bit. I can't tell. I would love to sit here and say that DP going crazy in the paint, but at the same time, it's it's not really been anything that I haven't expected. I mean, Fury, yeah, sure. But DP, I mean, this is completely different to what we saw last week. Why didn't we see it last week? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, clearly they've gone and, prepared properly as you'd expect a team that's as promising as DP, but to come out on this level, that is surprising. Now, Fury, of course, they've got SI coming up next month. We don't really know what their mindset is right now in terms of, hiding what they're showing or just doing a little bit something that's different. False sense of security, what have you not. Critchy, double for him, swinging on the door. That's a good start, but once again, the rest of Fury needs to... Okay.
Wow.
That was fast.
Yeah.
10 seconds from start to end.
From Fury.
Yeah. 10 seconds, that was, right? Felt like.
I mean, it was quick enough. Yeah. This is more the Fury I've been expecting, but this is where I think they've gone, yeah, all right, let's win. If they keep that up, we'll see this end pretty quickly. But, yeah, it's... I don't know, DP have pleasantly surprised me so far. There is a good chance that we see them win it, but at the same time, Fury keep playing rounds like that, and this game will get a whole lot shorter.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Good response from Fury. Not needing a tactical timeout. I think maybe they just kind of realized they were overextending themselves, not playing to the level that they could, allowing DP to take the impetus and Critchy swinging out the door just like that. And the rest of Fury obviously collapsing onto DP also shows that they are more interested in dictating the pace, at least in that round. Let's see whether they can keep the momentum up.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, 100%. The mute is a great pick. I mean, the jammers downstairs allow for a whole lot of roaming shenanigans to partake, which obviously Fury enjoy. They've always been sort of a roam-heavy team, so no surprises there at all. But DP have done really well clearing that out so far this entire game. They have just been absolutely slamming the competition in terms of opening up avenues, so I suppose there's a little bit of that to talk about, but aside from that, Fury have definitely been put on the back burner a little bit.
Williams covering off his tracks, of course, given the proclivity for people like Critchy to run out. I9 playing aggressively on the east stairs. They're going to try and keep Williams at bay, but I don't think that's going to be for too long. Unlike Yao, who was playing there with, I believe, the Warden, Fury are more content to just back off and play more traditionally, I guess, from Archives, Armory, 90 Hole, so on and so forth. But Critchy, as I say that, I think if he goes in, sees, hears it, gets hit by the charge, gets away with it.
He's managed to get away with a fair bit so far this game, which, I mean, he hasn't been punished for. Yao takes down Dark, so Fury already losing a player. It's a bit unfortunate for them. However, it's not the end of the world. Still plenty of time left in the round to find some kills, but they're going to have to do it quick because they need to equalise and then possibly even find a win. This Nitro's going to sort it out, though. That's two for I9. Jackie, Wu, and Scarlet put down.
Not the biggest of fraggers, certainly not in this map. But they need to deal with Williams. They need to deal with Yao and Azuki. The last two left. That's a great shot. Nearly ducks under it, does Azuki, but Lycolis tracks him well enough. Down to Yao and Williams. They have vertical control. They've brought the ram. They're dealing with the cameras. 50 seconds, plenty of time to make this 2v4 happen. EG Man taking lots of damage. If he dies here, makes it a lot more viable.
Definitely. I mean, if they can get one, this is doable. Even if they take down Crit J or I9, the full health players, it'll make things a whole lot more manageable, but it's going to take some doing. 30 seconds is not a lot of time. That's a good start, though. Williams takes down Lycolis. And moving towards the B site from square. BG Man does still hold inside of workshop though, so this long angle is going to be a bit annoying to clear out. Flashbangs to come through. Trying to guard the push. Jump-ins held by BG Man though on the long angle. Williams, now the last alive, doesn't really have much left to do other than try his luck. And he's not even going to get that far doing so. Crit J takes him down, jumping over from square. And Fury, close to equalizing.
Good round again from Fury, a good follow-up. The DP made them work for it, make no mistake. Each kill was earned. It was very much in Fury's favor. Went down to a 3v1 at the end. But DP made them earn each kill because there was always that threat, that feeling that, you know, any time any of these DP players, at least the 3 that were remaining after the double C4, any of them could pop off. So BG Man, you can see how patiently he played that long angle, even when his team was in a 3v2 advantage with just 10 seconds left to go.
Yeah, there was still effort being made. Great nitro. I mean, it was definitely winnable. They got that kill onto I think it was like Hollis or BG Man, whoever it was. But after that, that was 100% a winnable round for DP. They just needed to find one more hiding somewhere, but I'm not sure. It's going to come down to, I think, the wire here. We might see overtime unless Fury really ramp things up. But hey, look, still good time for DP to make some plays.
Fury need 3 in a row to avoid overtime. They've already gotten 2. That would make it 5 in a row. They were down 2-5. We saw earlier comebacks from 1-5 from Elevate against Skillida. Williams trying his best to jump his drone through. Finally gets it. Jackie Wu opening up the sideline into East Stairs, chasing anyone away if they're trying to think of progressing.
They're making their way in slowly. It's average Fury when they've locked in. Fury play aggressively when they're memeing, but then they slow it down a whole lot when they actually start, you know, playing the game how it was intended to be played. So I'm expecting that from them. But to be fair, DP are reacting pretty much perfectly to it. They're not putting in too much over aggression. I9 with the Nitro will help Crit J there, so that was a good little bit of teamwork. But being able to shoot that air jab, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, 5 versus 4. Fury again in the man-cut advantage. We saw for a brief moment on Chalet and as well here on Border, DP was setting the tone. Scarlet, 3 kills here. He has flashes of brilliance, and he is definitely a player with a lot of good potential. But not able to use all that he can. Williams taken down. That's a massive kill. The ace extraordinaire. Jackie Wu.
Lots of damage.
Can't do anything, and it's all collapsing for DP. This is going to be the equalizer round, unless Yao can outshine his own teammate and make a 1v5 ace clutch happen.
Yeah, it's going to be flawless too, unless Fury can, unless DP finds one. Yao, that is the remaining member. But I don't know, Fury is sort of bearing down on him now. They have the position, they know where he's at, know what he's doing, what he had for breakfast. We're going to go and stand outside. Excuse me, it's getting late. A little bit of a free tack timeout. I think that's a good call though as well. DP like their talking stages, so they're going to take one of them now, and I don't blame them. I mean, if they want to take Fury to OT here, which they genuinely can, I think this is what they need.
Yeah, he's having fun. He knows. He's got to wait it out. Things aren't going to come from this round. It's going to be down to the final 2 rounds for us to decide whether we go into overtime, we go into a third map, or this is where it ends for today.
We're just waiting for someone to go off. Something's going to happen. Someone's got to do something crazy to get the lead here. I mean, DP have done really well so far. You can't say anything about that. But Fury are on a little bit of a tear. They are coming back in fashion, should we say.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah. It's definitely going to be interesting if DP do take us to map 3, because I've never seen Nighthaven, so I don't know who's good and what. Yeah, no idea.
I mean, I wouldn't know how these two teams would play exactly on Nighthaven, but it's a map that I think is going to play to Fury's strengths, and very easy call to make, of course, because Fury is the stronger team. They have the David here. Oh wait, no, they're the Goliath. Got that one mixed up. But DP starting with D. Maybe they could be the David instead.
Yes, indeed. Sort of.
Oh,
There's not really much to go on about in these early rounds. I mean,
Williams.
now that Fury have locked in, they're not sort of just running in and shooting people anymore, which is good. Williams almost dying in the entry moments there. I mean, Fury do still like their spawn picks, but they do it smart.
Oh,
Like that.
Richie.
They wait until there's no ammo left in the gun, and then they start shooting back, which you love to see, but he is going to get traded, unfortunately. So, I mean, he did his damage, but he took down Nomad. That's a
Williams.
pretty big kill. Yeah.
Still have Yao, and still have Azuki, who can both obviously put down a lot of hurt. I9 is the one facing it. Almost taken out right there in 90, caught a little bit unawares. Good information game from DP. They're trying to get to match point right now. They know they have the possibility to end this map in 2. C4 goes out, I9 not so successful this time around.
It's, so far, it's been the Fury game these last few rounds. DP, I mean, they got I9 low, so I mean, that's kind of good. The walk in there paired with the Twitch drone, almost really cool. He's getting zapped at everything, but he's going to get away with murder there, literally. He disappears back to the site. Twitch, unfortunately, can't do too much. No Nitro in the hands of Lycolis, though, means that those Z pings, other than when he's got the shotgun, aren't going to be able to do too much. Now the vertical comes out from DP.
4 versus 3, Fury in the lead. No need for a double C4 this time just yet, but Dark, what's left of him, is cleaned up. Azuki on the vertical. Again, that is a little bit of sloppiness, maybe overconfidence seeping into Fury's side. Those kind of vertical angles, you got to be expecting them, especially when you've given up top floor control so totally. Lycolis too takes a lot of damage.
I'm waiting for the plant. The vertical's going to make it difficult. The smoke's come out now, but BG Man's in a great position to lock out this plant. As long as he doesn't die from main, he's denied a little bit of time, but that's all he's going to be able to do here, as Jackie Wu is going to move for this plant in a moment. Lycolis is trying to re-aggress upstairs to take the pressure off from the vertical being held by Scarlet. Now, though, the bomb going down from Jackie Wu. Azuki finds I9 off screen, but it's BG Man to trade. Scarlet takes down Lycolis, and it's a good round. DP are going to find match point. My only reason I say that is because it's planted in such a spot where it can be held from the rappel, and he can't do a whole lot about it, especially with this vertical challenge. Great from DP. Fury, unfortunate. They were close, but yeah, DP have done really well there.
Oh, BG Man nearly wins that vertical fight at the very least. Had he won that right there, was a lot more doable. He's going to go for it again, and wins it this time around. Can he win the window gunfight this time? He's still running out of time, and he doesn't win it. This is over. Jackie Wu played this to perfection. Experience hand over here. BG Man has to stick it. Can't do anything. And DP onto map point and nearly pushing us all the way to Nighthaven.
Solid from DP. I did not expect them to be on match point first. But a very good sort of showing for them. They've definitely been doing their homework in the week since we last saw them.
Yep.
And, I mean, you can't complain too much about that if you're a DP fan, but for Fury, this has been an interesting one. I've got no idea how they've let so much slip through their fingers. I mean, even when they locked in for those couple of rounds, we've still seen them struggling almost to hold DP at bay. And I mean, we break it down to its bare necessities. We're talking about a bunch of 16-year-olds and one SI player taking on the current top-rated team in SEA and winning.
Yeah.
Like, it sounds kind of ridiculous, but that's what's happening.
On a
right
mat,
now.
they lost 7-2 last week.
Yeah, last week that they got absolutely rinsed on. Yeah, doesn't make much sense.
Fury, under pressure, I think, for the first time in a very real capacity. This is it. No matter what the motivation is for winning this, whether they want an early night, whether they want to really establish themselves as the supreme team here, whether they really want to win this tournament, you know, prevent it from going to map 3 or before even that risk appears, they are under pressure for the first time.
Yeah, Fury have definitely had the pressure put on them this game. Whether or not they, A, care, but B, realise. I mean, they might not even be too worried about the pressure at all. They're just, yeah, we're playing. If we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. We're going to SI. Who cares? Da, 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 da. Something along the lines of that. Who knows? But whatever happens, if DP win this game, we do see map 3. In which case, I will be completely lost. I'm going to be saying he's over there, he's over here, and he's somewhere in between. That is all I've got for it, because that's all I know.
That was a great match. I'm excited for it. Oh, I9 can't land the shots. That's poor from him. Gets the down at least. 4 versus 4 as Williams gets 1. He's on 12 kills. Oh,
yeah,
he only gets
Williams has
13.
done well so far.
Going for the
thinking
pinch.
about it.
Yeah, he's going for the pinch now. Collects it. Perfect read.
He knew exactly what was going on there. Read it like a book. And Fury are going to be able to regain some control towards the site, but that's really it. They haven't got too much to show for it. Unfortunately, this means that they're going to be put into some positions that they might not necessarily be too comfortable with. And given that DP are absolutely breathing down their necks right now, Fury are in a pretty scary position.
Oh, that's not helping.
Especially losing I9 as well as Crit J now. It's all up to Dark in the 1 versus 4, and he's not going to do anything. DP, they're sending us to Nighthaven. Maybe this is a ploy from Fury. They want to scream. They want to try out Nighthaven strats or something.
Really don't seem very enthused by their own performance.
It looks like they don't care. I mean, this is what I'm saying, right? It's either one of these two things. Fury don't care about what happens. They're just running around. That's option number 1, and they've been doing it the entire game. Option number 2 is Fury want to trial their Nighthaven stuff in a competitive setting where it's 1st to 7 with some pressure because, you know, it's map 3, we win, yeah, you know, we go to the finals, whatever. Option number 3, they don't care.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 options. And if I had to pick any, I'd say it's probably 2 or 3. Map 1, they stomped, no question. But map 2, they sort of just played Limp Bizkit for half the game. You know what I mean? They didn't get involved at all until the last couple of rounds where they actually pracked like each site once, and then they were like, yeah, okay, we can lose now, I don't care. And now we're going to Nighthaven, and they looked like part of their strat. They were sitting there, they're like, yeah, okay, cool, Nighthaven, yeah, all right, sick. Map number 3, you know, they were fine with it. So I don't know, it's weird. Gotta
call out Williams for an excellent performance. 15 and 8, one ace as well, Yao and Azuki, as I said. These 3 players on DP. So, in the previous map, Chalet, we had Critche, we had, I9, we had BG Man playing well. And this time around, it's flipped over to the DP side. Excellently played from all those players. Williams, very much a player to watch out for the future. And under Jackie Wu's leadership, I think it's looking really, really good.
Yeah, look, something went on in that game. DP found one, but we're going to see what happens as we go to the final map of the night after this break. We'll be back in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game of the night. We said we weren't going to see it, but here we are, somehow, on a map that I have no idea what to tell you about because I don't know it at all. We're going to Nighthaven Labs for map number 3. Never seen it, never watched it, never anythinged it. It is a brand new territory. I mean, I played it a couple times in ranked. I think that's about it. So, yeah. This is going to be interesting.
Genuinely, I think it's a great map. I'm very excited to see how both these teams perform on this. I would say, of course, that I think Fury's playstyle lends itself a little bit stronger to Nighthaven Lab because it allows more freedoms. There is not as much freedom to traverse as there is, for example, in some of the maps like Bank, which we, of course, saw earlier on. But we can see what these two teams present, starting right off with the map, the operator bands.
Jackal is a good one. The one thing I do know about this map is that it is huge. So, yeah, Jackal's a good one to go first. Probably going to see something maybe like a lion or... Not sure. Nomad, okay, that's another good one. Not one that you see banned often, but makes a whole lot of sense when you think about who's playing and what map they're playing, but...
So...
Definitely interesting.
So these two attacking bans basically seem to me that both teams want freedom to roam as much as they want. Fury, tormented greatly on border by Valkyrie. Some excellent plays coming out from DP based off all the information. And from the Valkyrie themselves, they are banning them out right here. And I won't be surprised to see Solus. Yeah, there we go. Solus coming out from Fury. From DP, my bad. Saw quite a bit of Solus use from both teams. Unsurprising. Let's see whether we're going to see any Tubarao and Blitz. Seeing Blitz.
Yeah, a little bit of Blitz. Something.
Blitz, Doki, Finka, Ash, and Maverick.
Yeah,
this looks like a very rush-heavy lineup.
Definitely shaping up to be something kind of rushy. But I mean,
down into the basement, right? And
that's the best side, isn't it?
Yeah, basement or second floor, really. The first floor bomb sites, I guess, not quite the strongest. And I think if we see DP win both their first and second defensive rounds, then I think it'll get interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as I said, I can't really make comment on what sites and who what now and everything else. But I know that this map is a very extensive one that allows for some pretty crazy roaming. I also know the spawn peak game on this map is insane.
That window right there.
Yeah, that's the money maker. That's the money maker. But yeah, I know that downstairs site, I think that's about it in its entirety. So for Fury, it's going to be a game of. I think the strat definitely was we want to see how we play this map in a competitive setting. There's no reason, there's no way that they lost willingly, actually lost that last game. I think they wanted to see how well that
was really fast. Within 30 seconds, they have this wall open using Maverick and Buck. No need for a Thermite, Ace, Hibana whatsoever. The rest of the team now up on the first floor, my bad, going through kitchen. We're gonna try and clear Azuki out. So first floor to basement angles are extremely strong and very much need to be taken control of. We're gonna see Yao come up to try and assist. He might get one. Unfortunately, the first person he finds is the Blitz.
Who's just down and there to find that kill. They're just going to rush onto site. They know there's two off, or at least they're rushing very close to it. See these angles that you talked about from above. Dark taking some damage, not dealing any of his own, but they've actually walked into that backside site and designated that there is a player in there holding onto it, so they do need to be worried of them first. Cafeteria, still one
we
remaining. He
go.
will be found on the lurk. Finally, Jackie Wu takes down BG Man, but Fury still find themselves in good positions. Definitely looking like they wanted to play this map.
Now, where is Izuki? That is the question, because... There we go.
There he is.
Onset right there. Dark taken down. I9 trades back onto him. 3 versus 2 smokes coming in. I think that smoke might have saved I9's life. Scarlet was ready to peek and go for the kill. Crit J coming right up to the wall. Fortunately gets hit. And lots of damage being dealt to Scarlet as it is dealt to Crit J. Unfortunately, Jackie Wu's now blind. Crit J is going to go for it. Gets the drop shot. The I9 cleans him up, actually. Scarlet on the flank. Do they know? Yes, the Blitz knows. He goes for the ADS? Of all things. And the plant is stopped in his tracks.
I don't really blame him. He had to try and do something there. No flash charge available. Bomb will go down, though. They do have some pings, but they're false. So the diffuser now has been put on the floor. Scarlet is going to have to walk in to try and take on 2 here. You got one by the cylinder.
Why?
And one off towards Animus. But, I mean, hey, look, you'll take that if you're Fury. This is definitely, by the way, completely different to how they were playing Border. So,
Oh, yeah.
I think I answered my own question. Fury wanted to play Nighthaven. And they possibly just sort of let Border sort of slip by.
Extremely impressive how they got that wall open so quickly without, having to go through the whole rigmarole of, having a Thatcher, and then bringing a Thermite, and then reading the trick, or, taking control of upstairs with the Buck, which is what I thought the Buck would be for initially. But this was what I think was a pivotal engagement. We just saw Crit J encountering the Fenrir of Yao first. Had Yao maybe caught someone else, not a Blitz, I think he would have got that kill. Maybe even 2.
Possibly. I mean, there's a small chance. I mean, definitely. But, I mean, unfortunately, did not. So, we can sit here and say as much as we want yes and no and maybe and all these cool other things. But, yeah. Unfortunately, no. Didn't happen. But yeah, downstairs, I mean, they've practiced that wall like hundreds of times or something. That was just straight there, bang, bang, wall open, thank you very much, and they were gone. Like, it was just in and out. So they have been doing that for a long time.
Izuki now back on the pulse as he was earlier on, I think, on Chalet and Border. Scarlet now. They don't have a 2 barrel. Oh wait, they do, but they have a Maverick.
Yeah,
Default
the
camps.
wall.
Default camps.
They've already shown they're proficient in clearing this map. I mean, as big as it is, doesn't really seem to matter too much. Crit J on the Blitz has been a big problem though. Yao goes down. That's your mute. Haven't really lost too much, to be honest, but I mean, still a Nitro that could have been used elsewhere. But you do still have your Pulse. No longer a Tobrow either, after R9 chimes in with one of his own.
So, of course, Tuberao, very strong operator, but I think Fury are putting on a clinic on how to deal with him. Scarlet had nothing to do. Nothing he could have done. But unfortunately, Crit J nearly... Oh! Okay, sorry, I got confused with with the kill feed popping up. Scarlet nearly gets 2 kills for his trouble. 3 people pushing in through Waterfall. And Azuki left all alone off-site. Is he going to be able to get 1? No. Fury clean it up. And yeah, I think I'm subscribing more and more to your theory, Proto.
Yeah, knowing the Fury guys, they'll like take it out of context and post me on Twitter again. Shout out to those guys, like before they went to the major by 1 round because Elevate or GG or whatever it was, like fumbled in overtime or whatever, and they scraped through the major. Anyway, there's like no way that Fury go from 7-3, absolute dumpstering the first game. Last week, they 7-2 dumpster on that map to losing it to a team that scraped in 4th place to the playoffs for this tournament and go 7-5 loss on Border to now 2-0 basically flawless clears with perfect positioning and collapses on this. Like, you can't sit there and tell me that they didn't want to play this map.
Yeah.
They wanted to play this 110%, and I don't blame them. Get your prac in now before SI in case you play it against a team that knows how to play the game, because I can guarantee you most teams in scrims, if you say, hey, can we play Night Haven maps, they'll probably dodge you. Because no one wants to play it. At least what I've heard, nobody wants to play it. So maybe that's why Fury sort of let it drone out to where it is now. I don't know. No shade to Fury at all. It's a good idea. It's a great idea. Especially if you want to try it on a game day setting, but they could have picked it for map 2.
Potentially, but, you know, trying to see what works, what doesn't. Maybe there's a little bit of border experimentation going on as well.
Yeah, it could be.
What is this? What's going on? 4 people going through the kitchen window. Critchay leading the charge. Once again, Yao is going to be the first to receive.
They have like weird strats. They do. They're trying things out. The blitz
Yao
has
was
been
like,
really good.
Can I win
He
this?
knows.
And then he sees it's the blitz.
Yep.
Oh, he wins it though.
He got him though. Critchay down. Like Hollis does get one onto Azuki though, so it's a 1-for-1. You get a Legion for a blitz. I'd take that any day of the week. Great trade, but Scarlet finds one on a BG man, so very quickly DP have come up when they were down.
It's a big kill onto the Maverick. That wall's not getting open because Fury don't have any hard breach tools in their kit right now. It's all going to have to be pushing through the doorways and the hallways. Icolis inside of Cafe, trying to peek down 90. He counters Gumai.
It's not going to damage him too much though. You know, you can pull him out and you'll be fine. So little scratch here and there. Didn't ever kill anybody. So Fury have definitely slowed things down just a little bit after losing their first couple of players. They are now working on some of the vertical. They have some pings, but not enough to really do too much damage. However, one spotted through the floor. Jackie Wu almost perishing to the skeleton key from I9.
Yeah, the vertical play is going to be key. An interesting choice to use the Gone 6 for that. Jackie Wu very low HP. Yeah. With the Kiba barricade, I think he could have maybe whacked it, but, you know, whatever's faster, I guess. Dark now trying to push down, gets the kill into Yao, who opened things up with a big kill into Critchay. Now they have one more here inside. Long angle, close angle. Exosuit is going to be the battleground as it always ends up being.
Yeah, especially at the bottom of these stairs. I mean, it's very difficult. It doesn't matter. Dark's just better. He's going to find one. Jackie Wu is the target. Like Hollis falls to Williams. It's all up to Scarlet. He's been called out now, though. They know his position inside of Assembly. Nitro to deny the diffuser. Perfect. Indeed, it will. A triple for him. 2 seconds remaining. Like Hollis has to stick it, and all Scarlet needs to do is hide. He's going to be able to collect a freebie, and what a clutch from him. DP. Good round to find, and what a way to do it.
Fury nearly made it work with 3 players. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't hang on. They went too focused on the plant. Lycolis trying to go for the plant afterwards. Not a good idea with 2 seconds left on the clock. Both of them together, in fact, should have been pushing the last remaining player, especially given that they knew what his position was very well.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, they had some pretty good ideas. I mean, the callouts were there obviously from when he had the when he killed the first player. So somehow, I'm not sure. Maybe it was just lost in context. Someone maybe didn't hear the call out, or
Too focused on the
something
plant.
went wrong. Yeah, too focused on trying to get the bomb down. A lot of different things could have gone wrong there, unfortunately. But I mean, hey, it still sort of worked out. So they sort of know for future, I guess. Maybe this is why they wanted to play it. They wanted to test out their plant spots, who's doing what. I mean,
Yeah.
makes some sense. So can't really fault them that. They were close enough. They got to where they wanted to get to. It was just the execution of finishing the round that was the problem.
Richie persisting with this blitz. It's worked out fine for 2 rounds. The third round, not quite. He went a little bit too overly aggressive on Yao. Gave it away, gave his life away. The first round too could have gone either way. So DP, even though they're down 2-1 on their own defense, on a defender-sided map, it looks bad, but I don't think it actually is beyond what it looks like on paper. DP can very much bring this back.
Yeah, this is. I mean, if DP are winning, like let's theorize that DP didn't just get given a free win by Fury to play third map. Let's just assume that DP actually beat them, right? How are we going to see it when DP come back on this map? I mean, we can't even predict that because DP should not have beat Fury in that last game. So hereby, I am just completely lost as to what we should be expecting.
Electrical engagements. Typical of this second floor bomb site defense. I'm curious, we still haven't seen that third bomb site from them. This is great angle from the Malusi. Unfortunately, can't land the kill shot. Dark takes a lot of damage. I9 gets cleaned up instead by Scarlet, who is having an amazing game. Jackie Wu piles on to Dark, goes for the ADS. Crit J can't land the shots. It's 3v5. Fury very much under the pump.
Not really a lot left for them to achieve here. I mean, they've got some utility. Not a great deal, though, as they start opening up walls. BG Man's really going to be the difference maker if he can find a couple of kills from behind on the lurk here. He's in a great position to do so. Player right in front of him on this door, but will he be able to find it? Crit J for one. Does find the player on top of Mezzanine there. Scarlet does take down Crit J in the process, though, so you lose your blitz. You've got a player inside of Electrical. Scarlet does go down. A 2 versus 2. Very doable situation here for Fury as they look to collapse onto the site. Now with the confirmation as well onto Scarlet. This is a very winnable round.
2 seconds do they know Azuki's position. They'll predict Yao's position. It's a very common one to be held. But Azuki, right now, a little bit of an off spot. BG Man, position given away. Flank starts coming in from Electrical. That could be the death knell for Lycolis right there. And unfortunately for him, it is so. BG Man pushes in. It's a 1 versus 1. Diffuser cold on the floor. Azuki's going to wait with a shotgun. Is it going to be the right decision from BG Man? We will have to see. He's going to have to plant with 3 seconds left. Azuki just needs to sprint. This is going to be very tight. He's going to get the plant off for sure. Can he get the kill too? Or will Azuki win it out? Shotgun out in hand. Bad decision. BG Man takes it off. That shotgun is good for making rotates, but at that range, it's no M870.
No, definitely not. There's another, again, close round for Fury. I mean, yeah, they know the map, but their executes... This is probably why they're practicing them, because so far we have seen 1v2, 2v2, 1v1, 1v1 post plant. Like, it's just been round after round, close. I don't think we've had a definitive win from Fury at the start, which was round 1. Since then, it has been 2v2, 1v1, 1v1. And it's like, okay, cool. DP know what they're doing. Fury know what they're doing. Fury are just getting a little bit luckier in these situations. But, I don't know, yeah. DP are definitely, I think definitely giving them a run for their money.
Pretty good round, I would say, especially from BG Man at the very end. That decision he took to go for the plant. And this is a little mistake that they made earlier on in the reverse order. When they're attacking onto the basement, they should have gone for the kill with 2-man versus 1. They went for the plant instead. This time around, BG Man picks it up, goes for the plant, and Jackie Wu goes for the exterior hatch reinforcement. Very lucky no one spawned nearby. He's going to get away with it. Back into meeting he goes.
Yeah, managing to get away with something like that's always funny, but, you know, what was the other map that people used to run out to Rio the hatch on? It was like, What do they call
Fortress.
it? Fortress or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Fortress.
that's the one.
Fortress.
Fortress is the one a lot of people used to run outside on. I don't think you even got a hatch though. You literally just used to run out there for fun. So no, there was. I don't know. I forget. Anyway, there was one where you could do a hatch, but then they removed the ability to do it or something. Oh, it was coastline. You could parkour up the wind sail and get on the roof before the attackers to Rio the master bedroom hatch for the bathroom.
So
I'm waffling. I'm sorry.
it's all right. 1 minute gone in this. Most of Fury still looking to make their way inside. As they do, they've got the walls open. They've got information. They're dealing with some light amounts of utility. The players have been chased away. Dark, not sure what he's pre-firing there. Yeah, it looks like he's
Dark's having a bit of a moment.
yeah, with his mouse, perhaps. That's the first engagement. I9 takes it and wins it in great fashion. Jackie Wu doesn't seem prepared for that push. And of course, easy cleanup for I9 on the Ram. Very strong operator here, especially given that they are not attacking on the second floor. Great information on this as well, on the Tubarao. Azuki might be in for some trouble unless he can win this fight. Oh, Dark, don't get stuck here.
He's trying not to. Scarlet's good for 1, traded out by BG Man. Fury, 4 versus 3 in their favour. Williams still up, but yet to really make an impact in this game 5 rounds in as Fury start to collapse down towards the site in Kitchen. We've got the cross angles set up. Yeah, it's a tough one to crack. I mean, you've got to get the wall by main lobby. You've got to play the vertical, obviously, and then you've got these windows and stuff, but with extensions towards the side of pantry and things like that, I mean, it does definitely start to become a little bit harder to crack on into if you're missing thermite.
They only have one person on site, I think. Yao is a little bit offside. Azuki's gone for a long flank up waterfall. If they manage to make this work, look, the gridlock is absolutely perfect for the scenario because now Azuki can't do much with the 15 seconds he has left. Williams has to hold off 3 people alone. Yao does get I9 though. Williams cleans up Crit J. And this is looking to be just enough. Azuki gets his as well on the flank, and BG Man, there's nothing more he can do except get one exit frag. And Kitchen, often touted to be a poor site with how little protection it provides defenders, with a really ambitious roam, goes into the favor of DP.
Yeah, the fact that Fury didn't have a thermite there probably helped. Their inability to open up walls was probably something that, hurt them. But I mean, regardless of that fact, they got in, they took their kills, and they had their fun. So I suppose they've been able to at least try it.
Keep in mind, I think this has been a good half for Fury already. They've gotten 3 on the attack. A couple of them, as you said, marginal rounds. Really, all of them have been close, or a good fight has been given by DP for the rest of them. But Fury, I think, are able to push DP in certain ways. DP are often on defensive. Not quite literally is what I mean, but I mean DP are always responding to what Fury is trying to do. Like that first engagement earlier on, we saw I9 take down Jackie Wu.
Yeah, it was good. Good engagement. Good read as well to be able to sort of just walk in like that and take that fight. But I mean, when you play the game as much as these guys do, I'd hope you'd be making plays like that. Again, opening up this wall as quick as you possibly could. Hoping that Nitro doesn't connect that we heard rip.
So last time out, BG Man and I believe it was I9 on the buck back then, tried to open this up. They got shut down really quick by Yao. He's trying to do it again, but he's moved on to the Animus side actually. Not sure if DP is going to be ready to receive. They have a C4, I think, being prepped right there. It's a dangerous choice to play here alone without anyone able to trade you. Scarlet just running around with the C4 in his hand, waiting. That wall, I don't think, is going to get opened up very easily because the Maverick hasn't done it perfectly.
Yeah, the other thing is, though, is DP are assuming there's going to be... Oh, my God, okay. Dark's just caught lacking, but he's traded out instantly, so that's good. You don't lose the buck. You lose Sledge, which is still a bit of an L, but it's not too bad. Maverick's going to come and finish off this wall here now and try and bait the C4 out. But I think Scarlet's going to be waiting for the sound of the soft wall before he throws that C4. Because he wants to guarantee the kill. And he's not going to get it when the hard wall's still in play. So he's playing this pretty well.
I9 under the influence of the Fenrir Fear canisters, trying to get away from it now. BG Man, it's a risky decision to go for this again. He sees the feet, but Crit J has actually cleaned them up well before. So this is what happens when you aren't able to get that wall open properly. You need to go upstairs, and you need to try and make the defenders scurry away with different means. BG Man trying his best without the buck, and unfortunately I9 distracted Jackie Wu on the vertical. Not an easy gun to use at long range, and that's exactly why.
Smoked on the long angle, though, by BG Man. Fury now collapsing onto this side a little easier than they did the first time. Inside of Animus, moving towards A. Bomb now going down. Red pings to play off of for DP here. BG Man will catch the flanker. Yao goes down. The bomb as well, though, will also be going down. 40 seconds now for Williams. Double flashed out of his mind. Completely blinded. Maestro Cam taken out of commission. And Fury should be able to lock this one out in post.
Great half capped off for Fury, 4-2 on the attack. They have made mistakes, undoubtedly. A couple of rounds have been a little bit lucky, the first one especially. But they go into the second half in pole position to take this. This is very much still a quote-unquote new map in the sense that, you know, the practice at the top level is still not as much as, you know, the maps have been here for like 5 years, 6 years. After reworks, Haven's only been here for 1. Still trying to work out their kinks, especially with the new meta-changing defense and attacking operators that have come out in the past year.
Yes, it's so far, I mean, not the end of the world. However, DP are only what, 2 rounds behind equaling for Fury, and given that Fury are now on defense, where I believe is the preferred side on this map, they're probably going to have it pretty easy for the remainder of the match.
10 seconds to go.
Excuse me.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Scarlet's having a great game, 9-5, but DP are still struggling to make an impact just now on the defense. They're going to have to bring this back on the offense. As you said, they're only 2 behind, but Yao been kept very quiet. Williams as well. Man was on fire, as was Yao on border. Both of them shut down. Kind of shows you why this is a 4-2 in favor of Fury right now.
That, and we're both pretty convinced that I think Fury weren't playing border properly. Maybe not yeah. Not properly, but you get what I'm saying. It was definitely not what we would have expected the outcome to be, and I think that might be for a reason. But at the same time, you know, it is what it is, and we get to see Nighthaven, which I was interested about, so I'm not too upset.
C4 goes out. Oh, that's a little bit from downtown. Beautiful hit onto Scarlet, the man who has been making it all happen for DP so far. The only one positive on that team. That eases the pressure from Fury greatly.
Yao does get one onto I9 though, so there's good trades coming off screen here for DP as well, but they do lose their Maverick. However, both walls are open. Not the end of the world. It's a good kill to get later on. especially for DP. If they are losing bodies, they'd be the one they want to lose. Azuki taking down Dark now as well, vaulting on into Electrical, looking for more. Spots one, but doesn't quite connect here. Like Hollis backing off for the now. Swaps over to the ITA2. Pocket Shoddy. Try and do some damage, but he will be droned and is going to be forced back as Zami now tries to barricade and fortify some of his teammates' angles. They're going to manage to get that Rio off, though. That's a dangerous play.
1 minute left. Fury aren't out of the woods just yet. They have good positions, but they're down a man, and there's enough time and utility on the side of the attackers to make something happen. BG Man trying to go for a peek. Do they expect him? Well, he does a lot of damage, cleans it up. Yao gives his head to him. Crit J takes down Jackie Wu. And that keeper barricade with the C4 is still up there, looking into Electrical. Crit J goes for a swing, shouldn't do it again, and very wisely elects not to because BG Man is watching. Oh, the timing is poorly played over there. Unlucky. 30 seconds though, still very much in favor of Fury.
Yeah, Diffuser nowhere near the site. BG Man goes down. Azuki tries to walk in to find something, but can't quite get it done. Crit J low HP now. 2 versus 2. They need to execute onto the site. Diffuser in the hands of the Ash, but it's going to be Azuki to light it up. A 1 versus 1 now. ITA pocket shotgun. Can it be done? No, the rack speed too slow. DP. They're going to find another one.
Oh, what have you done, Fury? They had all the positions. They had all the information. They knew exactly what was going on. Kiba barricades, blocking things out, and DP, of all teams, are the ones who take a timeout. They just won that round.
Yeah, but they need to keep it going. It was a bit of a rough win. Came down to a pretty sketchy 1v1. So, it's... you know, I rate the TAC timeout now. I mean, there's no point to not take a timeout. You've just won a really important round. You want to maybe slow Fury down a little bit. How do you do that? Take 45 seconds to talk about it. It's a perfect way to do it.
Yeah, it gives Fury the chance to do so too, and then I would say Fury are the ones who really need it.
Yeah, it's... Fury, I mean, they get to as well. They get to talk too while they're sort of taking their moment. So, I mean, it's, I guess it goes both ways. Everyone gets a little bit of bonus, but at the same time, DP called it because they know they just did a madness on Fury, but at the same time, it wasn't definitive. It came down to that very sketchy 1v1. So... yeah, it's I rate it. I think it's a good idea.
Well, we're gonna have to see whether Fury can bring this back. Good information coming out from DP, and just talking about how Yao and Azuki not quite able to bring that fire. Scarlet also was taken down early. Doesn't matter. DP showed that they can hang with Fury on border. They're doing the same here. 4-3. You said it was just 2, now it's just 1.
Yeah. I mean, they were up like, what, 1-3-1? Like, pretty far. Since they haven't done too much, but there's not really been much played. BG Man almost losing his life. I9 will come up to support, but yeah, I mean... DP have played this really well so far, and they are going to allow Fury to get away. They do have Yao down, but they're not going to be able to confirm it at this point in time.
Yeah, he's going to get picked back up. There's no thinker like what Fury was bringing earlier on. Yoki call rings out right afterwards. Dark shuts it off. I had a good game on his part. Crit J waiting for someone to try and break down the Kiba barricades. It's so pervasive, and they're so annoying to play against because you know you're going to be exposing your feet if you want to take them down, or you need to bring grenades, Gone 6s, which ideally you want to save for something on site. So when you place Kiba barricades like this off site, you've got to either dodge these roamers entirely or take them out without exposing yourself. Easier said than done.
Yeah, unfortunately, As said, as advertised, not that easy. Jackie Woo will get one onto Dark, and I9 will answer back with one of his own onto Williams. So some good kills. Ash traded for Bandit. Pretty straightforward trade, 1-for-1. Yao low HP does open the door for something here for Fury, but they're going to actually have to start looking for these kills if they want to find them.
Nice little angle being set up. Unfortunately for the Ram, she gets seen first. Icolas, though, ends up taking more damage. Can't land those kill shots. Azami, very low HP here. One more Goo Mine. Luckily, that was not to Yao. I think now he ate one in his foot, taking it out. Both of these teams running out of HP, but it's DP who's running out of time, and now man count.
Yeah, it's Fury that find the bonus there, but unfortunately they throw it away. Crit J does manage to keep it in their favour, though, with the long flank up into Warehouse. Jackie Wu and Scarlet now only with 20 seconds left. Make it just Jackie Wu as he hunts down the Roma. No, sorry, he's chose to run away. He's rotating on round to the Animus wall side with no diffuser. He's going to have to go for gold here. Fenrir to block him off. He can't even see BG Man. And Fury have finally put another one on the board.
Yeah, that is a good response from Fury. Not sure that timeout again was the best idea. It's given Fury some impetus to bring things back there, once again establishing a 2-round lead. But interestingly enough, they have selected controlled storage as the third bomb site, and not the kitchen. The controlled storage is the site which has a window where you can just jump in and you are in sight. From the outside, you jump in. You know the window we highlighted earlier on, Proto?
Mm-hmm.
The spawn peak window? Yeah, that leads directly into B. Into B.
It's an interesting site.
Right
Very
there in the
big
bottom
split
right.
between the middle of them, yeah.
And you got the warehouse, which has
split.
like so many
Huge
opportunities for angles to be opened up.
Or just walk in.
Yeah, from upstairs
Either
too.
Oh, very interesting. I don't know why. There must be some... There has to be some method to this madness. Like, Fury have to have wanted to practice map. Like, there's no way that they're coming and then picking a subpar bomb site without this being a, yes, we are practicing a map. You know what I mean? Like, has to be. They're getting it ready. They're warming up their Night Haven strats for the major. I called it first.
Genuinely, I cannot imagine any other reason to pick control room. It is, by my understanding and by my experience, just a terrible site. There's just no winning. No good way to defend it. If you win it, there is significant amount of luck involved, or the attackers don't really engage you on site. They engage you off site where you win instead. So you can't really defend site itself, it feels like. But we'll see. Fury is still holding on. No one lost with 50 seconds gone.
Yeah, no one dead yet, which is good for both sides. Fury obviously hunting down this match point, waiting for DP to make a move. But nothing really too much happening down. I mean, the bait here from Crit J to maybe try and kill the player if he chooses to walk in, but I don't know. That's pretty much all I can really see here. It looks like it might pay off, though, if that Ash keeps venturing deeper into electrical, which he has. Surely Crit J hears this.
Yeah, Crit J hears it. He sees the drone. He knows he's under pressure. Wins that gunfight. Great shot onto Williams. Great pre-fire.
So
absolutely special.
Infian appears to have muted himself, so I'm just going to keep talking.
Accident.
No, he's back. He's back. All right.
Unfortunate. Well, Lycolis piles onto Azuki. Lycolis trying to get more for his metal, but I don't really see DP pushing onto the bomb site, which I think they should try, or they it's possible. They're engaging Fury exactly as I said. Offside. Critchay wins it half blind. Is he going to get a third? Yes, he is in electrical, playing these angles to perfection. And I think DP are falling into the trap that you can with this bomb site, where you're so focused on clearing everything else outside of it, you forget the bomb site itself is nigh on impossible to defend.
Okay. Well, Crit J kind of just went crazy on it for a second there. Full blind. I don't know what Thermite was looking at. Toby walked in and he was in a different postcode.
I wonder if he flashed himself by accident.
No, because he was holding. He was staring at Garage, or the connector, or whatever you want to call it. Like, there was no... He wasn't flashed. He didn't have his arm up or anything. So he was fully aware, sober, alert and attentive, but he just wasn't paying attention, I guess. We're going to get to see it again. I don't think he was flashed. Oh, no, okay. This is the Ash. He kills Ash, and then a couple moments later he gets flashed. Completely
right
blind.
there.
Yeah, no arm up, and he's looking the opposite direction, and then he flicks around.
Just
so
missed.
I don't know what he's holding, but it's not what he should have been.
One thing I would say, though, looking at Fury playing this way and getting pushed so far by DP for whatever reason, it does highlight that they are very much looking towards Quick J to make things happen. This is a weakness that was exploited previously at the Major 2, where Crit J was kept very, very quiet. And I know the teams that are in Fury's group at SI are going to be wanting to do the same thing as well. Keep Crit J quiet, and the rest of Fury is not an easy win, but a lot easier. Especially if you try to do things like this. I9, not sure how he survived there, gets away with it.
Yeah, I've got no idea. Is he using shotgun? Surely, right? He has to be.
Yeah, why else would you take it with the...
Yeah, he
pistol?
is. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I love Pulse Shotgun. Pulse Shotgun's very fun.
Interesting choice.
We're getting into like super late hours, by the way. Like, I almost have mush for brain trying to learn Nighthaven on the fly as well, so it does not help me.
Jackie Wu trying to push in through meeting, I think. They are going to let the Maverick deal with the external IT wall. Scarlet doing well here. I9 spots him out. Knows he can't kill him just quite yet. Or actually, I think that is perhaps Jackie Wu that's been seen. Waiting for them to come into a meeting.
Somebody who's droning, maybe looking for a run out of some description, or... I mean, even then, just having this information is generally very good to have, but unfortunately that Nitro just a little too far too late and was not able to do anything. But the bees are being destroyed, so Zuki knows there's a player in electrical now.
T4 goes out, second one. Is it going to connect? No, not even this one connects. Pixel angle, though, being held by the Tuvarao. Can he get anything? He's tall and full, BG, man. On absolute fire. Crit J, 12 and 5, 24 and 9 together. Two of them, 55 seconds. Can they stay alive? Here's why you bring the shotgun. I9 cleans up Yao, lying prone. Couldn't even have moved away if you wanted to.
Yeah, this shotgun from below is going to be a menace, given that they just haven't cleared it at all. And this is probably what Fury are looking to prac. Good kill for BG Man. Azuki will find one on the Lycolis, and I9 still running rampant downstairs is going to come back and be a problem later, but Williams will find Dark. And in a stage where Fury don't really lose this round because I9 can just deny from below single-handedly. Doesn't really matter though, as BG Man just kills everybody. Shotgun from below again.
Yep.
He wants it. He's going to find it. Oh, maybe not. Good damage. Almost a kill. Spots him through the hatch as well, but doesn't quite lock it on. Doesn't matter. BG's on for 3. Crit J's on for another. Fury win. GG. Thanks for coming. 2-1 in the series to Fury.
And that means tomorrow we will see Gelida take on Fury in the final, while DP will play Elevate in the third place matchup. Excellent showcase from Fury over here. BG Man and Crit J, 28 kills together and only 9 deaths. Absolute clinic, and they know what they're doing on Night Haven, at least against a team like DP. Can they do it again at SI? Maybe tomorrow if we see them play? We'll have to see.
We will have to see indeed. I mean, it was a really solid game from Fury, and I mean, I'm glad that I did get to see some Night Haven. Really solid matchup. I mean, could not complain at all about the map, how it was played, what was going on. I mean, Fury definitely have pracked that prior to the game day. But I think the idea might have genuinely just been we want to try it on a game day sort of basis and see how we go. I mean, they did really well.
Control room pick, especially. I think
control room
that
pick
is
good.
That is the biggest indicator to me, or like biggest piece of evidence that lines up with your theory. And it's a very, reasonable theory, because you're coming up on SI, you want to try some wacky stuff. Control room, unfortunately, I think what they wanted to see, they didn't quite get. They successfully baited DP into fighting them off-site, for example, but that's not really why control room is seen to be a poor site. If you start engaging on a map like Night Haven off-site, it's going to favor the defenders heavily. So, not quite what we wanted to see, not quite what Fury wanted, but we got a good showcase nonetheless.
Yeah, 100%. Speaking of showcase, our next play day, aka tomorrow night, I know you alluded to it a moment ago, is shaping up to be an absolute banger when it pops up. We'll talk more about it. But yeah, look, it's so far to get to here, it's been a great little sort of 2-weekend tournament type thing. I mean, definitely a very enjoyable watch from home, I can imagine, but also just for us. I mean, these teams outside of, PL, Blast, whatever it is now, have definitely not had much else to do. And this has definitely given them a little sort of thing to sort of test against teams that they might not necessarily play all the time, and etc., which is, I guess, a good avenue for a lot of these teams to sort of get themselves up to scratch before they head off to majors, SIs, PL, whatever. So you like to see it.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a great day of games. Both games went to the third map. And, of course, what a scoreboard. BG Man and Crit J take a bow.
Yes, just to reiterate the second time we've seen this since the game has finished, Fury definitely knew what they were doing. I think it does cement what we were saying. They just wanted to try it out. And even if that is the case, so what? You have to sort of give them that liberty at some point to test things on game day. You don't get that opportunity often. It's once a week. So either way, speaking of those matches though, for tomorrow, you will be seeing in match 1 the third place playoff, so Elevate taking on DP, and then for the finals, all the glory, the guts and everything else, it will be Jalita taking on Fury in that second matchup. So don't miss it for anything, all right? You cannot miss it.
Indeed.
It's going to be a good day. Good day of games.
I'm very excited to see what Elevate does against Fury. Both of these teams, of course, very familiar with each other, being in the Thai ecosystem for years and years, being rivals for years and years. And in fact, if you guys don't know, Fury previously was with, I believe, a couple of the players were with Xavier Esports, which later became this Jalita Esports team, which then was previously Elevate. So there's like a whole lot of intermixing, lots of rivalries set up. It's going to be a crazy match. Do not miss it, or whatever.
Yeah, it is going to be a crazy match, but unfortunately we don't have any more Siege for you tonight. We are all sieged out. 2 amazing matchups going the distance, and we hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. My name's Proto. I've been joined by Infinite Ewok tonight, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We'll see you, well, we won't. Someone else will see you tomorrow for the finals, so make sure you tune in and check that one out, because it's going to be an absolute banger. We'll see you tomorrow. See you later. Bye-bye.